Inside an open area filled with nothing but grass, a golden-haired muscular middle-aged man was glaring at a black-haired kid with angry eyes because the kid broke his son's teeth with a punch. The black-haired kid's name was Kyle. He turned 15 a few weeks ago and awakened his talent today. Talent was something that determined everyone's potential. The moment one awakened their talent, they were able to walk on a new path. A path filled with magical and extraordinary abilities. Kyle glared back at the golden-haired man before coldly looking at the 15-year-old golden-haired boy standing behind the man. Why should I apologize? It's Zen's fault. Kyle's father, Baron Ohan, who was standing beside him, looked at him with worry. The golden-haired man standing in front of them was called John. John wasn't someone they could afford to fight. He was above their leg. The only thing Baron Ohan had was the useless title of Baron he acquired after helping some nobles. I can't let anything happen to Kyle. With a worried expression, Baron Ohan lowered his head and apologized because he was too weak to protest. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw his father's actions, but then realization dawned at him. He looked at John with a blank face. They are strong. We can't do anything. He failed to consider the fact that the world they were living in was ruled by the strong. In this world where power was supreme, he was just an ordinary person. With a blank expression, Kyle grabbed Baron Ohan's shoulder. I was the one who hit him. I will apologize for my mistake. Kyle lowered his head and apologized to the golden-haired kid who was standing behind John. His fists were clenched and his eyes were extremely cold. Sen looked at Kyle with disdain before leaving with his father. While walking, he gave Kyle another glance and mumbled under his breath. Tusk we gans. Baron Ohan looked at Kyle with a worried expression. Kyle shook his head with an expressionless face. In the end, his reckless actions would have placed his family in danger. I am fine, father. He was fine, but the brilliant light present within his black eyes dimmed. Then ant. The word ant resounded inside Kyle's head again and again because he knew even if he worked hard and tried his best, he would never be able to lessen the gap between Sen and himself. What's the point of getting angry and thinking so much when I can't even touch him in this life? 1 year later, Nyan City. Within a decent-looking large house, a black-haired middle-aged man was sitting in a dining hall with his 2 older sons. It was Baron Ohan. He was having breakfast with his family after a long, busy week. There were 4 chairs around the dining table, which was filled with light yet delicious breakfast. Unfortunately, even after Baron Ohan was almost done eating, the last chair stayed empty. A few moments later, a young boy entered the hall with a sleepy expression. Just like Baron Ohan, the boy had black eyes and dark black hair, but for some reason the corners of the youth's black hair were silver. The boy was Kyle, Baron Ohan's youngest son. After nodding at his father, Kyle approached the dining table and started eating without any care. Baron Ohan gazed at Kyle's hair with a sigh. For some reason last month the corner of Kyle's black hair turned silver. At first, the Baron was worried due to the strange change, but even after asking around for a while, he didn't find any problem with Kyle's health. It's fine as long as he is healthy. Baron Ohan looked at Kyle with a smile. Late again. Sorry, father, I overslept. Noticing Kyle's lazy attitude, Baron Ohan's eldest son Ray frowned. With a sigh, Ray shook his head because Kyle being late for breakfast was very normal. He also often skipped breakfast due to his lazy nature. While Kyle was eating a piece of bread, his second brother Neon looked at him with a mischievous smile. Kyle, tomorrow the Royal Academy is holding a test to find young talents. You should participate. Royal Academy is a name known by almost everyone on the East Continent due to its prestige and old history. It was also known as the #1 Academy of Kingdom Escalante because the principal of the academy was the strongest person in the kingdom. The academy held a test every year to find new talents to nurture. Everyone between the age of 16-17 was eligible to participate, as long as the person was not a criminal. Kyle turned 16 this year, that's why Neon wanted him to participate. Kyle almost choked on the bread he was eating and looked at Neon with a gaze saying, Are you talking to me? He put the bread back on the table and blinked his eyes. Even Ray, who awakened, A-rank talent, didn't pass the Royal Academy test. Just how would he, a meager B-rank talent, stand a chance? In this magical planet called Blue Planet, where different races ruled together, talent was something that determined everyone's potential, because the higher talent one had the more powerful one could become in the future. Humans, elves, dwarfs, and all the other races present on the planet can awaken a talent after the age of 15. The lowest being F rank and the highest being SSS rank. Each rank was further divided into three different sub-ranks F, F, and F+. Kyle only awakened a B rank talent, which is why he didn't want to become a warrior or mage. Heck, he wanted to stay thousands of meters away from everything that had any relation with fighting. Ray looked at Kyle blank expression. A smirk appeared on his face and he hurriedly joined the conversation. He wanted his lazy brother to suffer a little. It's a good suggestion. Kyle, you should participate. Even if you fail, well, you will fail anyway, but you can get valuable experience through it. Baron Ohen looked perplexed, but seeing Ray's narrow eyes, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. He was a wealthy merchant, being B rank himself. He knew the world they were living in was cruel to the weak. Both of his firstborn sons have experienced setbacks, but Kyle, being the youngest, was always lazy and carefree. He wished for Kyle to grow up and experience the outside world. Baron Ohan knew the Royal Academy test was hard, but he wasn't worried because, unlike other academies, there had never been a death casualty in the Royal Academy entrance test. Their entrance test was harder than any other academy, but they made sure to keep all the participants alive. Kyle gazed at his father and then at his brothers. He wanted to cry because they were wearing serious expressions. He showed a gloomy expression to his father, indicating he was not happy, but he was completely ignored. Kyle shifted his angry eyes toward Neon, the reason for his suffering. A few years ago, Neon also awakened B rank talent just like him, but he applied for the local academy instead of the Royal Academy. Why do I have to participate in the cruel test of the Royal Academy? Kyle grumbled inwardly. He liked the peaceful and lazy life he was living with his family. From a very young age, he was never a competitive person, and after his mother's death, he became even less outgoing. Afterward, Kyle awakened a B rank talent, which was greater than his expectations, but among the kids his age, his talent was the lowest. That's why they started looking down at him, and he became the target of their mockery. Well, I won't even call them friends. They were just passers-by in my life. In the end, Kyle stopped interacting with everyone and started leading an ordinary life with his family. He practiced basic sword moves due to his elder brother's continuous nagging, but that's all. He never tried hard because it was too bothersome. What's the point of working hard when he already knew his limits? He just wanted to live his whole life goofing around. After a few years, he would start a small business around the city and live a comfortable life. Kyle sighed. His dreams of normal life were shattered because of his damn brother, who is currently stuffing himself in front of him. I wish you choke on the food you are eating. Neon, who was eating, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. He gazed at the only culprit, Kyle. I believe you are cursing me inwardly. Kyle blinked his eyes innocently and showed a confused expression. He looked back. Who? Neon wanted to throw a punch at Kyle, but took a deep breath to calm down and started eating again. I will see him suffer tomorrow anyway. On the other hand, Kyle gazed at Neon again with narrowed eyes. He was cursing again. It seems he has no choice in this matter. It's not like I will pass the test. So trying it for the sake of experience isn't a big deal. The only problem is that I won't be able to guarantee that my body parts will stay intact until the end of the entrance test. Next day, early morning. Inside a hall filled with old antiques and paintings. Hurry up, we are going to be late. Neon's loud voice resonated within the hall. He was wearing a dark blue jacket with matching pants, and because of his black hair, he looked fairly handsome. Last night, he was given the task of accompanying Kyle to the testing arena, because both Baron Ohan and Ray were busy with some work-related stuff. While Neon was waiting with an impatient expression, a reluctant voice replied from upstairs. Coming. After a minute, Neon heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. He looked up, only to become angry because Kyle was walking leisurely while wearing a nonchalant expression. Why do you look like you are on a walk? Hurry the hell up. Neon shouted with anger, and within a second Kyle was standing next to him because, unlike Ray, Neon had a bad temper and liked to beat him up whenever he was being lazy. Neon was a D rank warrior. That's why Kyle, who didn't even advance a single sub-rank after awakening his talent, never stood a chance against him. In the end, he would always get purple eyes from all the beating. Tusk, he is always bullying a weak F rank like me. Kyle thought inwardly and gazed at Neon with hidden resentment. I will take revenge one day in the future. Neon looked at Kyle. He was wearing a long-sleeved purple shirt with black pants. Afterward, both of them left the house. As usual, the entire city was abuzz with activity. The narrow roads were surrounded by buildings made of square-shaped bricks. Many shopkeepers were selling their goods to the customers who entered their shops. While walking, Kyle subconsciously gazed at the empty house present in the distance. I wonder what's he doing after leaving the kingdom. There was a cold glint present within Kyle's eyes when he gazed at the house, but it disappeared within a second. He looked around and just like him, a large crowd was heading in the direction of the only teleportation array present in the city. Well, today the most influential academy in the kingdom is holding an entrance test. Even if they are unable to participate, they can watch others perform inside the testing arena. Kyle thought inwardly with a bitter expression. Unlike them, I am going there to break my body parts. An hour later, Kyle and Neon arrived at the western part of the city where the teleportation array was present. It was drawn on a platform like a circle, engraved with various kinds of runes. The teleportation array was used for long-distance traveling from one place to another in an instant. A large crowd was gathered in two long lines in front of the array. That's why it took a while before it was Kyle and Neon's turn. Soon, a muscular, black-haired old man who was wearing formal attire approached the duo. Where would you like to go? Neon looked at the familiar old man. He had seen the man a few times before whenever he left the city. The capital city. After stating his destination, he took out a pouch of mana stones from the storage ring present on one of his fingers and gave it to the old man. After gold coins, mana stones is the second currency used in every kingdom. They are formed by pure mana that is trapped within stones naturally. Mana stones can be used in the enhancement of weapons, making artifacts, and lastly, they can be used to activate teleportation arrays. On the other hand, storage rings were magical accessories used to store large amounts of non-living things within a separate space, without actually increasing the original weight of the ring. The old man took the pouch, and after counting the mana stones with his heightened senses, he gestured for the duo to stand on the platform. All right, go and stand with that batch of people. Neon nodded, and with Kyle, he hurriedly stepped on the teleportation array that was already filled with people. The old man approached a stand that was only a few meters away from the array. He placed a few mana stones on top of the stand. Within a second, the array started shining, and Kyle felt like someone was shaking his internal organs before he disappeared along with everyone else present beside him. The next moment, they arrived at another place filled with people. As Kyle rarely left the house, it was his first time using a teleportation array. At the moment, he felt like throwing up all the breakfast, but Neon seemed to be fine because he was already used to the sensation. Neon looked at Kyle's face, which seemed to be losing colors. Just remember, it's your first time using a teleportation device, but your condition looks better than mine. At least you are not throwing up. Kyle glanced at Neon with hatred. In the first place, you are the one who suggested coming here. Now you are mocking me. He wanted to throw some punches at Neon's face, but he knew he stood no chance against him. Instead of getting beaten up, it is better for me to stay quiet. Noticing Kyle's angry eyes, Neon's smile widened. He tightly grabbed Kyle's shoulder. You are thinking something bad again. No, definitely not. With a scoff, Neon started walking along the busy streets. He glanced at Kyle and increased his speed. Whatever, I wanted to give you some time to rest, but now I don't want to. Anyway, we are getting late. So let's go. Kyle cursed inwardly but followed behind him. After a while, both of them arrived at an open area where the registration for the entry test was held. Various tables and chairs were arranged in a straight line. Sitting on top of them were many young males and females wearing Royal Academy blue uniforms, indicating their identity as students. Due to a large number of young people coming to try their luck at the entrance test, the Royal Academy assigned the students with different tasks to lower the burden on teachers. After standing in a line for almost 20 minutes, it was finally Kyle's turn. He looked at the black-haired youth sitting behind the table with curious eyes. The man was wearing a blue long-sleeve uniform. The uniform was simple, but three straight white lines were present on his chest. "Hello, sir, I am here for registration." The young man gazed at Kyle, but within a single glance, he lost interest. "What's your name and exact age?" "My name is Kyle and I am 16 years old." The young man took out a crystal and asked Kyle to place his hand on the crystal. With a serious expression, Kyle placed his hand on the crystal that confirmed his age. With a nod, the young man threw a token with the number 1055 at Kyle. "You are in the second batch, here's your token." After grabbing the token, Kyle left. He and Neon arrived at the big arena set up behind the registration area. The moment they entered the huge arena, Kyle was startled to see the audience seats filled to the brim with thousands of people. Everyone was talking about what test the Royal Academy would conduct this time, because every year Royal Academy changed the pattern of their entrance test. Neon found an empty seat in the crowd and gestured for Kyle to go toward the big stage, where thousands of participants were seen standing. Kyle stepped on the stage and looked at the thousands of participants with a rather nervous look. It was his first time seeing so many people. If, like last year, the Royal Academy held a 1v1 battle to select the top participants. Just how many times do I need to get beaten up? Kyle shivered with fear and hurriedly shook his head. If it's 1v1 battles, I will instantly admit defeat. There's no point preserving my dignity if I broke my arms and legs. After a while, an old man called George from the Royal Academy opened the event with a boring speech. The old man was wearing a white shirt with black pants. He had black hair and deep gray eyes. He was the vice principal of the famous Royal Academy. The speech was so boring that Kyle almost forgot about his previous remarks and barely stopped himself from yawning. While Kyle struggled to stay awake, all the other participants as well as the audience were excited. It was not every day that they got to meet someone who held the title of SS Rank Warrior. Not to mention Vice Principal George was the fourth strongest human in the East Continent. In the East Continent, only 6 humans had reached the SS rank. That's why Vice Principal George was very famous. I am fortunate to be able to witness the talent of our future generation. This year marked the 57th entrance test of the Royal Academy, and I sincerely expect that the participants will not disappoint me. The speech began with Vice Principal George sharing his worries about the future of the human kingdoms because, for the past 30 years, not even a single human successfully reached rank SS. Then he started talking about the Dark Forest, a place filled with dangerous monsters. All the races living on the blue planet have to fight these monsters living inside the Dark Forest, which monopolizes almost 35% of the land on the blue planet. Monsters were stronger than other races, which made them superior in terms of power. Just like humans, monsters were divided into different ranks. Usually, other races need to be a rank higher than the monster before they can finally defeat them. As the rank of the monster increased, they attained the ability to command lower-rank monster hordes. Hundreds of years ago, the first SSS rank monster lord emerged from the Dark Forest. Commanding millions of monsters, the Monster Lord was a walking catastrophe, bringing only destruction to the civilization of Blue Planet. Many ancient kingdoms faced complete annihilation in front of the Monster Lord and his army. In the end, to stop the massacre of thousands, even millions, all the different races put aside their prejudice and joined hands. They send their elite armies with SS rank warriors to defeat the Monster Lord. After years of fighting and sacrificing thousands of lives, the Monster Lord was finally defeated, bringing once again peace to the Blue Planet civilization. But the danger of monsters still exists inside the Dark Forest. The civilized races unable to explore the deeper parts of the Dark Forest could do nothing but slowly cut down the monsters' numbers. In the end, they established various academies to nurture young talents to fight against the monsters present in the Dark Forest. Vice Principal George emphasized that people with power should protect the weaker ones. It was the type of speech that would be greatly appreciated by everyone, but Kyle would rather sleep instead of listening to this boring speech. As you all know, the entrance test is different every year. This year, passing the first round is rather simple. Vice Principal George then took out something from his pocket. You see this? Each of you will be given this small flag, and in a few minutes, all the participants will be teleported inside a special artificial dungeon created by the Royal Academy. You will have to run and reach the end of the dungeon without losing the flag. In the end, the top 1,000 participants will pass the first round. There will be some monsters inside the dungeon blocking your path. It's up to you to hunt them or avoid them, but remember your true goal should be reaching the finish line first. Simple, right? Announced George with a smile. Kyle looked at the wide smile on the vice principal's face and cursed inwardly. When was the last time I ran so much? My stamina is almost non-existent. Just how am I going to reach the end of the dungeon? George explained that the participants could rob each other inside the dungeon. They can also work together to take out monsters. Basically, everything was fine as long as they reached the end of the dungeon without losing the flag. Hearing George's words, a lot of participants voiced their concern. With a loud clap, George assured them that if they got seriously injured inside the dungeon, they would be teleported out, but the participants teleporting out would directly fail the test. Once George's explanation ended, heavy tension emerged between the participants. Everyone stared at the others with a gaze filled with vigilance. It will be very likely that they will fight each other inside the dungeon. However, not everyone was worried. Some participants with high agility found the first round rather easy. George gazed at the kids and started floating on top of the arena stage. Pick up the small flags present on the ground and be ready. In a while, everyone will be teleported inside the dungeon. All the participants looked at him with awe and respect. Everyone wanted to one day achieve the same height as George. Kyle looked at the arena ground and saw thousands of flags present on the ground. I didn't notice them before. He bent down and picked up one of the flags. Suddenly, without any warning, all the participants were sucked in by the force of the teleportation array present on the floor. Whoosh! Kyle opened his eyes to see a rather different scenery from before. The environment inside the dungeon looked just like a forest, but before he could enjoy the beautiful scenery, his stomach rumbled and he started throwing up everything he had eaten up until now. In just a single day, he used the teleportation array 2 times. He was able to hold it the first time, but now he felt like all of his organs would also be coming out from his mouth very soon. Looking at Kyle, some other participants wanted to throw up as well, but they restrained themselves. After calming down, Kyle saw the straight narrow road present in front of him. It was surrounded by trees of various sizes. He sighed and gazed at other participants passing by him. With a pale face, he approached a nearby shady tree to rest for a while because he was feeling very weak. Minutes passed and almost all the participants left the starting line. Some of the participants noticed Kyle sitting under a tree, but they thought he was robbed and had given up on competing. That's why everyone ignored him. Kyle finally stood up after 10 minutes of rest, feeling a little better. He looked at the empty road filled with only falling leaves of trees with a dark expression. They are so cruel, not even a single person extended their hand to help me. Kyle thought inwardly with a bitter expression. Seeing only leaves and dust around himself, he knew he was last. It was impossible to reach the finishing line on time. It seems his luck was rather bad today. Without wasting any more time, Kyle started running along the straight road. Even though he was last, he was determined to at least reach the finish line. What face would I show my father if I can't even complete a simple race? Neon would mock me throughout my whole life. Suddenly, the scenario where Neon was mocking him passed through Kyle's eyes and his speed increased. The scenery inside the dungeon was beautiful with large trees and big mountains in the distance. On his way, he did not encounter a single monster. It seems the monsters were already killed by the participants ahead of him. He felt disappointed because he had never seen a monster before. He wanted to at least see one during the first round because he knew this round was probably his last. Half an hour later, Kyle was out of breath. He panted heavily and struggled to calm his fast-beating heart. Fuck the determination. At this rate, I am not going to even reach the first half of the dungeon. He cursed loudly and punched a nearby tree. With a painful expression, Kyle hurriedly rubbed his hand. Oh, what the heck? Is this thing made up of steel? Multiple leaves fell on his head as he looked angrily at the large tree. If he just had a sword with him, he would cut this insolent tree into multiple pieces. The only problem was he didn't have it because his sword was inside Neon's storage ring. Due to the first round starting so suddenly, he was unable to retrieve it. Ahoo! Kyle took a deep breath to calm himself down and patted the tree trunk slowly. You are rather lucky today. Then he looked at the long road ahead of him with a dazed expression. This time, rather than determination, his eyes only contain uncertainty. It's impossible. Kyle looked at the lush forest and without even thinking twice, he entered the forest. Let's just head inside the forest to see a monster. He wasn't worried that the monsters would be dangerous, because the vice principal said they would be teleported outside the dungeon the moment they got badly injured. After walking for a while, Kyle frowned because he didn't even see a single monster. Not just monsters, he hadn't even seen a single living insect. He was roaming around aimlessly when the ground beneath his feet trembled, and a hole appeared on the ground. Kyle panicked. He wanted to move away, but it was too late. Naya. Meanwhile, in the middle of the dungeon, a fierce competition was going on among the other participants. Everyone was running with incredible speed, trying to overtake the others in front. Some of the wealthy participants even used skills to increase their speed. Fast movement, zovd steps, haste, large stride. As skills were hard to come by and very expensive, only a few were able to acquire them. Sometime later, when they neared the finishing line, a lot of participants who were behind became anxious. They started attacking others. After the first attack, there was a second one, and just like that, the participants started throwing endless tides of attacks at each other. One of the participants got injured due to a sudden attack. He glared at the one running beside him. You filthy bastard, how dare you attack me? The other participant looked back with confusion. It was not me. He tried to explain, but the first participant didn't listen and directly attacked. Taste my crushing sword, strike you bastard. Similar scenes were unfolding everywhere. A lot of participants started to get injured and were teleported outside by the dungeon. Far ahead of the chaotic scene, 6 to 7 youths were running toward the finishing line. Among them, the 4 at the front were the most noticeable due to their gorgeous appearance. The one running at the front suddenly stopped. He had dark blue hair and deep black eyes. The youth looked above. A towering bear was standing not so far from him. After he stopped, one more participant soon reached the place where he was standing. The second participant had golden hair and black eyes. He looked at the huge, towering monster standing in front of him. What the? The blue-haired boy looked at the golden-haired boy with a serious expression. It's an E-rank monster. While they were looking at the bear, 2 young girls reached the place where they were standing. One of the girls had orange hair and black eyes. She was beautiful, but her gaze was cold enough to freeze anyone who looked her way. Just how are we going to defeat it? All of them awakened their talent just a year ago, hardly reaching F rank. That's why fighting with an E rank monster alone was impossible. The other girl standing beside the orange-haired girl stepped forward with a frown. She had long blue hair and sea blue eyes. She was even more beautiful than the orange-haired girl. It seems we have to combine our strength to defeat it. By the way, I am Mir and this is my friend Lara. The blue-haired boy gazed at the girls with a nod and introduced himself. I am Alec. The golden-haired boy looked at Alec. Garzel. He took out a golden spear from his storage. Alec took out a sword. On the other hand, Lara took out a bow, while Mia was a mage. On the blue planet, everyone could pick a profession after they awakened their talent. The professions were mainly divided into 2 main categories: warriors and mages. The warriors could choose to fight physically, or they can select a weapon of their choice. They can only use the mana present within their bodies through weapons or the skills they learned. The weapon can be anything: sword, spear, bow, mace, etc. Meanwhile, mages were different from the warriors. They could learn spells to manipulate the mana present within their bodies. That's why, unlike warriors who could only use the skills they had learned, mages were able to cast spells and use the natural elements without a skill. No matter whether warriors or mages, whenever they broke through, the mana present within the atmosphere would seep inside their bodies and make them stronger. When Carcel saw no one following him, he turned around to face the other 3. What are you all waiting for? Let's get it over with before more participants arrive. He was the first one to attack the bear. The power behind his spear was incredible. However, it only scratched the bear. The bear becomes furious at Carcel's actions. It roared and made a swinging motion with his front paw. Instantly after a wind slash shot out toward Carcel. Protection of unbreakable shield. A protective shield appeared around Carcel, protecting him from the monster attack. The protective shield and the monster slash clashed with each other. Just after a few seconds, the protective shield was cracked open. Carcel used his spear to cancel out the attack that managed to get through the protective shield. He jumped back after canceling the attack, increasing the distance between himself and the bear. Thanks. Carcel gazed at Mia with a grateful expression. Mia nodded. Being a mage, she focused more on magic-type skills and spells rather than close combat. Alec also unsheathed his sword. His body released F+ rank aura. That's why everyone's attention was drawn to him. A large amount of dense mana surrounded his sword as he charged forward and aimed at the bear's neck. Slash! Alec's attack landed on the bear from behind, and a small gash appeared on its neck. The bear's eyes turned red with anger as it moved forward and swung its left paw angrily. Lara glanced at Alec. Her cold eyes showed a hint of surprise. He is a sub-rank higher than me. She knocked 2 arrows inside her bow. Just like Mia, she was also a long-range fighter. Lara released the arrows from her bow, intending to pierce the bear's skull. The arrows were so fast that not many common F-rank warriors would be able to follow their direction with eyes, but the bear, being an E monster, easily dodged the approaching arrows. With angry red eyes, the bear opened its mouth and released a big shockwave in every direction. Alec, who was the nearest to it, narrowly blocked the attack, but the impact of the attack pushed him several steps back. Support skill: empower the allies. Mia gazed at the bear and instantly cast a supporting skill, increasing the attack power of the others. Freezing barrier. Afterward, she cast yet another skill, making the bear immobile for a few seconds. Alec gazed at Mia with a raised brow. These few seconds were enough for the others to empower the bear. Carcel thrust his spear toward the bear's chest. He felt his attack power increase due to Mia's supporting skill. Alec also charged forward and attacked the bear. Lara, not wanting to be outdone, knocked a sharp arrow inside her bow. She released the arrow aimed at the bear's neck. Under the multiple attacks, the bear didn't even get the chance to defend himself. It cried in pain and was severely injured. Taking advantage of the situation, everyone once again attacked the bear ruthlessly, and it died after a minute. Huff, huff. Mia panted heavily because she used up all her mana in her last skill. Lara gazed at Mia with concern. Are you all right? I am fine. Alec looked behind him with narrowed eyes. He sighed and gestured for the others to move. We should start moving. I can see other participants approaching from afar. Lara glanced at Alec. Her eyes were cold, but she somewhat liked him because, unlike those leechers who always stared at her body with drool, his gaze was pure. With a smirk, she started running. Let's see who reaches the finishing line first. Carcel and Mia gazed at each other and instantly followed behind Lara. The last person to join the run was Alec, but he easily went past everyone. Gaining the lead once again. Outside the dungeon, multiple projections were present in the sky, showing various recordings of participants present inside the dungeon. The biggest projection showed how Alec, Mia, Lara, and Carcel defeated the rank E monster. The audience went wild seeing their performance and cheered for them loudly. All the teachers present, and even the vice principal, were impressed by their performance. One of the teachers looked at the projection showing Carcel. Second, Prince Carcel is doing better than our expectations. The other teachers agreed with his remarks before pointing out some other students. Right, Duke Evan's daughter Lara and Count Albert's daughter Mia are also doing great. Who is the black-haired boy? He didn't seem to be from any big house. A dark horse. This year we are seeing a lot of talented individuals. There were also other students who caught the teacher's sight, and one of them was Kyle, who looked lost inside the forest. One of the teachers looked at Kyle's condition with pity. What an unlucky participant. Some other teachers also glanced at Kyle. Who is he anyway? Vice Principal George looked at the projection showing Kyle's location with a smile and mumbled slightly. Are you sure he is unlucky? After hearing his words, the teachers seriously looked at the projection showing Kyle, then finally they noticed something. What's happening? The teachers expressed their shock after seeing how Kyle was narrowly avoiding all the monsters. He would always change direction whenever there was a monster up ahead. It was like he could sense the monster's presence. Then all the teachers simultaneously thought, what a lucky fellow. But before they could comment on Kyle's strange situation, they saw him falling inside a pit. Afterward, the projection showing Kyle strangely turned dark. Did he run out of luck? One of the teachers mumbled. Vice Principal George chuckled, but when saw Kyle's location, he showed a surprised expression and disappeared without any word. Inside the dungeon, Kyle, who just fell inside a crack, hurriedly rubbed his back with a painful expression. He complained with irritation. Log, just how unlucky can I get? After complaining a few more times, Kyle calmed himself down and looked around. He found out he was inside some kind of cave made of rocks, and there were 5 small tunnels present in front of him. Where the hell is this place? He looked up and saw the opening he fell from with a dumbfounded expression. Going back up is impossible, this cave is way too deep inside the ground. Thinking about how he didn't run into any monsters on his way to this strange place, a big frown appeared on Kyle's face. Maybe all the monsters have already been killed by the participants. Kyle stood up and patted his clothes while looking at the 5 tunnels made out of a bunch of uneven rocks stacked next to and on top of one another. Are these even stable? Nevertheless, he still decided to enter one of the tunnels. I just wish I could leave this gloomy place alive. He walked closer to the tunnels and stopped to ponder for a bit. Which one should I choose? Don't tell me there is some hidden danger behind them. But they all look the same, maybe they will lead me to the same place. Kyle randomly decided and entered the last tunnel. The tunnel was dark, that's why he was unable to see anything. After around 5 minutes of walking, he finally saw some sunlight in the distance. Did I find the exit? He exclaimed with a relieved expression. As he finally left the tunnel, Kyle narrowed his eyes, seeing the scenery in front of him, which was strangely beautiful. Water droplets were dripping down from the ceiling, making a large pond in the center of the cave. Around the pond were various flowers of different kinds. It looked like a perfect spot for relaxing. When Kyle looked to his left, he could see another 4 exits that looked just like the one he had come out from. So it was true that all the tunnels led to the same place. He sighed at himself. It seems he was being too wary. Little did he know that the other 4 tunnels were filled with all kinds of monsters and hidden traps. There was only one safe tunnel, and that was the one he entered. How lucky. Kyle slowly walked toward the pond and saw a beautiful ball floating on top of the pond. What's that in a skill core? He exclaimed with shock. If he wasn't wrong, the core floating in front of him was a monster core. And to top it off, it was a skill core. Kyle remembered his elder brother telling him about cores. The normal monster core usually disappears after coming in contact with the atmosphere, while the monster core containing skills doesn't. Not until the skill inside the core is learned by someone else. Obtaining a core after killing a ranked monster was rather easy, but even after killing hundreds of monsters you still would only have a 10% chance of finding a core containing skill. Kyle didn't immediately rush toward the core, he looked around to see if there was any danger. But even after looking around for a few minutes, he found nothing suspicious. Without waiting anymore, he immediately entered the pond and grabbed the floating core. Kyle looked at the core with a smirk. Hehe, you are mine now. After grabbing the core, he inspected it, and indeed it was a core with a skill. What rank skill would I obtain after absorbing it? It's big enough to fit in my fist. He took a deep breath and absorbed the core without knowing that the guardian of the core was just taking a nap inside the pond. After absorbing the core, Kyle felt intense knowledge about the skill entering his head. Ice Domain, what an amazing name for a skill, but why there was no rank? Kyle was not really bothered about the rank as long as the skill was useful. But to use the skill, my mana should be at least C rank, and considering I am only at F rank, I don't think I will be able to use this skill anytime soon. While thinking inwardly, he slowly made his way out of the pond. He looked around the cave to find an exit and finally saw a small hidden opening behind the pond. Let's hope this takes me out of here. With a good mood, Kyle entered the small opening. After struggling the whole day, he finally was able to gain something good. He also felt he should thank his second brother for forcing him to enter the test. After Kyle left, Vice Principal George appeared inside the cave. He looked around with a frown and said to himself, I never imagined a random boy would take the skill the principal left behind before leaving. Zwish, zwish. Suddenly there was a movement inside the pond, and a big serpent came out from the pond. He was the one guarding the skill core. The serpent looked at the area where the core should have been present, then looked at the only person present inside the room. The serpent hissed and immediately attacked Vice Principal George, thinking he was the one who took the core. What intense luck that lad have, even without defeating the Guardian he took the reward. Vice Principal George moved his right hand to send the serpent flying. Now that he has learned the Ice Dragon skill, I can't let him fail the test, or else the principal will find faults with me. After gazing at the pond, once more Vice Principal George disappeared again. While all the participants were trying everything to reach the finish line, Kyle was walking inside a long yet narrow opening. He didn't know where this small opening would lead him, he just walked trying to reach the end. The thing Kyle didn't know was that Vice Principal George was just standing behind him, making some hand seals in the air. The Vice Principal looked at Kyle back inside. If he had a chance, he would have stopped this lad from getting the skill. But now that Kyle had already learned the skill, there was nothing he could do. After completing the hand seals, the Vice Principal crushed some mana stones, making the mana density in the air stronger than before. Kyle, who was unaware of Vice Principal George's presence, felt a familiar sucking force from behind. He wanted to turn around to see what was happening, but his vision turned dark again. After a while, when his vision returned, Kyle saw he was standing on the dungeon road. Why am I? Barely able to complete his sentence, he started throwing up again in the middle of the road. Suddenly, a participant running toward the finishing portal passed from Kyle's left side. The participant was none other than Alec, who just got the lead after leaving Carcel, Mia, and Lara behind. Alec looked back dumbfounded. He saw Kyle throwing up with a shocked expression. Alec didn't remember anyone going past him. How did this person appear here? And how did he pass the road without defeating the Warp Bear? Not just Alec, even Kyle was dumbfounded seeing a participant running past him. Kyle turned around to see where Alec was running and his shock increased. The dungeon finishing portal was just a few meters ahead. Kyle pinched himself and said with disbelief, "Am I dreaming?" While he was busy believing what he was seeing, another participant passed from his right side. Carcel, who was just behind Alec, also turned his head back to look at Kyle. "I don't remember seeing him," thought Carcel, but he didn't stop running toward the exit. Just a few seconds later, Mia and Lara both appeared and also passed by Kyle's left side, showing similar surprised expressions as Alec and Carcel. Kyle looked at the participants running toward the finishing portal and finally snapped out of his shock. Even though he wanted to rest because he was feeling nauseous after throwing up, he still started running toward the finishing portal with all his might. Kyle looked at the portal with a burning gaze. "I can do it." But he was running so slowly that soon a few more participants passed from his left side, leaving him behind. After 3 to 4 minutes, Kyle was still running when he heard the ground rumbled. He turned his head back to see the reason. *T. Kyle cursed loudly, seeing thousands of participants approaching him from behind. This time he didn't hold back and started running with everything he got. Because he knew if he didn't reach the portal, he would be definitely crushed under the feet of those thousands of participants. The first person to enter the finishing portal was Alec, followed by Carcel, Mia, and then Lara. Afterwards, some more participants entered the portal. Even though Kyle was running with his life on the line, he still got 36th place in the first round. When Kyle entered the finishing portal, he again felt a familiar sucking force as he appeared at the same place he was standing before the start of the first round. After the first 1,000 participants appeared, the remaining participants were directly sent outside the arena stage. The crowd cheered loudly for the top participants, feeling excited to see the young talents. Vice Principal George appeared again, floating in front of the 1,000 participants. He checked everyone's flag with his spiritual sense and nodded. "First, let me congratulate everyone who passed the first round." While speaking, Vice Principal George glanced at a pale-looking participant with a sharp gaze, who looked like he was on his last leg. "I sent you almost near the finishing portal, yet you still didn't get first place. How disappointing." Kyle, who was barely holding himself not to throw up again, felt a chill run down his spine. His danger-sensing abilities were top-notch, and right now, he felt like a dangerous person had set his eyes on him. He looked around to see who was targeting him, but finding no one, he gave up. The vice principal left after saying that the participants had 60 minutes to rest before the second round began. All the participants who didn't come alone went toward their friends and family members. Kyle, with his pale face, also went toward the crowd and located his second brother. Neon looked at Kyle with a beaming smile and said, "Haha, Kyle, you did great. I did see you at the start, roaming inside the forest, but then you disappeared. How did you suddenly reach the finishing portal?" Seeing the happy expression on his brother's face, Kyle felt proud and started boasting to his heart's content. "Do you think I went inside the forest without any reason? I already knew these types of competitions have some hidden path that leads to victory." It was not like his brother would know what happened inside the dungeon. Neon offered some food to Kyle, but he rejected it. He had a bad experience in the first round due to the sudden teleportation. If in the second round they also used teleportation, it was better for him to stay empty stomach. 60 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and all the participants passing the first round gathered on top of the arena stage. Vice Principal George stood up from his chair and again started floating in front of the participants before telling them the rules of the second round. "Let me tell you about the second round, which is also quite simple." When the participants heard the word simple, they knew it was not going to be simple at all. You all just need to stand still and meditate under some pressure. It doesn't matter if you want to use a skill. After 3 hours, those who are still standing will pass the second round. Vice Principal George slowly waved his right hand to place a big hourglass in the air. After the hourglass appeared, all the participants felt a heavy weight descending on their shoulders. A few participants fell immediately, unable to withstand the pressure. It was just the starting, and almost 20 participants were disqualified. Alec, who was standing in the middle of the stage, took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and started meditating. The pressure was not enough to make him fall. Carcel, Lara, and Mia also looked fine. However, there were some participants who were already having difficulty standing. Seeing the intense atmosphere on the arena stage, the crowd started placing bets as to who would fall next. While all this was happening, a certain someone was not feeling any pressure. Kyle looked around and saw others who were already sweating buckets of water. Is it only me, or the pressure is almost non-existent? He glanced at a participant falling in front of him before mumbling under his breath, "I never knew I was this talented." As time passed, the pressure on the participants increased, but Kyle felt like everyone was overacting. When the pressure is only equal to few glasses of water, why are they falling? He looked toward Vice Principal George, only to find the Vice Principal staring dagger at him. But when Kyle's eyes met with the Vice Principal turned to look at another participant. "Huh? Did I misunderstand?" Kyle exclaimed with a confused expression, but in reality his brain was working like crazy. He had a doubt when in the first round he suddenly appeared in front of the finishing portal. And right now his breezing through the second round proved his suspicious. It seemed the vice principal was helping him. But the question was why? Was it because of the skill he obtained? Even though Kyle had an idea of what was going on, he pretended he knew nothing. If the vice principal wanted the skill core back from him, then it was impossible because he already learned it. Kyle used his brain for a while but then stopped thinking about all this. He would rather prefer not to think about complicated things. And also, it was better to stay away from someone powerful like the vice principal. Just like that, 2 hours passed, and almost half of the participants were already disqualified. Right now, even Alec was sweating, but he stood straight with his eyes closed. Carcel and Lara were also having some difficulty, while Mia used one of her skills, Protection of Unbreakable Shield, to remove some pressure for a while. On the other hand, Kyle looked tired and bored. He was not sweating like others, but his legs were numb because it was his first time standing for so long. "Oh, I am tired, just how much time is left?" Kyle started stretching his hands and legs like he just took a nap, making almost half the participants who looked at him cough up blood. All of them were struggling to even stand up properly, and here he was stretching his body while yawning. Even the crowd noticed Kyle because unlike others, he was passing the test like a breeze. Kyle's second brother Neon also looked at him seriously, thinking, "I knew it, Kyle had potential." Vice Principal George was still floating in the air. He looked at Kyle and frowned. "You rascal. If not for you learning the Ice Dragon skill, I would have already disqualified the likes of you." The vice principal was the one putting pressure on the students. He made sure to put minimum pressure on Kyle. But right now, seeing Kyle's attitude, he had the urge to put almost double the pressure on Kyle, but looking at his fragile physique, he decided against it. When the vice principal looked at the other participants, he felt guilty because he was basically helping Kyle in cheating. Let's calm down, I am doing this for the principal's sake. Yes, I am doing this for the principal. Vice Principal George consoled himself inwardly to lower his guilt. Finally, as the last hour of the competition came to an end, the pressure on the participants vanished, indicating the end of the second round. Many participants fell with ragged breathing and sweat dripping from their drenched clothes. Even Alec, Carcel, and Lara sat down on the stage to calm their nerves. Among the hundreds of participants, there were two participants who were still standing. The first one was Mia. She was standing because in between she used some spell to lower the pressure. And the other one was obviously Kyle, but when he saw everyone was barely able to stand, he also pretended to be tired and sat down. The vice principal looked at the winning participants with satisfaction before announcing in a loud voice, "Congratulations to the 401 participants who passed the second round with efforts." He was emphasizing the word effort while giving Kyle a quick look. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause to congratulate the participants. Vice Principal George also clapped for the participants with a smile before telling them about the final round. As it is already late, the third and final round will be held tomorrow morning. All participants should rest for the day. The winning participants left the arena with pride, and their relatives and friends congratulated them. But those who failed to make it to the next round were depressed and left the arena with bitter faces. Neon left the crowd and hurriedly rushed toward Kyle. He hugged him tightly before exclaiming with a prideful smile, "Kyle, you were absolutely amazing out there. I knew you could do it." Kyle also grinned and hugged Neon back. He felt happy making his brother proud even though he cheated. Still, no one will ever find out about this. Next day early morning, as the participants made their way toward the stage, the audience cheered wildly. But because it was the final round, the tension in the air was increasing with every second. After they were on the stage, they were greeted by Vice Principal George. The Vice Principal started by first congratulating the finalist and then saying the rules for the final round. After discussing the whole day yesterday, we have decided to make the final round the same as the year before. A one-on-one battle will take place among all the participants. The participants looked at each other. Every year the Royal Academy would select 200 students, but this time the number of participants was 401, which means 201 participants will be disqualified in this round. But the question was, how were they going to fight a one-on-one battle when the number of participants was 401? Vice Principal George glanced at everyone with a smile, and after noticing their worries, he said in a calm tone, "I know what you all are thinking, but worry not. To make the number of participants even, we have decided that one lucky student will be exempted from the final round, directly entering the Royal Academy." All the participants, and even the crowd, went wild hearing the vice principal words. It was the first time in history that the strict Royal Academy was choosing someone based on luck. The weak participants, who had less chance of winning in one-on-one battles, started praying to become the lucky ones. But a certain someone had a hunch that he would be the lucky one, considering he passed the last two rounds with cheating. Kyle looked at his brother, who was also praying for Kyle to become the lucky one. Then he looked at the vice principal with a complicated expression. Entering the prestigious Royal Academy was good and he would gain a lot of resources through them, but now Kyle was having second thoughts. Was the skill he learned this important that they were willing to let a weakling enter the academy? He knew in this dangerous and big world he was just a side character with meager power and normal looks. That's why he just wanted to have a normal life. He was not cut to become a hero, nor does he want to become one. It's not that he didn't have ambitions like others, he also wanted to become someone powerful in the future. But considering his talent was only B rank, he knew not to dream of the impossible and accept reality. All the students will be given number plates according to their tokens. And I will call someone from the crowd to pick a random plate to decide on the lucky student. The rest of the students will fight one-on-one battles according to their number plates. The participants having number plate 1 will battle the participants with number plate 400, number 2 will battle number 399, and so on. After announcing the rules, Vice Principal George took out a big box before placing it in front of everyone. He randomly picked someone from the audience. All the participants were given number plates according to their tokens. They all looked at the randomly picked person with expectations. She was an elderly woman who looked to be in her late 50s. The elderly woman was happy to be picked. She went toward the vice principal and looked at the big box in front of her. With the vice principal's signal, she put her hand inside the box and picked a random number plate from the box before giving it to the vice principal. Vice Principal George looked at the number plate and announced the result with a loud voice. Token number 1055, plate number 303, please step forward. Kyle released a big sigh and stepped forward. He wasn't surprised at all because he already expected this to happen. The audience cheered as Kyle stepped forward, but when they saw who it was, everyone went silent. They all have seen Kyle's strange situation in the first round, and he also passed the second round without any difficulty. And now he was also the one getting the lucky spot. How can someone be this lucky? All the participants looked at Kyle with suspicion. They all had one thought in their minds. Is he cheating? But considering the Royal Academy never accepts deception and is always fair in their entrance test, no one voiced their suspicions. Kyle's brother Neon stood up from his seat and cheered at the top of his lungs. He still can't believe Kyle, the lazy ass of their family, got into one of the biggest academy in the kingdom. He wanted to rush to the stage and tell the whole world about his brother's luck, but they were still in the middle of the final round. That's why he controlled himself. Meanwhile, the vice principal had a dazed expression on his face as he saw Kyle stepping forward from all the participants. The heck? How did this lad get selected? The vice principal didn't know what to do anymore. He already talked to the principal last night with the help of a communication crystal, and the principal told him not to help Kyle. Even though the Ice Dragon's inherited skill was important to the principal, nonetheless he didn't want to have a useless student in his academy. Even though he lacks potential, with this much luck even I am envious of him, thought the vice principal inwardly before he snapped out of his dazed state. The vice principal asked Kyle to sit with the teachers instead of going back to the audience seats. He just wished Kyle could learn something from the incoming battles. The final round finally started, with 20 different participants fighting at the same time. Alec, Carcel, Mia, and Lara were not up against each other. It seemed the academy made sure not to put the talented individual against each other. They didn't want to miss out on any talent. The participants started fighting with all their might. The fight was exciting and fabulous for the crowd as they placed bets on who will win. Everything was going fine until a certain someone lost control and became too excited. You idiot! Dodge to the left. Kyle, useless, look at your back. If you have so many skills, at least use them properly. Kyle, mark my word. You have zero chance of winning with how slowly you are attacking. Kyle, defend yourself. Do you even have a brain? Kyle, all the teachers sitting beside Kyle hid their faces with embarrassment. It was the first time in their life they felt so embarrassed. They wanted nothing more than to just toss Kyle toward the audience, but considering Vice Principal George asked Kyle to sit there, they could do nothing but silently curse Kyle. The participants fighting near Kyle also heard the terrible remarks he was making. One of the participants, after losing, even went and beat Kyle up with his sword. But Kyle was luxuriously sitting in the middle of 10 to 20 teachers. That's why the participants had no choice but to grit their teeth with anger. Neon also saw the situation. He covered his face with a black cloth. There was no way he was going to tell anyone that he was the brother of that prick. Damn, he doesn't even know who Kyle is. Kyle, not knowing he had made more than 100 enemies, continued with his remarks until the end of the final round. He felt refreshed. He never knew watching other fights could be this exciting. He picked up the glass filled with juice and started drinking, without knowing it belonged to the teacher sitting on his left side. Noya, that's how we should live our lives. The performance would have been amazing if not for some idiots ruining my mood, exclaimed Kyle with a smile before handing the empty glass to the teacher sitting on his left. The teacher sitting on his left side looked at Kyle with hatred. What the hell? Why does it feel like he is the teacher and we are his servants? The 200 winning participants stood in the middle of the stage, basking in the crowd's cheers. They were all happy to pass the final round and get the chance to enter the Royal Academy. Vice Principal George started floating and congratulated the 200 winning participants. He gave them an hour to say goodbye to their families and friends, because after passing the exam, all the participants had to leave for the Royal Academy immediately. Kyle also stood up from his chair and looked at the place where his brother was sitting only to find no one. Where did second brother go? Suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling out his name from behind. Kyle. Kyle turned around only to see his second brother's face covered with a black cloth. He looked at Neon with a frown and questioned, Second brother, why are you hiding your face? Did you accidentally meet an old enemy? Seeing Kyle's confused expression, Neon had the urge to beat him up, but he controlled himself while cursing Kyle inwardly. Rascal! If not for you, do I need to hide my face? Nevertheless, he felt happy for Kyle. At first, when Neon heard that the final round was a one-on-one battle, he was sure Kyle had no chance of winning. But afterward, Kyle got lucky and entered the academy without even partaking in the final round. Neon smiled warmly and hugged Kyle tightly. Kyle was also happy to enter the Royal Academy even though he only had B-rank talent. Kyle wanted to meet his father and elder brother and boast about his achievements, but considering he had to leave with the vice principal, he wrote a letter for his father and elder brother and gave it to Neon. Neon gave the storage ring he was wearing to Kyle. The storage ring contained a sword, some clothes, and money. At first, Neon only suggested Kyle participate in the competition because he wanted Kyle to experience some real fights. He never imagined Kyle to pass the entrance exam. After saying goodbye to their families, all the winning participants gathered in front of the vice principal. The vice principal waved his hand and a towering ship descended from heaven. Afterward, he gestured for everyone to enter the ship. The crowd and the participants looked at the big ship with awe. This was the biggest ship they had seen in their lifetime. The winners proudly entered the ship while waving at the crowd. After everyone entered, the ship started floating and reached the sky, fading from the crowd's sight. Everyone was excited and had great expectations for the new experience that awaited them in the Royal Academy. The path toward the academy was smooth sailing. And because everyone was tired due to fighting in the final round, they all went to the different rooms present inside the ship to rest. Except for Kyle, who stood in the front and was watching the clouds with excitement. Holly, just how far are we from the ground? What is this ship made of? He curiously asked questions to himself while inspecting almost every inch of the ship. After traveling for the whole day, the ship finally arrived in front of the academy. All the participants were already awake. They looked at the 7 big towers standing proudly between 3 mountains with awe. Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Mia were standing in a group because in between the entrance test, they became close. Not just them, a lot of participants were standing in groups. The ship floated above the academy for a while before landing on a big platform in the middle of the 7 towers. After gaining a signal from the vice principal, everyone left the ship and looked at their surroundings with a gaze filled with wonder and respect. They were finally inside the prestigious Royal Academy. For them, it was a dream come true. The vice principal gestured for everyone to follow him inside a building. The moment they entered the building, they saw a big hall that had a big stage in the center. A beautiful shiny crystal was floating in the middle of the stage. The hall was empty with no one sitting in the audience seats. The vice principal went toward the floating crystal and exclaimed proudly, "All of you would have been thinking what this thing is. This beautiful crystal floating in front of you was invented by an elf. And because he was one of the principal friends, he gifted one to us. This crystal is a special privilege only available to Royal Academy students. After touching this crystal, you will make a small connection with the planet's original core, and everyone will be able to see the different skills they have and the stats of their body." When everyone heard the vice principal, they were all shocked. Leaving the skills aside, if they can see the stats of their bodies, they will be able to easily find out their weak points. After a few minutes of heated discussion, the vice principal explained the crystal in more detail. He told everyone that the crystal would count everyone's skills and measure everyone's strength, mana capacity, rank, and other special body traits before showing everything in ranks. And because the crystal was connected to the planet's origin core, no one except the person touching the crystal would be able to see their stats. The only thing the vice principal would be able to know after seeing the color of the crystal would be their talent. The new students were all excited as the teacher standing behind the vice principal started calling their names one by one. Lara Everfrost. Finally, a familiar name was heard. A lot of students recognized this name as Duke Everfrost's name was very famous. Everyone looked at the orange-haired girl walking toward the stage in a prideful manner. The moment her name was called, everyone went silent. Lara put her hand on the crystal and thought about stats. Stats. Named Lara. Rank F. Strength F. Mana F. Agility plus F. Talent SS rank. Lug plus E. Special skill night vision. The vice principal looked at the crystal, which showed a dark orange color, and nodded with a smile. SS rank talent not bad. All the students looked at Lara with respect. Almost 80% of students passing the entrance exam were S rank or A rank, so seeing someone with SS rank talent they could not help but be envious. Kyle also heard the students whispering among themselves, and even though he was standing very far, he stood on tiptoes to look at Lara. She is beautiful. Kyle thought Lara was beautiful with orange hair and sharp black eyes. But Kyle only thought of her being beautiful and nothing else. After Lara, many more students were called so they could make a connection with the planet's origin core. A few minutes later, Carsel's name was called. Carcel von Ainsworth. The moment his name was called, an even bigger commotion broke out. Everyone looked at the handsome golden-haired boy, who gracefully walked toward the stage. Some nobles among the new students knew about Carcel being the second prince of Kingdom Escalante. Carcel wasn't bothered by all the attention he was getting, because he was already used to it. He quietly stepped onto the stage and put his hand on the crystal. Stats. Name Carcel. Rank F. Strength plus F. Mana F. Agility plus F. Talent SSS rank. Luck D. Seeing the crystal showing red color, the vice principal exclaimed in a low voice. SSS rank talent. But because everyone's attention was focused on Carcel, they heard the vice principal words clearly and gasped with shock. SSS talent was something that appeared only once every 300 years. Even the crown prince was tested with only SS rank talent. Nevertheless, having SSS rank talent and reaching SSS rank were two different things. In normal cases, it would take more than 100 years just to reach SS rank, and in some cases you will die in this dangerous world even before you reach your talent rank. After Carcel, coincidentally, Mia's name was called. Even though her status as the only daughter of Count Albert was high, but not many knew about Count Albert. Mia was beautiful, even more beautiful than Lara. With dark blue hair and sea blue eyes, she looked like a fairy descending from heaven. Almost all the male students looked at her with flushed faces. Stats. Name Mia. Rank F. Strength F. Mana E. Agility F. Talent plus SS rank. Luck D. Special skill Mana sensitivity. Hearing Mia's talent, another commotion broke out. Seeing SSS rank talent was already big news, but there were two students with SS rank talent. Even the teachers were expressing their shock, but underneath their shock was happiness. This year they really overdid it and had found many great talents. Afterward, a few more students were called to the stage, and then finally Alec's name was called. Alec. The vice principal looked at Alec with a sizing gaze. He already noticed Alec in the entrance exam. The vice principal was sure Alec would have at least SS rank talent. Not just the vice principal, but a lot of ladies also looked at Alec because he was handsome with dark blue hair and black eyes. Alec stepped onto the stage and put his hand on the crystal, but instead of thinking about stats, he thought of status. Status. Name Alec. Rank plus F. Strength plus F. Mana F. Agility plus F. Talent plus SSS rank. Luck plus D. Special skill double power. System shop degrees. System missions degrees. Alec calmly looked at his status from the corner of his eyes, and then he looked at the vice principal's shocked face. Who exclaimed with disbelief. Plus SSS talent. Hell, when was the last time someone with an plus SSS rank talent was seen? It's been more than 500 years. Not just the vice principal, all the teachers present behind him looked at Alec with shock. The vice principal immediately gave the task of recording the new student's talent to another teacher and went to communicate with the principal. The appearance of someone with plus SSS rank talent after so long was huge news. The students also expressed their disbelief while looking at Alec with envy. Did the vice principal just say plus SSS rank talent? How is this possible? Even the second prince has only SSS rank talent. Looking at Alec's talent, a lot of students felt down. Carcel, who was standing with Lara and Mia, clenched his fists. He thought he was the strongest among the young generation, but now seeing Alec's talent, he felt like his talent was not good enough. But he decided to compensate for his lack of talent with hard work. Lara also looked at Alec with a serious expression. First Carcel, now Alec, both of them have SSS rank talent, and here I was happy with only SS rank talent. It seems I need to work hard. Even Mia felt that her talent paled in comparison to Carcel and Alec. On the other hand, Kyle shook his head with a bitter smile. He already thought that Carcel's talent was high enough. Now even Alec has SSS rank talent. He didn't dare to compare himself with these two monsters, so rather than getting jealous, he decided to not think about them at all. This time, the commotion lasted more than just a few minutes. That's why the teachers decided to calm the students, so they can continue without wasting any more time. More and more students were called on the stage, but no one after Alec had talent greater than +S rank. After a few more students, Kyle's name was called. Kyle Ohen. Ohen's surname was not famous, that's why when everyone heard Kyle's name they didn't think much about him. But when they saw his face, half of the students became angry. He was the one cursing and remarking on their performance during the third round. Alec and Carcel also looked at Kyle, but rather than anger they were curious. They remember seeing him during the first and second rounds. In fact, they were expecting Kyle to have at least SS rank talent, considering how easily he passed the first and second rounds. Even some teachers were looking forward to seeing Kyle's talent. Meanwhile, Kyle gazed toward the stage with his black eyes. The sliver corners of his black hair flutter as he steps onto the stage. He was handsome, but compared to someone like Alec and Carcel, his looks would only be considered average. While walking, Kyle felt some hostile stare on his back, but he didn't think much about it. After stepping onto the stage, Kyle put his right hand on the crystal. His dad's name, Kyle. Bloodline Celestial locked. Rank F. Strength G. Mana F. Agility G. Talent B rank suppressed. Luck and skills. Fireball F rank. User can use mana to create a small fireball. The more mana used, the bigger the size of the fireball. Ice Dragon inherited skill, Ice Domain S rank. User can call upon a domain in a specific area, locking and freezing the area. Inside the domain, all stats will increase by a subrank. Water type and ice type attacks would be ineffective against the user. Enemies will have all their stats reduced by a subrank. To use this skill, at least C rank mana is required. Kyle glanced at all of his stats from the corner of his eyes. He was stunned. 2 of his stats were G rank, which could be said to be the lowest rank. But the thing that stunned him the most was the S rank skill. S rank skills were just as rare as finding SS rank talent. Now he understood why the vice principal was hellbent on getting him into the academy. One of the teachers looked at the crystal, showing a light yellow color, and was dumbfounded. B rank. The teacher looked at Kyle with a sharp gaze. How is this possible? Didn't he pass the first and second rounds of the test very easily? Alec and Carcel were also stunned, knowing the person they thought would be equal to them only had B rank talent. Other students also got angry. They exclaimed while gritting their teeth. What? Only B rank talent? Wasn't he the one giving us crap during the third round? I thought he would be at least SS rank. What SS rank talent? He didn't even have A rank talent. Some of the students wanted to beat Kyle up, considering how he cursed at them during the third round. But seeing the teachers were still present, they controlled themselves. While all this was happening, Kyle looked at his stats in a daze because he just noticed something else. What bloodline? When did humans start having bloodlines? I thought only monsters have bloodlines. And why is my rank suppressed? Kyle had thousands of questions going inside his head. His heart was beating fast because if his rank is shown suppressed, does that mean he can increase his rank? He was shocked to his core, and after a few minutes of shock, he was excited. Excited because if he can somehow increase his talent, maybe he will be able to rival people like Carcel or Alec. The teacher standing in front of Kyle looked at him with disdain. Kyle, who was staring at the crystal, was snapped out of his stupor after hearing the teacher's cold voice. You can leave now. Kyle wanted to ask about the bloodline showing in his stats, but he refrained from it because he doesn't trust anyone enough to tell them something like this. Amidst all this, the one thing Kyle failed to notice was his luck stat, which was A rank. The highest among all the students. Not just students, if compared, maybe his luck state would be the highest in the whole kingdom. After everyone's talent was recorded, the teachers gave the students their identification tokens. They also explained some rules, like killing, fighting, thievery, or other malicious deeds were prohibited inside the academy. If there's something that can't be solved without fighting, then you are allowed to challenge each other inside the academy arena. The rules were so strict that even the noble titles were useless. Besides, the academy will punish those who dare to break the rules. The good thing was that students were allowed to skip classes, as many liked to practice in seclusion, but everyone was required to complete missions assigned by the academy every month. These missions give points, which can be exchanged for money, art books, skills, or other things inside the academy. A young teacher gave the students a tour around the academy. The Royal Academy was very large, and because today was the first day, students only needed to register themselves inside the main building to know their assigned dorms. They can also check their classes scheduled in the main building. After sightseeing around the academy for some time, all the students left to register themselves in the main building. The main building was very crowded with students of different years. Kyle passed through the huge crowd and saw a big board not so far from him which showed him the class schedule. Also, there was a big receptionist desk beside the board. Sitting inside the reception was a young man who was giving dorm keys to the new first-year students. After getting the keys from the receptionist, all the students went to their assigned dorms to rest. Almost everyone was tired due to the last 3 days being too hectic. Kyle also took a key from the receptionist and went to his dorm. The dorm room was small with a single bed in the middle, a cupboard, and a small desk in a corner. He sat on the bed for a while but was too excited to sleep. That's why instead of resting, he left the dorm and went toward the academy library. The library had 4 floors, in which the first floor contained basic information about the world. The second to fourth floors contained different rank arts and skills, which can be learned through hard work. But to enter any floor except the first floor, points were needed. However, Kyle was not here for skills or arts. He wanted to know about the celestial bloodline showing in his stats. That's why the first floor, which contained information about the world, was enough for him. In the end, even if he wanted to enter other floors, he was unable to because right now he lacks points, which can only be obtained by completing missions. Kyle entered the library. Not a single soul was present on the first floor. Occasionally, some students would enter the library, but they all would go to the upper floors instead of staying on the first floor. After ignoring the suspicious stare he was getting from the librarian, Kyle began looking for books related to bloodlines. Even after looking around for quite some time, he didn't find any book that contained information about humans having bloodlines. But he didn't give up and started collecting books related to the monsters' bloodlines. After collecting more than 20 books, Kyle sat on the cold floor behind a bookshelf so the librarian wouldn't be able to see him. He was so engrossed in reading that he didn't even notice the long night slipping away. Next day, early morning. Currently it was 8:00 a.m., and the classroom of the new first-year students was already filled to the brim. Because no one wanted to be late for their first class. The classroom was sparkling and spotless with many benches and chairs present on one side for the students. Among the sitting students, the most eye-catching was a group of 4 students sitting in the last row. From time to time, many girls and boys would try to peek at the 4 individuals and blush. These 4 were none other than Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Mia. Today, when Alec and Carcel were entering the classroom, Lara spotted them and suggested sitting together, and to her surprise, they agreed. And because Mia didn't know anyone except Lara in the class, she also sat with them. After a while, the instructor entered the classroom and stood behind the podium. She scanned the whole class before speaking calmly. Today is your first day, so there won't be anything special. But I hope no one slacks off during my class. The instructor's eyes briefly passed on Alec, Lara, and a few others, because she heard about them from the vice principal. She put her hand on the podium while looking at the students. Now let's start with attendance and self-introductions. I am Aliza Park, your instructor for this year. All the students looked at the instructor. They all knew who she was. Aliza Park is one of the famous rankers from the last generation. Currently, she is the youngest S+ rank in the whole kingdom while only being 36 years old. Aliza was beautiful with long black hair and a beautiful figure, but she was known for being cold and ruthless. She removed her hands from the podium and picked up the attendance sheet present on top of the podium. As it is your first day, I won't take too much of your time. I know you all would be exhausted due to not having enough sleep the last 3 days. So I will make this first lesson short. Alright, let's first take attendance. Looking through the attendance sheet, Aliza quickly started calling out names. Lily. After hearing her name being called, the student enthusiastically raised her hand and said in a loud voice, "Present." Aliza looked at the student and nodded before she continued. Yaluk. Present. Mia. Present. Yeah. Kyle. Aliza looked at the students and raised her voice after not hearing a response. Kyle Ohan. Is Kyle not present? All the students looked at each other. They all knew about Kyle because he left a bad impression on them during the last round of the entrance test. But no one expected him to be absent during the first class. Aliza looked at the class and frowned, but she didn't comment on it, as students were allowed to be absent from the class. Kyle Ohan. I will remember this name to see who is bold enough to be absent during the first class. Writing absent in front of Kyle's name, she continued with the attendance. That's it for today. Get to know your classmates and tour around the training areas to familiarize yourself. After closing the attendance sheet, Aliza left the classroom. The moment Aliza's figure wasn't visible anymore, all the students started talking excitedly. Especially the boys. Wow, that's the youngest plus S ranker of the kingdom. She's so beautiful. I think I have fallen in love. PFFF, have you seen your face? Someone like her would never even glance at a loser like you. On the other hand, amidst the gossip, Alex stood up and left the class. He wanted to see the training areas of the academy. Actually, he was anxious because, for the past month, the system has not given him any missions. He wanted to become strong, but considering the system was not giving him any mission, his progress has slowed down compared to before. A week ago, the system finally gave him a mission, but because it was very strange, he was not able to complete it. Mission XX. Help the Celestial to reduce the bloodline suppression effect. Reward: 2 times subranks increase. 2 times S-rank skills. Time remaining times. He didn't know who was the Celestial. Where should he find him? How can he help them in Bloodline Awakening? Usually he has to complete missions within a given time limit, and if he can't, the mission will fail, but this time the system didn't give him any time limit. Alec wasn't even able to communicate with the system. The system was a strange entity he found during the worst time of his life. He was an orphan, and the orphanage he lived in was attacked by the monsters. All the kids living in the orphanage died due to the monsters' rampage. At that time, seeing the dead bodies of his brothers and sisters, Alec felt like everything was his fault. If he was just strong enough, he would have been able to protect those precious to him. After losing his senses in anger, he entered the dark forest without thinking much about the consequences. Even though he was weak, he didn't care because he wanted to take revenge for his brothers and sisters. He would have already died in the forest if he hadn't made a connection with the system accidentally. After the connection was established, the system showed him the destruction of the world he was living in. It was a scene Alec would never forget his whole life. Dark clouds roamed around the world, dead bodies were piled around everywhere, and the only sound one could hear was screams and painful cries filled with agony. No matter whether kids, old or young, everyone was dying. The world was on the verge of collapse. After seeing such a devastating scene, Alec promised himself to become strong, so he can stop the destruction of the world and protect those precious to him. And also because the system was helping him, that's why he easily started to climb the ranks. Right now he was weak and couldn't do anything. But the future he had seen through the system would come soon, and to change that devastating future he needed to work hard. When Carcel, Mia, and Lara saw Alec leaving, they also followed behind him. They don't have talent like Alec, but they didn't want to slack off and blame everything on talent, because talent is not everything. If one doesn't work hard, even if they have the talent, they won't be able to achieve great heights. When they left the class, a lot of students followed behind them because no one wanted to be left behind. After a while, Alec entered the training area. A large open ground around the size of 2 football fields appeared before his vision. On one side of the training ground, there were hundreds of dummies that were perfect for those who focus on close combat. The training dummies were made of B-rank material, an extremely tough metal that could even withstand the impact of an A-rank attack. And students could train against them freely without worrying about breaking them. On the other side, a lot of bullseye targets were present for those who specialize in long-range combat. The middle part of the training ground was empty, meaning that it did not have anything. Basically, it was an area that everyone could use to practice whatever skill and art they wanted to practice. After seeing the training ground, Alec directly went for the dummies and started practicing. Just a few minutes later, Carcel also entered the training ground, and seeing Alec working so hard, he clenched his spear and also went for the dummies. On the other hand, Lara and Mia made their way toward the long-range area. After a few seconds, many more students entered the training grounds and started practicing their specific skills. Vice Principal George stood at the edge of the training ground, overlooking the students. Turning around, he looked at the beautiful woman standing next to him and said, "What do you think about the new students?" Standing on his left side, Aliza looked around and pointed toward a few students. "There are a lot of promising students, but the ones who catch my eyes are Alec, Carcel, Lara, Mia, and Nine." The vice principal nodded, but seemingly noticing something, he frowned. Seeing the vice principal frowning, Aliza questioned, "What happened?" The vice principal scanned the whole training ground before saying, "That student is not present." Aliza looked at the training ground and thought about Kyle, as she had already heard about him from the vice principal. The one who took the S-rank skill during the entrance exam. The vice principal didn't speak and just nodded his head in reply. "He was absent today, but no need to worry. The next time he is present, I will make sure he knows what it means to skip my class." Aliza smiled before placing the name Kyle inside her blacklist. But the one thing she didn't know was that she wouldn't be able to see Kyle's face anytime soon. The vice principal looked at Aliza and sighed before leaving. "I wish that instead of Kyle, Alec was the one who got the S-rank skill. What a waste." Meanwhile, Kyle, who was not aware that Aliza placed him on her blacklist, continued to read books about bloodlines. He already saw the burning sun outside, but because it was already too late, he decided to skip class for today. After reading books the whole night, Kyle found a lot of knowledge about the monsters' bloodlines. Monsters can awaken their bloodline when they are under extreme pressure or when they become adults, but the time to reach adulthood is different for all types of monsters. All the information he found was related to monsters, that's why Kyle was not sure if it would be useful for him. Nevertheless, he still decided to continue to search for more information until he found something useful. A week later, the first floor of the library was still the same, but the one thing which looked out of place was a specific corner behind a bookshelf. It seemed a certain someone had made that corner his home. Clothes, some food, shoes, and various other necessities were placed beside a young man who was continuously flipping pages of two different books. As Kyle was busy reading, the old librarian stood on his left side staring at him with a dark face. It's been a week since Kyle entered the library, but he showed no sign of leaving, except for going to relieve himself or if he is hungry. He even ignored the librarian's presence. "This kid, doesn't he have any class? What the hell is he reading? I haven't slept for a week due to him always sitting inside the library." The librarian lightly slapped Kyle on the head before grabbing him by the collar with one hand. What?" Kyle was startled, suddenly being picked up by the librarian. He tried to free himself from the old man's grip, but the difference in strength was too great. Even after struggling with all his might, Kyle was not able to free himself, and that's why he stopped resisting and accepted his fate. The old man looked at Kyle strangely, who suddenly stopped struggling. Usually someone entering the academy would be at least F rank, but seeing Kyle so powerless, he wonders if this lad is even in F rank. The librarian tossed Kyle outside the library before speaking with a smile which was not polite at all. "Free reading time finished, kiddo. Now if you want to enter the library again, bring some points with you." Kyle looked at the librarian dumbfounded. Wasn't the first floor free to use? Why did he suddenly throw him out? Kyle stood up and dusted his clothes. He wanted to protest, but seeing the librarian smile, he knew it was better to leave quietly. He started walking toward his dorm. "It seems I can't enter the library anymore, but it's okay, I already found something useful." Yesterday, while skipping through different books, he saw a picture of a flower called Red Snow Flower that can help monsters in the bloodline awakening. But the problem was it could only be found in extremely hot places, And also he was not sure if it would work because the flower was only useful to monsters. Nevertheless, Kyle decided to leave for the mountain present behind the academy. While finding information about the red snow flower, he also read that among the 3 mountains surrounding the academy, the one behind is the hottest. And if you can climb high enough, there's a chance of finding the red snow flower. But because he can't leave the academy without permission, Kyle decided to take on a mission. After Kyle entered the dorm, he took a hot bath. Due to staying inside the library for a week, he had not taken a bath. Coming out from the shower, Kyle glanced at the bed, which was still untouched. "Sigh, I was too excited and neglected my rest. I will sleep the whole day after coming back," Kyle promised himself before leaving for the mission hall. A while later, Kyle entered the mission hall. The hall was bustling with students of different years, trying to find a suitable mission. He looked at the big mission board present at the edge of the hall, and after finding a suitable mission for himself, he went over to the side of the hall designated for new students. The hall was divided into 3 parts. The right side was for the new first-year students, the one in the middle was for the second-year students, and the one on the left was for third-year students. There were a lot of missions available to new students, including some chores from the seniors like washing their clothes or cleaning their dorm for points. After looking at all the missions available, Kyle decided to go with the easiest one which he felt he could handle, and also because the location of the mission coincided with the place he wanted to go. Kyle approached the young man sitting behind the reception before handing him the mission page. "Hello, I would like to take this mission." The young man glanced at Kyle strangely, because not many would pick up a mission like herb collecting. Nevertheless, he took the mission page Kyle tore off the board before going through some papers. He registered Kyle's name for the mission before speaking. "This mission was posted a week ago. You have 2 weeks to complete the mission and return with the item." All the missions present inside the mission hall had a time limit on them, which is why the students were required to finish the mission within the given time. "Okay." After nodding, Kyle left the mission hall, directly heading toward the exit of the academy. Soon he walked out of the academy. Kyle turned around and stared at the majestic gates. He still finds it unbelievable that he got into one of the biggest academies of the kingdom. Just a week ago, he was thinking of living his whole life depending on his family because he knew he was weak. Never in his wildest dream he would have imagined that, after entering the academy, he would find such a big secret about himself. Kyle clenched his fists now that he have a chance he won't stay as a pathetic loser anymore. He didn't hope to become the strongest. He would be happy even if his bloodline gave him S-rank talent. The one thing he hated the most was being looked down upon by others. After his mother's death, he wasn't a complete loner, he had few friends. It was only after the talent test that everyone left him, just because he had a weaker talent. He thought about his father and brothers. They were always by his side supporting and encouraging him. Even after he awakened a B-rank talent, they never stopped caring about him. Kyle was not sure if the red snow flower would work. But still, now that he has hope, he promised himself to become someone his family would be proud of. Kyle shook his head and stopped thinking. It was not the right time to think about all this. And without wasting any more time, he left, heading straight toward the back mountain. It took him 4 hours just to reach the base of the mountain, and as described in the book, a large forest that spanned over several kilometers appeared before his view. As Kyle reached the entrance of the forest, he chose to enter without even thinking twice. Some might think Kyle was being too impatient and disregarded the danger present inside the mountain, but this was not true at all. The mountains surrounding the academy indeed had monsters, but due to the students' continued hunting for the past so many years, it was very rare to see a monster inside the mountains. But if you climb high enough to reach the top of the mountain, there is a 10% chance of seeing some high-rank monsters. Still, the monsters present at the top of the mountain were living there for a long time and rarely attacked others. Not until they were disturbed. And because Kyle had no plan to disturb them, he deemed it a very safe journey. Due to it being his first time traveling on feet for so long, Kyle was exhausted, but he decided to grit his teeth for his future. The expression on his face showed he wouldn't stop until he found the red snow flower. 1 hour later, Kyle, who was determined to reach the top of the mountain without taking a break, could be seen sitting beside a small pond filled with water. His determination only lasted an hour before he decided to take a break. Humans are born to take breaks. If they didn't, then who will? Anyway, it's not like the red snow flower would run away if I took a break. Kyle thought inwardly before taking out some cooking ingredients from his storage ring and lighting up a fire. After cooking food for himself, Kyle started eating to relieve some of his fatigue. He was not someone with the best cooking skills, that's why the food tasted average. But because he had to eat it himself, he didn't really care about the taste. It was enough as long as it filled his stomach. While Kyle was eating, some students wearing the third-year uniform passed from the place he was sitting. Their clothes were tattered and they all looked injured, like they just experienced a life and death battle. One of the students, who seemed to be the leader of the group, said with anger, "Who the hell said the Phoenix was injured?" Another student walking behind him tried to explain. "Boss, the information provided was wrong, it's not our fault." The leader of the group stomped his left foot on the ground with anger. "I almost lost my life out there, I'm going to punish all those related to this matter." The group of students heading toward the exit of the mountain noticed Kyle's presence. But sensing his weak aura, which seemed even lower than some common F rank, they all looked at him with disdain and ignored him. It was common knowledge that those weaker than A rank would never have something useful on them. And because Kyle was not even wearing the academy uniform, they all thought he was some commoner roaming around inside the mountain in the hope of finding some rare herbs. Kyle looked at the group of students, and sensing the ridiculed present inside their gazes, he felt angry, but he didn't show it on his face. It was not the first time someone looked down upon him, and Kyle knew he was weak. If right now he attacked the group, forgot about winning, he would probably lose his meager life. That's why he ignored the group and returned his focus on eating. After eating, Kyle stood up and stretched his body. He was feeling a new rush of energy within himself, and with that he started his journey again. Meanwhile, first year classroom. That's it for today. After completing the lecture, Aliza stood behind the podium. Almost all the students present were focused, because Aliza's lecture had helped them a lot in their training. Sensing how serious everyone was, Aliza nodded with satisfaction and said, "Before you go, let me remind you again, participating in the upcoming competition is necessary, because your ranking will be decided based on the results. Every year, the Academy will hold a competition among the students of different years to decide their ranking. Also, in this way, the Academy promotes competition among the students, so they can continue to work hard and try to become stronger to achieve higher rankings in the next exams." Suddenly remembering something, Aliza frowned. "That student, Kyle Ohan. He is not present today either. I don't know what he is doing, but if any of you know where he is, just remind him that he also needs to participate in the competition or else he will fail the midterms." Afterward, she left the classroom. She still finds it hard to believe that a new student was continuously skipping classes doing God knows what. It was fine if he skipped class, but he was not even coming to the training grounds for training, which made Aliza even more furious. After Aliza left the class, some students talked about Kyle, but because no one was close to him, they all left to do their work. Nine, who was sitting at the front, remembered seeing Kyle entering the dorm next to him. That's why, as a neighbor, he decided to inform him about the upcoming competition. On the other hand, as Kyle climbed higher, he felt the surrounding temperature increase with every passing second. His clothes were already drenched in sweat. Climbing for almost half a day, he finally managed to find the herb needed for the mission. It was a beautiful purple grass used to make mana recovery potions. He immediately started collecting the grass and placed it inside the storage ring. Still, even after climbing so far, the red snow flower was nowhere in sight, but he was not discouraged. "It's hard." The burning sun was nowhere to be seen, and the surrounding was dark. Kyle sighed and stared at the beautiful moon present above the sky. He clenched his fist and squinted his eyes to look at the peak, which was visible in the middle of the night due to the moonlight. The mountain terrain was harsher than he expected, because setting the high temperature aside, it was getting harder the higher he climbed. A whole day has already passed since he started climbing the mountain, and during that time he also stopped a couple of times to rest. He decided to do one last struggle and climbed his way toward the peak a little more. He was sure he would find the red snow flower if he climbed a little higher. And with renewed vigor, Kyle started to climb again. His vision was reduced because of the dark surrounding, that's why he used some mana stones to illuminate his path. Smelling the sharp yet hot smell coming from the top of the mountain, he felt like his body was melting. For Kyle, coming this far was already a miracle considering he was only at F rank. As the nights progressed, instead of the usual cold winds, the atmosphere was hot, further adding to the difficulty of the climb. Not to mention that Kyle's whole body was aching like crazy. After making so much effort and finding nothing, Kyle was a little disappointed. As he was going to give up and return, he saw a small white flower present at the opposite end. Seeing the flower, Kyle paused for a moment and rubbed his eyes. He shouted with excitement before running toward the glowing flower, which was visible even in the dark. It's the red snow flower. The red snow flower was emitting cold energy in the middle of such a hot place. Kyle excitedly approached the flower and immediately picked it up. He wanted to search for more, but when he turned around, he saw he was standing in front of a cave. The cave was carefully hidden under rocks, that's why he hadn't noticed it before. Kyle looked at the cave, which was completely dark, but at the far end of the cave, a couple of white glowing flowers could be seen. He knew he was already almost at the top of the mountain, which meant the cave in front of him might very well be home to some high-rank monsters. He had no plans to enter the cave, but then he saw the small white flower in his hands. According to the book I read in the library, one flower is enough to awaken a bloodline, but in some cases, more than one is needed. He wanted to go inside, but thinking about the possibility of a monster suddenly pouncing at him, he was hesitant. It's not because he was scared, it's because he knew he was not some kind of genius who would emerge victorious even after fighting someone higher ranked than himself. Nor was he some kind of protagonist inside a story who will fight a life-and-death battle only to win in the end. That's why risking his life was out of the question. Instead of going inside and taking the risk, I should eat this flower first. If it works, then good. If not, then I can go inside quietly to grab the other flowers. Kyle threw the flower inside his mouth before sitting cross-legged. According to the information he read, after he ate the flower he would feel extreme pain inside his body. Kyle waited for something to happen inside his body as described in the book. But no matter how much he waited, he didn't feel pain nor any change within his body. After waiting for almost half an hour, he took a deep breath and nervously looked at his stats from the corner of his eyes. Stats. Name Kyle. Bloodline Celestial locked. Rank F. Strength G. Mana F. Agility G. Talent B. Rank suppressed. Luck A. Skills. Fireball F rank. User can use mana to create a small fireball. The more mana used, the bigger the size of the fireball. Ice Dragon inherited skill, Ice Domain S rank. User can call upon a domain in a specific area, locking and freezing the area. Inside the domain, all stats will increase by a subrank. Water type and ice type attacks would be ineffective against the user. Enemies will have all their stats reduced by a subrank. To use this skill, at least C rank mana is required. But as he feared, nothing changed, all his stats were the same as before. His clothes, drenched in sweat, were making him uncomfortable, but he stood up and squinted his eyes to look inside the cave. What am I doing? I can't see anyone inside. Maybe it's just an empty cave. Honestly, he wished it to be just an empty cave. If there was a monster inside instead of eating the flowers, why did he just leave them for display? After looking around for some more time, Kyle decided to enter the cave. He took out some mana stones to brighten his path and slowly approached the glowing flower present at the other end of the cave. From the outside, it looked like some ordinary cave, but when Kyle entered, he saw it was very deep and was designed with a lot of multicolored stones. Other than the glowing red snow flower present at the opposite end, there were a lot of precious herbs scattered around at the ground. Kyle was tempted to pick them up, but he decided against it, after seeing some blood stains present on some broken rocks. The condition of the cave indicated that a battle took place here not long ago. His heart was beating so fast that he was able to hear it clearly, but rather than getting scared, he was somewhat excited. While approaching the flowers, Kyle made sure to make a minimum noise. But as Kyle approached the flowers, he heard an almost inaudible voice coming from his left side. He was sure that voice didn't belong to his fast-beating heart. After gathering all his courage, he barely turned his head to see where the voice was coming from. Lay, vo nix. Lay, vo nix. Kyle mumbled under his breath, looking at the red phoenix lying not so far from him. The phoenix's eyes were closed and its breath was uneven. Kyle was frozen, he didn't even dare to breathe. While he was standing still, the phoenix suddenly opened his pitch-black eyes and looked at Kyle before closing them again. Kyle looked at the phoenix dumbfounded. Is it not going to attack me? He remembered hearing about phoenixes before, but now seeing such a big phoenix, he was sure that it was at least S rank. But suddenly he noticed that one of the phoenix wings was not present. It's injured. With sweaty palms and rough breathing, Kyle neared the distance between himself and the phoenix. The more he closed the distance, the hotter he felt, because the phoenix body was emitting heat. After closing a considerable amount of distance, he took a deep breath to calm his nerves and threw a few mana stones toward the phoenix, which brightened the hidden corner of the cave. It's really injured. He saw the phoenix lying inside a pool of blood. And looking at its condition, it seemed it was going to die soon. Suddenly Kyle recalled the group of students he had seen earlier. They were talking about fighting with a phoenix. And it seemed they were the ones who gravely injured the phoenix. At that time, Kyle didn't focus on their conversation, but now looking at the scene himself, he was not sure if it was fortunate for him to discover the injured phoenix. Seeing a phoenix was rare. If he sold the phoenix's body, it would yield a hefty amount in return. Maybe if he dug out the core, there was a chance he would be able to find a skill. And how the phoenix didn't attack even after seeing Kyle trespassing his territory, it seemed to be at the death door. Kyle was sure right now even an unawakened person would be easily able to kill it. But for some reason, Kyle felt it was a pity to kill such a beautiful creature. He knew phoenixes were also considered a kind of monster, but when the phoenix opened his eyes and looked at him, Kyle felt the sadness present inside those glowing eyes. Those eyes belonged to someone who already accepted their fate. He felt conflicted if he should kill the phoenix or not. It would definitely be worth a lot if he killed it, but after thinking for a while, Kyle decided against it. He didn't want to feel guilty for something so insignificant. Kyle didn't have a lot of money, but he didn't want to earn money this way. He sighed and returned his focus to the flowers. He was here for the flowers, not to kill. After seeing the cave owner injured, Kyle was not hesitant anymore and directly made his way toward the red snow flowers. His feet brushed past the precious herbs scattered around on the ground, but he didn't care, and after reaching red snow flowers, he bent down and grabbed the flowers. Human, why didn't you kill me? Vlinge. Kyle flinched, suddenly hearing a monotonic voice inside his head. He turned around only to see a pair of glowing eyes staring directly at him. The phoenix was staring at him, but there was not even an ounce of fear in Kyle's eyes. He was a bit taken back, suddenly hearing a voice inside his head, but more than being scared, he got curious and looked at the phoenix with wide eyes. Are you the one talking to me? Seeing Kyle's nonchalant attitude, the phoenix was surprised. He knew he was injured, but still, he was someone superior, and under his gaze, a normal human should naturally feel fear. You are a rather strange human. Kyle looked at the phoenix with disbelief. You are really talking inside my head, how is it possible? Today was the first time he saw a phoenix and it was talking to him. He wasn't sure if anyone would believe him if he told them he talked to a phoenix. The phoenix looked at Kyle, but then he suddenly closed his eyes. It seemed it was getting difficult for him. It's possible there are some creatures who gain intelligence after attaining enlightenment. And it was easy making a connection with you, considering you are so weak even after having a bloodline superior to me. Before, Kyle was looking at the phoenix with astonishment, but then it turned into respect when he heard the word enlightenment. Because even humans would spend their whole lives seeking enlightenment. He got another shock when he heard the phoenix talking about bloodline. Bloodline? Do you know about my bloodline? How? Now Kyle was getting anxious because even after spending a week inside the library, he didn't get any useful information regarding the celestial bloodline. I already sensed it when you were fidgeting outside my cave, and seeing how you went for the red snow flower instead of picking any other herb, it seems you are already aware of it. And I don't know about your bloodline, but because it's affecting me, it's probably superior to mine. And I think those red snow flowers won't work on you. Why? Kyle looked at the bunch of flowers clustered together inside his hand. He was sure after so much hard work he would gain something in return, but thinking about how it won't work, he was dispirited. Why won't it work? Kyle exclaimed in a loud voice before he clenched his fist. Hearing Kyle's impatient voice, the phoenix tried to move his head a little. It's because your bloodline is too powerful, and creatures like me usually awaken their bloodline after reaching adulthood. I am not sure about humans, but I think you will awaken your bloodline when your body is fully mature. After hearing the phoenix's words, Kyle calmed down a little, because there was still a way for him to awaken the bloodline. He was not sure when his body would fully mature, but there was something he wanted to ask for a while now. Why are you telling me all this? It's because I don't have much time left. I don't trust humans because they are greedy. But I think you are different, that's why I want to ask for a favor. The phoenix suddenly lifted his only injured wing and showed an egg to Kyle. Oh, it's my child. I thought it would die with me today, but if there's any hope, I don't want to let it go. Kyle was shocked once again, seeing a phoenix was already a rare sight, but now he was seeing a phoenix egg. But suddenly he became serious. What if I didn't care for it? What if I sold it to someone? Why are you trusting me? There are so many kind humans out there. Human, if I am wrong in trusting you, I can only blame myself for it. The phoenix slowly pushed the egg toward Kyle with his injured wing. Put a drop of your blood on it to make a connection with it. Kyle was hesitant, but after considering it for a while, he looked at the phoenix before releasing a big sigh. He did hear about some humans making mutual connections with monsters, where both parties rely on each other and help each other. But he never thought there would be a day he would get a chance like this. And on top of that, he was sure after the egg hatched it would have the potential to reach S rank. Kyle walked towards the egg and pricked his finger to put a drop of blood on it. The moment his blood touched the egg, it shook slightly and a small red fire mark emerged on the back of his hand. After looking at the fire mark, he picked up the egg. It was small, not even fitting his fist. Through the mark, he was able to sense a small connection with the egg. He tried to place it inside the storage ring, but he was not able to, because living things can't be placed inside storage rings. After trying for a while, he took out a small bag and put the egg inside before tying the bag to his waist. The phoenix, sensing that Kyle picked up the egg, showed a relieved expression. Thank you. This is a little something I want to give you as a gift. A small drop of blood appeared in front of the phoenix before floating toward Kyle. What's this? Kyle looked at the drop of blood floating in front of him. It was not exactly blood because it was glowing. He didn't know why the phoenix called it a gift, but if it's a gift, it's probably useful. My blood essence, it won't help you much, but it will reduce the suppressing effect of your bloodline. After saying some final words, the phoenix closed his eyes. Red flames emerged out of thin air before burning his whole body. Kyle was startled suddenly seeing flames engulfing the phoenix. He wanted to help, but before he could, the floating drop of blood entered his forehead. The moment it happened, Kyle felt stinging pain inside his head. The last thing he remembered was seeing the burning red flames before he lost consciousness. What? Kyle tried to move his body only to feel pain in almost all parts of his body. He looked around and found himself lying in the same place he was standing last night. Kyle questioned himself with uncertainty. Was it a dream? How can so much happen in a single night? But after seeing the egg tied on the waist, he knew it was not a dream. The phoenix was nowhere to be seen, not even a trace of his body. And strangely, for some reason, Kyle was not feeling hot anymore. After standing up, he walked out of the cave only to see the sun burning brightly in the sky. It's already morning. Why is my body hurting so much? He started stretching his body to lower the pain. While stretching, he felt his muscles were stronger than before. Suddenly remembering the last words the phoenix said, Kyle mumbled with disbelief. No way. Thinking about the possibility, his heart started beating excitedly, and he nervously looked at the stats from the corner of his eyes. Stats. Name Kyle. Bloodline Celestial locked. Rank F+. Strength F. Mana F+. Agility F. Talent SS rank suppressed. Luck A. Skills. Fireball F rank. User can use mana to create a small fireball. The more mana used, the bigger the size of the fireball. Ice Dragon inherited skill, Ice Domain S rank. User can call upon a domain in a specific area, locking and freezing the area. Inside the domain, all stats will increase by a subrank. Water type and ice type attacks would be ineffective against the user. Enemies will have all their stats reduced by a subrank. To use this skill, at least C rank mana is required. Fire Phoenix inherited skill, Fire Resistance B rank passive. Provides resistance against weak fire-type attacks, and because of the inherited effect, the user will be less affected by the surrounding temperature. Kyle thought he was dreaming before he shouted with excitement. My rank jumped. Not just one but 2 sub-ranks. He looked at his talent and was once again struck with shock. SS rank. No way, and it's still suppressed. He was already happy with SS rank talent, but seeing how it was still showing suppressed, he was not sure what his rank would be after he awakened the bloodline. Also, he saw the skill he got from the Phoenix, which maximized his happiness. Kyle jumped with excitement. He wanted to shout and tell everyone, but he calmed his raging heart. He still had a long way to go before he truly became someone strong. Kyle was currently humming happily as he roasted a leg of a rabbit. He brought various ingredients with him when he left the academy to ensure he was always prepared. After some time, a sweet fragrance drifted into the air. The color of the meat had already turned into reddish-brown. Kyle bit a piece of the meat and tasted it. He looked at the sky, still humming. What a great taste! After finishing the meat, he patted his stomach before heading toward the pond not so far from him. He marked this location before climbing the mountain because it was a good spot for rest. Kyle removed his clothes before diving into the pond. What a great life! Yeah. Next day, Kyle could be seen coming out of the mountain. This trip was a fruitful journey all around and worth all his efforts. He smiled to himself as he headed toward the academy gates. I am finally back. Kyle looked at the majestic gate in front of him with awe. As he entered the academy, he felt like it had been years since he left, but in reality, he just left yesterday. He first went toward the mission hall to submit his mission. When he got there, the person who handed him the mission looked at him with disdain, because bringing back some herbs from the back mountain was the easiest task, and yet it took Kyle 2 whole days just to collect some herbs. Kyle, who would usually get angry when others looked down at him, literally ignored the receptionist because he was in a good mood. He submitted the mission and collected the reward before heading towards the dorm to rest. After experiencing so much just in a few days, he was tired. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to just lie down on his bed and sleep for the whole day. But before he could enter the dorm and rest, someone called his name from behind. Kyle, right? Kyle turned around with a frown to see who was stopping him from meeting his bed. Yes, it's me. 9 stretched out his right hand with a smile. It's nice meeting you, I am 9. Kyle looked at the handsome brown-haired boy standing opposite to him. He was sure he had seen him somewhere before, but because he didn't remember, he brushed the matter aside. Kyle politely shook 9's hand with a smile. As you already know, my name is Kyle. It's nice meeting you too. 9 assessed Kyle, and Kyle was also doing the same. He is at +F rank. 9 was shocked sensing the aura around Kyle. He was sure except for the 4 monsters in the class, no one else had reached +F rank. Kyle, sensing 9's shocked gaze, hurriedly tried to hide his aura. And for a few seconds there was an awkward silence. So why did you call for me? With a smile, Kyle broke the silence. Since he wanted to hurry up and rest, he might as well get it over with as soon as possible. Sorry, I wanted to tell you about the competition held to decide the students' ranking in class. Miss Aliza said to inform you because you were absent during the last whole week. I did come yesterday to inform you, but you were not present. 9 hurriedly explained everything before offering to go together. It's almost time for the competition and we are getting late. If you don't mind, how about coming with me? He didn't expect Kyle to be someone strong. Even 9 himself was only F rank. He thought it would be good to make friends with someone strong. Kyle sighed with frustration. He wanted to skip, but he knew he couldn't because according to the rules, participating in every kind of competition was compulsory for all the students. With no choice, Kyle nodded his head and started walking with 9. Where are you from? While walking, 9 started conversing with Kyle. I'm from Nyan City. 9 thought for a while before replying. Oh, I have never heard about this place. Kyle looked at him with a smile. It's not a famous place, so it's normal if you don't know about it. Both of them continued talking as they walked closer to the classroom. While walking, Kyle looked at the huge academy and was once again fascinated by how big it was. The academy was well equipped with almost everything because it was the place where the future powerful individual of humanity would be nurtured. Different training grounds, high-end food, and knowledge about almost everything, swimming pools, highly secured research rooms, almost all you wanted were present inside the academy. The students were allowed to go almost everywhere except for the forbidden area, the place where only high-ranking individuals can enter. The reason why it was considered a forbidden area was that it was the place where the academy treasury was, and where high-grade skills and arts were stored. As both Kyle and Nine entered the classroom and sat in the front row, not many noticed them. Kyle looked at the classroom curiously because today was officially his first day. While looking around, he also noticed Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Mia sitting at the other end of the classroom. The four of them sitting together was a sight to behold because all of them were beautiful and powerful. A lot of students were trying to strike up a conversation with them, but they ignored all of them and were busy talking among themselves. Kyle looked at them for a while before talking to Nine again about the recent classes he missed. As he was busy talking, someone entered the classroom. Wearing a beautiful outfit, Professor Aliza came into the room, gathering the attention of everyone. "All right, everyone, please keep quiet." She walked and stood behind the podium. With tidy black hair and a sharp look, Professor Aliza had a smile on her face as she slowly picked up the attendance sheet. Looking at the calm, gentle, and beautiful Professor, Kyle thought that she was the nicest person on earth. But unlike every other male student who was blushing while staring at Aliza, he didn't look at her for longer than a few seconds. It's not that he found her ugly, it's just he thought it would be inappropriate to stare at the professor for too long. Looking through the attendance sheet, Aliza quickly started calling out names. "Lily, present. Alec, present. Mia, present." Yeah. Suddenly pausing at a certain name, Aliza said in a loud voice, "Kyle Ohan." Hearing his name being called, Kyle raised his hand and said, "Present." Aliza looked at Kyle with cold eyes. Her previous smile was nowhere to be seen. "Oh, so you finally decided to show your face," she said sarcastically while looking at Kyle with a deadly stare. Kyle felt a chill run down his spine. He swore she looked like an angel just a second ago, but now he felt he was seeing a demon disguised as an angel. "I apologize, because it was my first time traveling so far. I got motion sickness after coming to the academy. That's why I was unable to attend the class." Kyle lied with a serious face. But cold sweat could be seen dripping down from the side of his face. Aliza frowned. She knew he was lying because yesterday she checked his location, only to find he camped inside the library for a week to read some useless books on monsters. Afterward, he took a useless mission like herb collecting and left the academy. After glaring at Kyle for a while, she continued with the attendance. But inwardly she marked Kyle for a punishment he will soon experience. Kyle's eyelid twitched, indicating a bad premonition. But he was thick-skinned as he ignored the stares coming from the whole class. Aliza closed the attendance sheet before looking at the students. "That's it, now everyone can leave and go to the training ground because the ranking assessment will be held there." All the students stood up and left the classroom. Meanwhile, Aliza looked at Kyle back with a serious expression and mumbled under her breath, "Plus F rank. Didn't the vice principal say just a week ago that he is only F rank? How did he increase his rank when all he did was to read some books?" After thinking for a while, she thought maybe the vice principal made a mistake. But how can the vice principal, who is an SS rank individual, make a mistake? Thinking about all this, she decided to keep an eye on Kyle during the competition. In the training ground of the academy, standing in a single line, all the first-year students nervously stared at the professor before them. Professor Liam, wearing a navy blue outfit, stood tall in front of the students. The few wrinkles present on his forehead indicated that he was in his late 30s. As the professor spoke in a loud voice, all the students felt the thick wave of mana present in the air. Though it wasn't overbearing, it still caused every student present to feel some pressure. "All right, everyone, please pay close attention to what I'm saying because I will not repeat myself. For the ranking assessment, all of you will be teleported inside a dungeon. The dungeon is called Goblin Cave. It's an F-rank dungeon created by the principal to nurture young talents like you all." Pausing for a while and staring at the students standing before him, the professor continued. "For your ranking assessment, all you have to do is kill as many monsters as possible within the given time limit. For every monster you kill, you will be given an additional point on it. The higher the points you gain, the higher your rank will be. There are some hidden tasks inside the dungeon which can give you additional points, but it depends on your luck to find them. After the given time is finished, you all will be automatically teleported out." Pausing once again to make sure the students digested all the information, the professor continued. "There will be some professors hidden inside the dungeon. This is because if there's any unforeseen accident inside the dungeon, they can quickly come to your aid. This is a safety precaution that the Academy has done to make sure none of you die. However, if the professors are forced to help you, you will be disqualified, giving you directly the last rank in the class. And I believe no one would like that. That's why I hope everyone will put effort into getting a high ranking. The students shivered at the thought of getting the last rank in the class. Because no one wanted to be the last. Seeing the students' serious expression, the professor nodded with satisfaction. All right, you all will stay inside the dungeon for 2 days before teleporting out. However, because you will be sent to the same dungeon at the same time, you are allowed to cooperate. Pausing slightly, the professor's voice turned serious. And if you can cooperate, that also means you can also steal each other kills. After all, the person who gains the most points will gain the highest ranking. That's why not only from the monsters, but you also have to watch out for the person next to you. After completing his statement, the professor smirked while looking at the students who were now wary of each other. Because after hearing the professor, almost everyone vigilantly stepped away from the person near them. There were also some students who showed worried expressions after knowing they had to stay in the dungeon for 2 days, because no one was prepared for this. Everyone thought they would have a one-on-one battle for the ranking assessment. Enough now. Be prepared. I am teleporting you all inside the dungeon. Finished with what he wanted to say, Professor Liam lifted his right hand, and the ground beneath the students shook slightly before teleporting them all inside the dungeon. Yeah. Kyle felt the world around him twist and change, but because he had gone through this sensation a few times before, he easily adjusted to it. Also, unlike last time, he didn't throw up. Looking around, he found himself inside a dark and damp cave that spanned almost hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Many other students were appearing one after another at the place he was standing. But the moment they appeared, they all scattered around in search of monsters, because everyone was eager to earn as many points as possible. As cold air brushed against his skin, Kyle also sprinted forward excitedly. He knew because of those 4 monsters he won't be able to get the top ranks, but still, he inwardly decided to get a high ranking in class. Just after a few minutes of running, like tsunami green creatures of short stature with long hooked noses, bat-like ears, and hideous smiles appeared from every corner of the cave. Zwoosh! Zwoosh! What's that? Goblins! Kakikak! Kakaki! The goblins' loud laughter resounded in the cave, sending shivers running down everyone's spine. Surprised by the unexpected situation, the students at the front stopped running and huddled up together before attacking the goblins. With their backs against each other, all the students raised their specific weapons and attacked the nearest goblin. Glank! 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 Attack! Kill the goblins! A lot of groups were formed because of the large number of goblins. But amidst all the group, a single group was killing the most goblins. In the front of the group, Alec stood with his sword unsheathed. He killed whenever a goblin appeared in his sight using an elegant sword style. Slash, Slash, sword strike, swirling vortex. As he used one of his powerful sword styles, a big vortex appeared at the tip of his sword, killing more than 5 goblins in a single attack. Seeing Alec going all out, Carcel also didn't hold back and used one of his powerful attacks. Spear strike, rain of 1,000 spears. Like a bolt of lightning, he thrust his spear forward, and more than thousands of mirages appeared behind his spear, killing almost every goblin near him. Lara and Mia both were standing behind them, sending arrows and casting powerful attacks on the goblins. When the students saw their teamwork and the number of goblins they were killing, they were awestruck with shock. But this increased their determination to do better. Goblins were considered the most common of monsters, but with their excellent sense of smell, hearing, and tendency to hunt in groups, they were still dangerous creatures. On the other hand, Kyle met up with 9 while running. Both of them formed a group and were fighting at the opposite end of the cave. But when Kyle saw Alec and Carcel fighting style, there was only one this on his mind. I need a sword art. He indeed had a sword, but he never learned proper fighting art. That's why Kyle decided to get a perfect sword art for himself after the ranking assessment. Nevertheless, because his rank was already +F, the F-rank goblins were nothing in front of him. He randomly slashed his sword without any pattern on the defenseless goblins, while sending huge fireballs in between. His mana was already +F, so he was now able to form more than 10 fireballs before exhausting his mana. If somehow any goblins still passed his defense line, he would punch and kick them without mercy, sending them flying. Nine, who was fighting alongside Kyle, was having a little difficulty, but when he saw Kyle's wild fighting style, he was once again shocked. Because even though Kyle was throwing fireballs here and there without a specific target, but for some reason his attack would always land on a goblin. He wasn't sure if Kyle was pretending to be inexperienced or if it was dumb luck. After an hour, the sea of goblins that was before the students was no longer visible. Currently, everyone was sitting on the hard ground, panting heavily. Because after fighting for so long they were exhausted. Meanwhile, Alec, who was sitting beside Carcel, looked at the new notification he got from the system. Mission XX. Help the Celestial to reduce the bloodline suppression effect. Veiled. Penalty. None. Reward. None. New mission degrees. Mission XX. Explore the Goblin Cave while finding and killing the Goblin Leader. Rewards. 1 times subrank increase. 1 times D-rank skill. Failing penalty. None. Time remaining 2 days. Alex sighed looking at the notification, telling him about the failure of the mission. The reward was tempting, but there was no way he would be able to find someone without knowing who it was. Humans don't have bloodlines. Was the system telling me to find a monster who has celestial bloodline? No way. The name Celestial sounds quite powerful, and considering the system wants to stop the world from destruction, it won't help a powerful monster. Sometimes Alec just wished the system would give detailed information about the missions. But he didn't dare to complain after gaining so much from the system. On the other hand, he was happy about finally gaining a new mission after so long. Finding and killing the Goblin Leader won't be hard for him, as he is already inside the Goblin Cave. Lara, seeing Alec being too engrossed in his thoughts, said, "What happened?" Alec stood up and patted his clothes. "Nothing. I am done resting. How about we go further inside the cave?" Mia nodded, agreeing to Alec's suggestion. Lara also agreed with a big sigh before following Alec and Carcel. The 4 of them started walking, heading deeper into the cave. And seeing them leaving, all the students, despite being tired, stood up and quietly followed behind them. Meanwhile, with the most pleasant smile one could muster, Kyle was walking behind the students. After killing so many goblins, he was feeling refreshed. Looking at the students at the front, Kyle said to Nine, who was walking beside him, "Honestly, the goblins were too ugly, but it was fun." Nine, who was slowly walking alongside Kyle, replied in a daze, "All right." During the goblins' attack, both Kyle and Nine were fighting further away from the students. That's why others didn't notice Kyle's rampage. But Nine saw everything. He saw how Kyle fought with the goblins. No, he won't call it a fight. It was literally a bloody massacre where Kyle used his fists and kicks to punch the goblins to their death. Seeing the goblins' swollen and pitiful faces, Nine accidentally imagined himself being on the receiving end. "I swear to myself I will never get on Kyle's bad side." After promising himself to not get on Kyle's bad side, he started cleaning the green goblin blood from his sword. As everyone moved deeper into the cave without looking back, they heard a loud sound of metal clicking with each other. Glig, glank. Alec, who was in the front, moved forward to see the origin of the sound, only to find 5 different tunnels up ahead. Among the 5 tunnels, the one in the middle was guarded by an E-rank goblin warrior, holding an axe in one hand and a shield in another. Because there were 5 different paths to choose from, all the students started discussing which tunnel to enter. But mostly students decided to enter the one guarded by the goblin warrior, because if it is guarded by an E-rank goblin, then it's probably the right path. After discussing with the others, Alec's team also decided to enter the middle tunnel. All 4 of them moved forward, engaging in a battle with the E-rank goblin warrior. On the other hand, Kyle narrowed his eyes to see the situation. But when he saw that almost everyone was heading toward the middle path guarded by the goblin warrior, he frowned. He gestured for Nine to just enter the left tunnel, which was not guided by any guardian. Nine also wanted to enter the middle tunnel, but because Kyle said to enter the other one, he asked with confusion, "Why are we heading this way when everyone is going to fight the goblin warrior?" Kyle looked at Nine with a carefree smile. "It's because the tunnels are too narrow from the inside. If we enter the same tunnel as others, we won't be able to kill many goblins. First, it will be too crowded. And second, the people in front will get the most points due to them killing the most goblins." Hearing Kyle's explanation, Nine nodded his head with understanding. Both of them walked further inside the tunnel, and just like Kyle expected, the road started to become narrow. A couple of F-rank goblins soon appeared before them, obstructing their path. And because Kyle and Nine both were already holding their swords before entering the tunnel, they immediately attacked the goblins without any mercy. Glig, glank, glig, thud, thud. Soon after, many green heads fell on the ground, indicating the end of the battle. For the next few hours, they either walked or hunted down goblins that tried to ambush them as they moved forward. After hunting goblins for a few more hours, both Nine and Kyle were tired. That's why they decided to rest. Kyle took out a clean pair of clothes from the storage ring before throwing away the clothes he was wearing, because they were damp with green goblin blood. After changing his clothes, he took out a big piece of cloth from the storage ring and started setting it up in a corner. The piece was big enough to hold at most 2-3 people. As Kyle was done setting up the sleeping place, he looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Afterward, he took out some packaged food from his storage ring to eat. All this was possible because, before the ranking assessment, Kyle went to the back mountain to search for the red snow flower. That's why he already had some food and other things stored inside the storage ring, which was enough for him to last a week inside the goblin cave without any worry. On the other hand, Nine, who was sitting not so far from Kyle, looked at him dumbfounded while complaining inwardly. What the hell, why does it look like he is here for a picnic? And when did he have the time to prepare all this? Finding food and water was one of the biggest difficulties of this test. However, here Kyle was eating packed food without any care. When Kyle saw Nine staring at him with a strange expression, he was embarrassed because he forgot to share. After realizing this, Kyle called Nine to eat and sleep together. As Nine ate the food offered by Kyle, he almost felt sorry for the other students that must have been starving right now. Unlike Kyle and Nine, who slept peacefully, the other students who entered the middle tunnel were not having an easy time at all. They have been trying to find a water source immediately after they enter the tunnel. But considering they were inside a cave, it was almost impossible for them to find any water source. I can't go on, I need a clean place to sleep. We have no food and water, and the only thing we are seeing is these creepy-looking goblins. I am tired of fighting all day. A few students indeed had something to eat on them, but because the number of students was too high, they didn't dare to bring it out from their storage rings. In the end, they all give up on finding food and started walking in the middle of the dark tunnel in search of a suitable place to sleep. But the further they advanced, the more the goblins appeared, making it almost impossible for them to rest. Among the students, the one who was having the most difficulty was Carcel. Because he was a prince, for the first time in his life he had to cope with such a dirty environment. But still, he didn't show his discomfort to not become a burden to his teammates. Also, he knew sooner or later he would have to cope with similar situations. Yeah. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon at the training ground, there were multiple big projections lit up in the sky, showing the performance of many students inside the dungeon. Including Professor Liam and Professor Aliza, more than 7 professors were gathered at the center of the training ground, looking at how the students were performing inside the dungeon. Among the students, the most noticeable ones were obviously Alec and Carcel, because they were showing great potential to survive in a harsh environment and perfect teamwork. There were also other students who caught the professor's attention, like Nine or Kyle, because both of them were enjoying the goblin cave instead of struggling. Some professors looked at them and joked about how lucky they were to coincidentally store water and food before the ranking assessment. On the other hand, Professor Aliza, who had been keeping an eye on Kyle from the start of the ranking assessment, frowned, because even though Kyle was showing good enough performance, still, compared to someone like Alec, he wouldn't even be considered average. Kyle is not skilled with a sword, nor does he have any decent magic attacks, except for Fireball. In the real battle, one needs skills and experience, which I can see he lacks completely. She shook her head with disappointment. Aliza knew Kyle's talent was only B rank, still she thought if he could advance to plus F rank in just a week, maybe he was trying to compensate for his lack of talent through hard work. But after seeing his useless way of using a sword and attacking without any specific plan or pattern, she was sure he wouldn't be able to achieve anything in the future. As she thought about all this, she sighed. It seems after seeing talents like Alec and Carcel, she was starting to compare everyone with them, forgetting not everyone was born with such over-the-top talent. In the end, it's only been a week since Kyle joined the academy, and he can work on what he lacks in the future. Afterward, she stopped looking at the projection showing Kyle and turned to look at other students' performance. On the second day, Kyle and Nine, after having a good night's sleep, started hunting goblins again. But the number of monsters started to decrease the further they moved in the tunnel. After a few more hours of walking, they finally saw some light in the distance. "Is it the exit?" Kyle exclaimed before increasing his speed and heading straight toward the light. Seeing Kyle speeding up, Nine, who was beside him, also increased his speed until they finally reached the source of light. Nine looked at the sight before him with narrowed eyes and said, "What is this place?" In front of them was a large open area filled with stones of different sizes. On their left were 4 more tunnels the same as they come from. At the far end of the open space, there was a huge cave where the light was coming from. A goblin warrior emitting the aura of E rank was standing guard in front of the cave. That goblin warrior looked just like the one they saw before entering the tunnel, only smaller in stature. Holding an axe in one hand and a big shield in the other, the goblin was continuously moving left and right, making it impossible for anyone to enter inside without getting spotted. After taking a good look at the goblin warrior, Nine mumbled under his breath, "I wonder if we can kill it." He was only F rank. On the other hand, the goblin was emitting an aura of E rank. Even though the only difference between them was 2 subranks, but the monsters were more powerful than humans. To defeat a monster of the same rank, one needs to be a subrank higher than the monster. As Nine was still thinking about how to kill the goblin warrior, Kyle said seriously, "Let's not waste time, we can defeat it if we attack together." Nine nodded, and both of them slowly started closing the distance between the goblin warrior from opposite directions. The first one to attack was Nine. He swung his sword at the goblin warrior from behind, trying to catch it off guard. But the goblin warrior sensed the attack and blocked it using the axe. But before the goblin warrior could deflect Nine's attack, Kyle threw a huge fireball on its head, making it cry in pain. The fireball did injure the goblin warrior, but the injuries were minor, not affecting the goblin warrior. Taking advantage of the momentum, when the goblin warrior was distracted due to Kyle's attack, Nine shifted his body a little and attacked the goblin with his strongest sword attack. Impending Rain. As Nine slashed his sword vertically, a huge gash appeared on the goblin's shoulder, and before the goblin could cry in pain, Kyle thrust his sword at the goblin, aiming straight for the heart. Kyle directly pierced the goblin's heart, and its huge body lifelessly collapsed on the hard stones, making a loud sound. Thud. Both Kyle and Nine looked at each other, smiling while panting heavily. Afterward, they checked the goblin body in the hope of finding any skill core, but they didn't even find a core. Kyle sighed and shook his head with disappointment before gesturing for Nine to enter inside. "Let's check inside." Both of them slowly made their way inside the huge cave. They were hoping to find something special, but the only thing that awaited their arrival was a small goblin. The goblin was holding a pixel while talking to himself in a strange language. Kyle narrowed his eyes and looked at the goblin, whose size was even smaller than his leg. He moved toward the small goblin, who was busy talking to himself. The heck was the goblin warrior protecting his child? Nine also sighed and followed behind Kyle. The goblin warrior was emitting the aura of F rank, the lowest they have fought up until now. And before the small goblin knew that some trespassers had entered his territory, his head was cleanly cut off by Kyle. Kyle looked at the lifeless body of the goblin, and even though he expected nothing from it, he still cut the body with his sword to look for a core. As he was looking inside the body of the goblin with disinterest, a small shining orb appeared at the place where the goblin's heart was. And the orb didn't disappear even after coming in contact with the atmosphere. Nine looked at the shining orb with disbelief. No way. Finding a skill core was very hard. Only after killing 1,000 monsters can one have a chance of finding a single skill core. Even Kyle showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect this small goblin he killed with the flick of his finger to have a core. And on top of that, it was a core containing a skill. Both of them looked at the shining small core, which was the size of a finger. Now the question was, who would learn the skill? Kyle looked at the core and then at the goblin. His thoughts were, "It's a goblin core, what skill can a small goblin which was not even F rank have?" He was sure that the skill would be something useless, that's why he didn't want to learn it. Kyle threw the core toward Nine. Nine caught the core and looked at Kyle with shock. A skill core was very precious and Kyle was just giving it to him. "Use it." I don't think it will be any special, considering it belongs to this little fella. 9, hearing Kyle's words, didn't hesitate anymore and absorbed the core. The moment he did so, a large amount of knowledge about the skill entered inside his head. Kyle looked at 9 and questioned, "What skill was it?" 9 smiled. "Dark vision." He changed his black eyes into green, showing Kyle the skill. Dark vision wasn't a high-rank skill, but it was quite useful during night battles. Kyle cursed and kicked the dead body of the goblin. Damn it! Who would have thought this small F-rank goblin had dark vision? If he knew the skill would be useful, he would have used it himself. Seeing Kyle's regretful gaze, 9 averted his eyes and said, "Let's look for more goblins to kill because in another few hours, we are going to be teleported out from the dungeon." Kyle sighed. Afterward, both of them started walking toward the opening they entered from, because even after looking around for a while, they didn't find another path inside the huge cave. On the other hand, Alec and his team were taking care of the third goblin wave that appeared in the morning. They were all tired but still pushed forward in the hope of finding an exit. Suddenly, Alec received a notification from the system that made his already irritated expression dark. Mission XX. Explore the goblin cave while finding and killing the goblin leader. Veiled. Rewards. None. Failing penalty. None. Alec looked around in a daze to see when and who killed the goblin leader. However, all the students were fighting normal F-rank goblins. He was sure all the students followed behind them, and also he didn't miss any higher-rank goblins up until now. So how was it possible for anyone else to kill the goblin leader? After a month, he finally got a nice mission, but it failed just like that. He wanted nothing more than to beat that person who killed the goblin leader. While thinking, Alec ceased fighting. Taking opportunity of his distraction, an F-rank goblin suddenly attacked him from behind. Lara, who was standing not so far from him, hurriedly shot an arrow and killed the goblin before it injured Alec. She looked at Alec with a frown. "What are you doing? Focus on your back." Hearing Lara's loud voice, Alec snapped out of his thoughts and sighed before focusing on the battle in front. Now the mission was already gone, there was nothing he could do. Instead of regretting, it's better to focus on the battle in front. As everyone continued to fight and struggle, they finally saw some bright light at the opposite end of the tunnel. Seeing the light, some sighed in relief while some showed happy expressions. More than half of the students were nobles. For the first time in their lives, they experienced how to live without food and a good night's sleep. They all were exhausted and wanted to leave this damp and dark tunnel as soon as possible. Still, they didn't know what danger lay outside the tunnel. That's why they approached the light with caution. Alec and his team moved toward the light first because they were in front. Not many students stopped them because if there was any danger outside, it was better for someone else to experience it first. Those students just slowly followed behind them. After a while, Alec and his team saw where the light originated from. In front of them was a large open area filled with stones of different sizes. At the far end of the open space, there was a huge cave where the light was coming from. It was the same open area where Kyle and 9 appeared before them. An E-rank goblin warrior corpse was lying outside the huge cave. Seeing the corpse, Alec was sure someone else had reached this place before them. After seeing no danger, everyone approached the huge cave, but before they could enter, 2 individuals came out from the cave. Those 2 individuals were none other than 9 and Kyle. They just killed the small goblin and were on their way toward another tunnel. 9 had a pleasant smile on his face. On the other hand, Kyle was wearing a dark expression. They both also saw all the students coming out from one of the tunnels. Alec looked at Kyle and 9, he remembered them. Their performance in the entrance exam was very good. Afterward, he looked at the huge cave. He was sure they were the ones killing the goblin leader. Alec looked at Kyle and questioned, "Did you kill the goblin leader?" Kyle was just going to ignore the huge crowd, but hearing Alec's question, he stopped and glanced toward him. "What leader are you?" He stopped midway. "Didn't we just kill a goblin?" Now it all made sense why the small goblin had a skill core. There was no other path after the cave, which means they were at the end of the goblin cave. Kyle didn't want to believe that little goblin was the leader. Also, how did Alec know that there was a goblin leader inside the cave? Including Alec, it was everyone's first time entering the goblin cave. He looked at Alec with suspicion. Nevertheless, he replied, "You mean that small goblin?" If yes, then we killed it. Alex sighed and looked toward the huge cave. He knew if Kyle had come out from the cave, there was nothing left inside. Still, some students entered the cave to see if there was something valuable inside, but the cave was empty and there was no other path. Kyle saw some students looking at him and Nine with surprised expressions because, in contrast to others who were barely standing after fighting the whole night, they were in very good condition. Not wanting to answer any more questions, Kyle gestured to Nine and both of them started walking toward the second last tunnel. He wanted to know how Alec knew about the goblin leader without even seeing it, but he knew he wouldn't get the answer to his question. The tunnel from where Nine and Kyle come from and the one where the others come from would not have any goblin left. That's why Kyle chose the second one. Soon, both of them enter the tunnel, leaving the others behind. Kyle wasn't bothered by others who were staring at him. There were only a few hours left before the ranking test was concluded. He wanted to kill as many goblin as possible. After they entered the tunnel, Alec looked at the tunnel where they entered before talking to Carcel. How about we also continue? Only 1-2 hours are left before the ranking assessment ends. Carcel nodded with a serious expression. He had already spent a whole night fighting, so he had no problem fighting for a few more hours. On the other hand, both Mia and Lara were tired. They looked at Alec with the expression, "Are you kidding me?" But they also agreed after hesitating for a while. 4 of them also entered the same tunnel as Kyle and Nine. Some students wanted to follow behind, but they were too tired. That's why everyone else decided to rest for half an hour before entering another tunnel. The moment Kyle and Nine entered the tunnel, 2 F-rank goblins attacked them, but they easily killed them before walking forward. Soon, Alec and others also caught up to them and they started moving together. Alec glanced at Kyle and Nine. Both of them were showing good teamwork. Kyle was lacking in some aspects, but Nine's on-time help was compensating for it. Alec observed them for a while and nodded inside. They were not good as someone like Carcel and Lara, but they were powerful in their way. He suddenly thought of something and opened the system appraisal function, using it on Kyle. Alec's left eye glinted with white light for a second. It was so fast that no one noticed it. He looked at Kyle for a few seconds before seeing the information he got from the system. Named Kyle Ohen. Race human. Rank plus F. Special. Nera. Trying to find the cause. Loading. Nera. No more information provided. To know further information, host needs to be a whole rank higher than the target. Alec frowned, looking at the error notifications he was getting from the system. Usually, whenever he used appraisal on someone, the system would give him detailed information regarding the target. But now it was only showing name and rank. The system wasn't even showing Kyle's talent, which was definitely B rank, but now seeing the system's strange behavior, he wonders if Kyle truly has only B rank talent. On the other hand, Kyle was fighting 2 F rank goblins at the same time. Suddenly, an arrow passed his left side and hit the head of one of the goblin. Kyle frowned and looked at where the arrow came from. He saw Lara aiming her bow at another goblin. Even though she stole his kill, he didn't want to be impolite to her. He smiled and said, "Thanks for helping." But instead of replying, Lara completely ignored him. During the entrance exam, seeing Kyle's extraordinary performance, she thought of him as someone equal. But after knowing he only had B rank talent, she didn't want to associate with him. The gap between them was too big. What's the point of becoming friends when their worlds are too far apart? When Kyle saw how Lara ignored him, his smile froze. He didn't bother anymore and turned around to continue fighting with the goblins. He wore a neutral expression, but if someone who saw Kyle fighting before saw him now, that person would notice that Kyle was faster and more brutal than before. It was like he was taking out his anger on the goblins. The one thing Kyle hated the most was others looking down upon him. Still, he didn't care. If Lara wants to ignore him, he would do the same. In the end, it was not the first time. He was already used to it. All those who have bright futures ahead of them because of their talent were arrogant. Half an hour later, Nine and Kyle were fighting on the left side. Meanwhile, Alec and his team were on the right. No one noticed when the distance between the groups started to increase. Some more students also caught up to them and were fighting between the two groups. As Kyle slashed his sword and killed another goblin, he felt a sudden familiar sucking force. Before he could understand what happened, he disappeared and appeared inside the training ground. Kyle looked around and saw other students also appearing one by one. It seems the time for the ranking assessment has ended. Just like others, he also looked toward Professor Liam, who appeared in front of the students. Professor Liam looked at the disheveled and tired students and nodded before speaking loudly. All of you showed great performance, even though spending 2 days inside the dungeon was a huge surprise. There were also a few students who caught my attention because they showed great potential. He glanced at Alec and Carcel, indicating he was talking about them. I know for everyone this experience was new, spending 2 days inside a cold and dark place without water, food, and a nice place to sleep. All of you must be thinking it was too hard, considering it was the first test from the academy. Then let me tell you something. At the start I definitely said there would be some hidden task, which nobody was able to complete. Well, you were not even able to find them. Completing them would be too far off a thing. Professor Liam showed a disappointed expression and looked at the students who were whispering to each other to know if anyone found any hidden task. He then continued. Inside the dungeon in the starting there were 5 tunnels. Among them, the middle tunnel guarded by the Goblin Warrior was the hardest. The 2 at the end had less difficulty, making it a little easier to pass. On the other hand, if anyone entered the last 2, they would have been able to see some trees containing fruits and a water source at the start. Well, it's a pity no one entered inside those tunnels. He said the last line sarcastically, making the whispering students quiet. If they knew that the last 2 tunnels contained water and food, who would be idiot enough to enter the middle one? Some students voiced their suspicions that if no one went there, where was the proof that those 2 tunnels contained water? But when the professor said he could send them inside again so they could check it, everyone shut their mouth. No one wanted to see those creepy-looking creatures again. They all just wanted to take a nice bath to rid of the stinky smell coming from their clothes, which were damp with green goblin blood. Professor Liam said a few more things, like the students were allowed to rest for today, and the results will be posted tomorrow inside the main hall. He also told them that the top 10 students would be rewarded. They will be allowed to choose a skill or art of their liking from the 2nd floor of the library without paying. Hearing about the possible reward made the students happy. After the professor finished with what he wanted to say, all the students sighed and tiredly left for their dorms to rest. Kyle and Nine both left together because their dorm was next to each other. Also, now that the ranking assessment was concluded, Kyle wanted to sleep. He did sleep inside the dungeon, but due to goblins' constant attacks, he was not able to sleep peacefully. He also didn't rest after coming from the back mountain. Now that Kyle had nothing to do, a sudden wave of tiredness washed over him. Next day early morning, Kyle was still sleeping when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Not wanting to open the door, Kyle put his head inside the blanket and tried to ignore the constant knocking. Suddenly the knocking stopped, and what replaced them was Nine's loud voice, waking Kyle from his sleep. Kyle groaned and looked at the bright light coming from the window. He wanted to sleep more, but still wrapping the blanket around himself, he crawled out from the bed and staggered toward the door. He was still drowsy when he opened the door, but his sleep went away when Nine suddenly kicked the door and barged inside the room. "You are still sleeping? Did you forget we have to check our results today? Hurry up and change your clothes so we can go together." Nine glanced at Kyle from head to toe. Kyle looked at Nine dumbfounded. He was still processing what was happening when Nine snatched the blanket from him and threw it toward the bed before pushing him toward the bathroom. "Hurry up." Kyle nodded with a rather sleepy expression while walking toward the bathroom to freshen up. Seeing Kyle enter the bathroom, Nine sighed. He wanted to check the result alone, but he was too nervous. After joining the academy, Nine made some friends, but they were always busy. On the other hand, Kyle was someone strong, and strangely enough, Nine felt comfortable around him. That's why both of them become friends rather easily. After knowing Kyle for a while, Nine wasn't sure about other things, but there were a few things he noticed during the ranking assessment. First, Kyle was a little lazy because during the ranking assessment, they rested more than 3 times, which would have been enough to gather a lot of points. Also, Kyle would always become excited and determined at every smallest possible advantage, but his excitement would never last long, and he would lose determination very easily. In the start, Nine was flustered seeing the burning flame inside Kyle's eyes, but soon those flames extinguished like they never existed. While thinking, Nine looked around the small room, which was mostly empty. Due to only a bed and a table present inside the room, he easily noticed a small egg present on top of the table beside the bed. The egg was placed on some neatly folded sheets. Nine walked toward the egg and looked at it curiously. There was nothing special about the egg, but its dense red color was attractive. Nine wanted to touch the egg, but before he could, he heard Kyle coming out after changing his clothes. Nine turned around and saw Kyle wearing a neat long-sleeved blackish-silver casual top with black pants. Kyle glanced at Nine before leaving the dorm. "What are you doing? Let's go." Seeing him leaving, Nine also rushed out from the dorm, leaving behind the egg, which trembled slightly when Kyle left the dorm. After leaving the dorm building, they both slowly started walking toward the main hall. Nine was talking non-stop as he was excited and nervous at the same time. Kyle was listening to Nine grumbling while nodding and replying from time to time. Kyle didn't like making friends after the talent test, when all his friends left him because of his low talent, but now talking to Nine he felt it was not so bad to have some friends. Suddenly a familiar voice called out Kyle's name from behind. Kyle turned around to see who it was, only to find Alec and Carcel walking toward them. Alec waved his hand toward Kyle and Nine, indicating them to stop. Kyle wore a confused expression as to why Alec was calling out his name. He did talk to him when they were inside the Goblin Cave, but afterward, they didn't interact much with each other. After reaching the duo, Alec questioned, "Are you both going toward the main hall to check the result?" "Yes," said Nine. Meanwhile, Kyle nodded his head, indicating they were indeed heading toward the main hall. Alex smiled before offering to go together. Nine agreed immediately. He was more than happy to accompany Alec and Carcel. Both of them were famous in class, one due to his rare talent, which was plus SSS rank, while the other because he was the second prince of the kingdom. On the other hand, Kyle looked at Alec from head to toe before looking at Carcel, who nodded his head as a greeting. Kyle had a question in his mind. He was not close with any of them, so why were they asking to go together? And seeing Nine's surprised expression, Kyle was sure he was also not close with them. Nevertheless, he didn't think much about it and also agreed. All of them started walking toward the main hall together. Nine was already talking non-stop when Alec joined in, and both of them started talking about the results with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Kyle and Carcel only listened to them. Soon they arrived in front of a big hall where students were continuously going in and coming out. The moment they entered, they were greeted by a huge crowd. All the first-year students seemed to be looking at the big board present at the center of the hall. Some second- and third-year students were also present to see the first years who ranked in the top 10. Seeing Alec and Carcel entering the hall, a lot of students looked at them with envy and respect. The crowd started whispering with each other while making way for them. Alec and Carcel didn't mind the huge crowd and approached the big board where a slim old man was standing, wearing instructor clothes. Lara and Mia with some other students were standing behind the old instructor, who seemed to be looking at the four new arrivals curiously. Nine and Kyle also followed behind Alec and Carcel, but because the students were focused on Alec and Carcel, not many noticed them. After reaching the board, Alec was the first one to notice his name, before he also noticed Carcel, Kyle, and Nine names. Ranking: Rank 1 Alec points 878. Rank 2 Carcel points 845. Rank 3 Mia points 750. Rank 4 Lara points 745. Rank 5 Jake points 680. Rank 6 Lily points 677. Rank 7 Kyle points 670. Rank 8 9 points 654. Yeah. Kyle also looked at his ranking and was satisfied with the result, but still seeing the huge difference of more than 200 points between himself and Alec pained his heart. They were all still looking at their results when the old man standing in front of the board looked at Alec before saying, "I believe the four of you are also in the top 10. Hearing the deep yet calm voice, Alec replied with a yes. The old man nodded before speaking again. "The four of you are the last ones to appear. First show me your identification tokens, then all of you can follow me to get your reward." After checking the new arrivals' tokens and confirming their identity, the old man gestured for the top 10 students to follow behind him. Alec and Carcel, while walking, met up with Lara and Mia, and they started talking and walking together. Girls' dorms were in another building, that's why the four of them didn't meet up in the morning. Kyle, who was walking beside them, increased his speed after seeing Lara. He wanted to leave the group to avoid being uncomfortable, but because Alec's character was quite nice, he just increased the distance. Soon there were 3 different groups of students following the old man. In the front, Kyle and Nine were quietly following behind the old man. In the middle, Jake, one of the top 10 students, was walking with 3 other students. And at the end, Alec and his group were talking while slowly following behind everyone. After a while, they arrived in front of the library. The librarian, who was sleeping without any care, sensed the old man's presence. He immediately rushed out and greeted the old man politely. "Elder Lu, what brings you here?" The librarian glanced at the students standing behind Elder Lu. He showed a puzzled expression. Why was the elder here with some students? Seeing the librarian's confused expression, Elder Lu merely shook his head. Elder Lu knew about this lazy man very well. He must have been sleeping and had forgotten about the rewards for the top 10 students. "I am here to open the other half of the second floor of the library, so the students can choose a reward for themselves." Elder Lu ignored the librarian and directly entered the library. He didn't want to waste any more time. After hearing an answer from Elder Lu, the librarian nodded and hurriedly followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the second floor filled with huge bookshelves containing art books and skill cores. But before the students could look around, Elder Lu gestured for them to follow him toward a corner. Elder Lu used a hand seal on the bookshelves present in the corner. Almost all the students were confused. What was the elder doing? Were not they already on the second floor? They wanted to question, but suddenly a magic symbol appeared. The 2 bookshelves present at the far end parted like a door, making a huge gap in between. Everyone stared at the gap stunned. They were not looking at the gap, but at the room present inside the gap. The room was filled with different art books floating mid-air. Bright lights emitting from skill cores illuminated the whole room. The room in front of them was double the size of the second floor. And all the skills core and art books in front of them seemed to be top-notch. Elder Lu turned around and faced the students. He told everyone to go inside and select an art or skill. Also, they were allowed to pick only one within 2 hours. All the students nodded seriously before entering the room. All this time, the librarian was lazily standing behind everyone, and even after seeing the room filled with skills and arts, he didn't show any expression. It was understandable, as he had seen this room more than 1,000 times, and also because the things present here were of no use to him. The librarian lazily looked at the students who were entering the room with excitement, but suddenly his eyes passed on a student who didn't seem to be in a rush. The librarian's eyes widened for a while, displaying shock. "Is not he the student I threw out a week ago? I remember he was only at F rank. How did he advance so quickly?" thought the librarian inwardly before fixing his gaze on Kyle. The librarian was lazy, but his memory was quite good. He remembered clearly this guy was only at F rank just a week ago. And not just at any F rank, he was from the batch of the weakest F rank the librarian has seen up until now. How was it possible for him to advance so quickly? And from the aura he sensed from Kyle, the librarian was sure his rank had already stabilized. It was okay to advance 2 sub-ranks in a week, but how did he stabilize his rank? For a normal person after breaking through, it could take months of practice just to stabilize their new power. The librarian curiously looked at Kyle. He inwardly decided to keep an eye on this fellow. On the other hand, Kyle, who just entered the hidden room, felt like someone was looking at him from behind with ill intentions. He turned around to see who it was but found no one. Kyle frowned, but still, he decided to focus on the hundreds of skills and art in front of him. He was excited just like everyone, but he just didn't show it on his face. He looked at the others. They all went toward the skill cores. It was bound to happen, as everyone already had an art they were practicing. Arts were different from skills that can be learned immediately after absorbing the skill core. Arts were written down by elders and passed down from generation to generation. They were also very hard to practice, which is why everyone usually only preferred a single art suitable for their weapon. Also, their mastery was divided into 4 different grades according to the progress someone had made. 1 beginner, 2 master, 3 expert, 4 perfection. Reaching the perfection stage in art was very hard. And the higher the star of the art, the harder it is to comprehend. Kyle took a deep breath and began searching for a suitable sword art for himself. He was a little shocked to see so many 3-star and 4-star sword arts. Arts were ranked differently according to their power. The lowest was 1 star while the highest rank was 8 star, but not many have seen an 8-star art because even the most powerful human has only learned a 6-star art. Kyle walked toward the nearest 4-star floating art book. The moment he touched the book, it opened up and showed him a detailed explanation of the art. Kyle looked at the information and frowned. He left and looked at another 4-star art book. His frown deepened the more he looked at the art books. Outside the hidden room, the librarian who was keeping an eye on Kyle looked at him with pity. Seeing Kyle going toward the art section, he was sure this fellow needed a suitable art for himself. And arts higher than 2-star were very valuable. A normal person wouldn't even be able to comprehend what was written inside. The librarian shook his head with disappointment because seeing Kyle frowning and walking away without even properly looking at the art books, he was sure Kyle wasn't even able to read the name. The librarian wanted to give Kyle some tips as to what art would be suitable for him. But unfortunately, according to the rules, elders were not allowed to step inside the hidden room. He could only sigh and watch Kyle from outside. Meanwhile, Kyle was frowning looking at the art books. It was not because he found them hard, but because they were too easy. The moment he opened the 4-star art book and looked at the explanation, he comprehended the first stage of the art. Kyle wasn't sure if it was okay to just learn them because he was only allowed to choose one. That's why he was frowning and trying his best not to read too much detail. He had never seen an art book before because he was too lazy. That was also the reason he didn't know if they were hard or easy. He just wanted a suitable art for himself. What's the point of understanding so many arts, even if he comprehends them, without any real practice they are useless. Looking around for a while, Kyle saw a lot of 3-star and 4-star arts. 1,000 Strikes of Death, 9 Waves of Destruction, 7 Moves of Nirvana. He also saw some 2-star arts, but none of them suited his taste. As Kyle walked around in circles looking at the description of all kinds of sword arts, suddenly his eyes paused on a lone purple book floating in a corner. The book was filled with dust and the light radiating from the book was dim, indicating it was old and not touched by many. Kyle slowly approached the book and touched it. The book opened up but barely had any introduction. Some of the words written on the old pages were not even properly visible. Name: Void-Shattering Strikes. Art rank: 3-star. Description: 4 different sword moves that can even shatter the void if practiced diligently. It can take hundreds of years just to practice a single move to perfection. Note: the rank of the art can be increased after reaching perfection in all 4 moves. Reading through the explanation, Kyle's eyes paused on a single sentence that was half visible. The rank of the art can be increased. Kyle had never heard about an art whose rank can be increased. He hurriedly read the introduction again. There were 4 different moves, and after reaching perfection in all the moves, the rank of the art will increase. But his eyes narrowed when he read, it can take hundreds of years just to practice a single move to perfection. The heck? He almost cursed it out loud. The moves were easy, so why would it take hundreds of years? The power described behind the moves was massive, but why would he spend hundreds of years just to practice a single art? Let's find another art, thought Kyle decisively before closing the book like it was garbage. But the moment he closed the book, instead of floating, it fell on the floor making a loud sound. Thud. He looked at the book dumbfounded, and then he looked at his surroundings to see if anyone was watching. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw all the other students were already gathered toward the exit, and right now they were all staring at him. Even Elder Lou, who was standing outside, looked at Kyle with narrowed eyes. Kyle cursed inwardly. It seemed the 2-hour time was already over. He looked at the dusty purple book, which seemed to be laughing at him. He barely controlled the urge to kick the book. As Kyle was looking at the book with complicated emotions, Elder Lou said to him from outside, "Hurry up, the time is almost over. You have only half a minute, afterward I will close the gap. And I believe you don't want to spend your remaining life inside a hidden room." Hearing the elder's words, Kyle nodded hurriedly before reluctantly picking up the book. It seemed they were fated. He walked toward the exit with a sad face. He made a mistake. He should have kept an eye on the time. After everyone walked out of the hidden room, Elder Lou closed the gap before looking at the students. Even though he was standing outside, he kept an eye on some students to see what they chose. Now that everyone has gotten the reward, you can leave. After saying his part, Elder Lou started walking toward the exit, but before leaving he glanced at the librarian who seemed to be holding his laughter. "What's so funny?" thought Elder Lou inwardly before following the librarian's gaze which was fixed on Kyle. That kid, it seems he picked a useless art even after spending so much time." Elder Lou shook his head. Now he understood the librarian was laughing at the kid. After Elder Lou left, the students also started leaving because no one wanted to miss the morning lecture given by Miss Aliza. The librarian was about to walk toward Kyle, but Mia stopped him because she wanted to ask some questions about the skills she selected. Meanwhile, Alec and the others stood behind her patiently so they could go to the class together. 9 approached Kyle, who seemed to have lost everything as he was wearing a dejected expression. He slowly tapped on Kyle's shoulder. "What happened? And what art did you choose?" Kyle looked at 9, who was smiling widely. It seemed he found something nice. Now Kyle felt even more dispirited. He removed 9's hand from his shoulder before throwing the purple book inside the storage ring. "I am fine. It's just a simple sword art. What about you?" "Ha ha ha, something good. A C-rank skill. I can't believe the Academy giving away so many high-rank skills just like that." 9 started boasting while both of them walked toward the library exit. Kyle wanted to punch the smile out of his face, but controlled himself as 9 was the first friend he made after so long. It was time for Alice's lecture, that's why both of them walked toward the classroom. Kyle had already missed the first few lectures, and now he didn't want to be absent anymore. He also remembered the glare Aliza gave him when she first saw him. She was quite scary. It's better for him to not get on her bad radar. Soon they entered the classroom, which was already filled as Aliza's lectures were quite useful to the students. Some students looked at Kyle and 9 with envy because they just received a reward. Few of them even approached 9 to ask what they got as a reward, but after hearing 9 boasting they all smile awkwardly before leaving without looking back. Kyle went toward the first row seats and sat down. 9 also followed behind him. After a few minutes, Alec and his team also entered the classroom. The moment they entered, a lot of students approached them with smiles, but now even Alec knew to ignore the crowd. The 4 of them walked past the huge crowd, but before they went toward their seats, Alec saw Kyle sitting in the first row. He stopped Carcel and walked toward the first row. "Let's sit in the first row." Carcel didn't care where he sat as he just wanted to attend the lecture. That's why he followed behind without any question. Lara and Mia also follow suit. But when Lara saw Alec was sitting on Kyle's left side, she frowned. She pulled Mia toward the second row behind Alec and Carcel. "Hi, what art did you choose?" Alec tried to start a conversation with Kyle, who was almost on the verge of closing his eyes to sleep. "Are you talking to me?" "I chose a sword art as I lack one." Kyle looked at Alec surprised but still answered. "No luck." Alec nodded. He wanted to ask more, but before he could, Aliza entered the class. She stood behind the podium, picking up the attendance sheet. Aliza briefly glanced at the top 10 students. Her eyes passed on Kyle for a while. He was present today. After watching Kyle's performance, she knew he needed to attend the lectures the most because he lacked basic knowledge about the sword, and his mana control was also bad. She also decided if Kyle skipped class today, she would have dragged him to attend the lecture. Aliza took the attendance. All the students were present. Afterward, she started the lecture, which was about mana control. The lecture lasted an hour before Aliza left the classroom. As usual, after the lecture, the students entered the training ground. Alec stood in front of a dummy with the sword unsheathed. His palms were sweating and his clothes drenched. He wiped the sweat with a towel and glanced at his friends. They were all practicing diligently. Not far from Carcel, 9 was also practicing a new skill on a dummy. He put the towel away and looked at the person standing next to him. Kyle looked engrossed in reading the sword art he got from the library. He would frown from time to time, but had not done anything else for the past 30 minutes. After taking a deep breath, Alec started practicing again. Professor Liam, the weapon training instructor, also glanced at Kyle and frowned. He had been watching over the kids and helping them if they had any problems. He walked toward Kyle. "Kid, what are you doing? Looking at the art manual you are holding, it's 3-star. If you don't understand it, how about asking me for help? I am standing here to help anyway." "What?" Kyle looked at the tall professor standing in front of him. "It's fine. Thank you, sir." He nodded politely before putting the book inside the storage ring. It seemed he was too engrossed in reading and forgot about the surroundings. Professor Liam's frown deepened. Whatever, I just wanted to help. Let's see how you understand such a hard manual by yourself. Not caring anymore, the professor walked toward another student. He had seen this type of students a lot, who think they can learn anything without anyone's help. In the end, they all come running for help. On the other hand, Kyle walked toward one of the dummies. Taking out the sword from the storage ring, he took a deep breath. He has been reading the art book, and after just reading it for half an hour, he comprehends all 4 moves. It seems his understanding and comprehension abilities increased incredibly after the suppression effect of the bloodline lessened. After understanding all the moves first, he cursed inwardly because now he knew why it would take hundreds of years just to master a single move. The 4 moves themselves were very easy to execute. To execute the first move, you can't use brute force. Using light as a medium, a fast single tap can cut the enemy in half. They were light and destructive at the same time. The day when the strength in your arm becomes one with the sword, only then will you be able to master the first move. Kyle looked at the dummy. Holding the sword, he took an overwhelming stance. Alec, who was practicing near him, stopped and looked at Kyle with anticipation. When they were fighting the goblins, Alec noticed Kyle only used brute force without any proper technique to kill the goblins. Professor Liam, who was waiting for Kyle to ask for help, also looked at him. The sudden change in the atmosphere attracted a few other students standing behind the professor. They also looked toward Kyle. Meanwhile, Kyle, who had not even executed the move, felt the burning stare coming from Alec. He also felt someone staring from behind. He started sweating. Damn. Taking a deep breath again, Kyle decided to empty his mind. After grabbing the sword more firmly, he slowly slashed it horizontally, and the move everyone was waiting so eagerly to see was executed. Alec looked at the tip of the sword and frowned because he didn't feel any force from the attack. Is he going to attack the chest? But it is too slow and can be blocked easily. Alec and Professor Liam both thought the same thing, but the sword suddenly became too fast and changed trajectory midway, aiming for the neck of the dummy. Professor Liam showed a surprised expression. Meanwhile, the sword hit the dummy's neck with a dub. Alec exclaimed, dumbfounded, because the dummy didn't even move an inch. The hit was so light that he felt like he would be able to take thousands of those hits without getting a scratch. BFFFF. The laughter of the students standing behind the professor attracted the attention of the other students. What happened? Someone questioned. Hell, damn. It's so funny. He took such an overbearing stance only to tap the dummy gently. Haha, right, I thought after standing for so long he was going to perform something awesome. Hearing the countless laughs, Kyle was so embarrassed that the tip of his ears turned red. Fuck, who the heck wrote this art? Pray I never found you, or else I am definitely gonna beat you up. After cursing the creator of the art inwardly, he tried to ignore those fools who were laughing non-stop. What do they know? The art is very powerful, I just need some more practice. Kyle was still consoling himself inwardly when he heard a small choke laughter from the left side. He turned around and saw it was Alec. Alec was covering his mouth with one hand and holding a sword in another. It seemed like he tried to hold the laughter but failed miserably. Seeing the shaking body of Alec, a vein bulged on Kyle's forehead and he lost it. Are you laughing at me? It seems you want to take a hit from my sword. Kyle exclaimed with frustration before pointing the tip of the sword toward Alec. Haha, no way. Alec knew that things were going bad, but he still wasn't able to stop laughing. He found it funny how Kyle was trying his best to show a serious expression, just like a kid who lost a bet. Alec's laughter attracted more attention. Now all the students present inside the training ground looked toward Alec and Kyle. Kyle HMPH sarcastically and looked at Alec dumbfounded. What's so funny? Even the students standing behind the professor didn't laugh this much. Damn, you asked for it. With an angry face, Kyle attacked Alec. Alec wanted to stop laughing and apologize, but seeing a sword coming straight at his face, he stopped laughing before easily deflecting Kyle's attack with a single slash. After deflecting the attack, Alec decided to patch things up. He knew he went too far this time. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just your expression was funny. His apology made Kyle more angry because even when apologizing, Alec was smiling. Now Kyle wanted nothing but to wipe that annoying smile out of Alec's face. Damn it. You are still laughing. Stop laughing and then apologize. Kyle attacked again and again, But what made him more frustrated was that no matter how he attacked, Alec would deflect it with ease without facing pressure. Only Professor Liam, who was watching the fight seriously from the start, noticed the small change in Kyle's movement. His movements are becoming refined the more he uses his sword. Is it my imagination? The more Professor Liam watched the fight, the more he became sure that he wasn't imagining things. Kyle was indeed improving while attacking. On the other hand, Kyle also noticed how he was improving at a very fast pace, because now he was executing all the basic sword moves perfectly. What made him astonished was that he only practiced them a few times before with his elder brother. At that time, he wasn't even able to complete the basic training due to lack of interest. Kyle glanced at Alec, who was blocking the attack directly, only to find him gazing back with a surprised expression. Seeing the sweat dripping from his forehead, Kyle was sure right now Alec was feeling pressure. For Alec, the pressure wasn't much, because he was still able to block Kyle's every attack with ease. But for Kyle, it was a big achievement because he just started learning. Kyle attacked again, but now more seriously, while observing every small movement. Their swords clashed again, making a loud sound. Glank! Alec blocked the attack easily, only to see Kyle attacking once again. Just like before, Alec was going to block the attack, but found that Kyle's sword blurred and became too fast. Alec's eyes widened after seeing the sword changing trajectory midway. It was the same move that made everyone laugh. And for the first time, he felt an overwhelming threat coming from Kyle's sword. Alec hurriedly moved back to block the sword aiming at his neck. Glank! This time the sound was too loud and Alec was pushed back a few steps. He looked at Kyle with shock. Not just him, even Professor Liam had shock hidden behind his serious face. They both knew if Alec had not seen the move before, there was no way he would be able to block it. The students laughing before would have never believed that the strength behind that small tap was so immense if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Panting heavily, Kyle looked at Alec with a smirk. He used all his stamina and was exhausted. Ha ha, let's stop. I admit defeat, you can laugh at me. Kyle put the sword inside the storage ring with a satisfied expression before lying on the ground while thinking inwardly. First strike, eliminate. Professor Liam smiled upon hearing Kyle's words. He looked at all the other students watching Kyle and Alec fight. What are you all doing? If you don't want to train, then leave the training grounds now. The professor's angry shout made everyone snap out of their thoughts and focus on their training. Alec shook his head and took out a bottle of water before throwing it toward Kyle. You did great. Let's fight again next time. An invitation to fight the #1 first-year student. Why won't Kyle agree? Sure. Kyle agreed with a small smile. Meanwhile, Professor Aliza, after leaving the classroom, went toward Vice Principal George's office to report on the ranking assessment. She knocked on the door slightly before hearing a calm and serene voice from the office. Come in. Aliza opened the door and walked inside. There was nothing fancy inside the office. A few paintings hung on the walls and a small desk filled with papers. Vice Principal George was sitting on a chair behind the desk wearing glasses. I am here to report about the new student's performance. Vice Principal George looked at Aliza before removing the glasses he was wearing. How did they perform? Any students exceeding expectations? Aliza placed some documents in front of the vice principal before speaking. As expected, Alec took the first place, Carcel second, and so on. Only the student named Kyle Ohan performed exceptionally, exceeding the criteria you set. He also reached +F rank suddenly. Vice Principal George was nodding at everything Aliza said. Oh, as expected of that student Kyle. He stopped midway and looked at Aliza with wide eyes before asking with a hint of doubt. Who did you say reached +F rank? Aliza smiled. She knew it was hard to believe considering how the vice principal described Kyle as a lazy and untalented kid who only had luck. Nevertheless, she repeated her words. Vice Principal George frowned and thought deeply. How? It was fine for Kyle to reach +F rank. But reaching it only in a week was not right at all. After telling about a few more students, Aliza left the office as she had to deal with some other matters. Vice Principal George also hurriedly sorted out some papers before leaving the office with a serious expression. Soon he reached the training grounds designed for the first-year students. Standing at the upper part of the training ground, he glanced at the students. Everyone was practicing diligently. Scanning through the crowd of students, his eyes spotted Carcel and Lara before stopping at Alec, who was sweating heavily, but still swinging the sword at the dummy nonstop. Alec made the principal's serious face soften a little, but soon that softness was nowhere to be found. A student lying luxury on the floor while playfully swirling a water bottle with his hands. That student wasn't sweating nor was holding any weapon. The vice principal barely stopped himself to go and kick Kyle. He took a deep breath to calm down, as he wouldn't look good beating up a student. After calming down, the vice principal left with a disappointed expression. What was I accepting? On the other hand, Kyle, who was lying on the floor while thinking about how his mind became more clear recently, felt like someone was badmouthing him behind his back. He stood up and looked around to see who dared, but found no one. Everyone was busy training. Maybe I am thinking too much. After stretching his body, a little Kyle take out the sword from the storage ring. Standing properly in front of the dummy, he swung his sword horizontally. Just like before, the sword changed trajectory midway before hitting the neck of the dummy. Following the sound of the hit, the dummy trembled from its place a little, showing the incredible force behind the attack. The students of Royal Academy become busy with their daily lives, waking up early, taking classes, and training afterward. This routine was similar for everyone. Kyle also followed it, but unlike other hardworking students who practiced day and night, Kyle wasn't so optimistic, as he would only practice for a few hours before going to rest. He wanted to become strong after finding out about the bloodline, but there wasn't anything important he needed to take care of urgently. Also, the people he knew right now were capable of taking care of themselves. That's why even though Kyle wanted to become strong, he wasn't in a hurry like Alec, who had seen the end of the world. On the other hand, Alec, who was keeping an eye on Kyle, became more and more shocked when they sparred, because in just a single month Kyle's achievements were equivalent to someone who had practiced for years. When they spar, Kyle would always lose, but as time passed his movements were becoming refined and stronger. What astonished Alec more was that Kyle didn't even practice those movements. It was like Kyle was observing everyone the whole time he stayed in the training grounds, and used those moves when he fought with Alec. Except for Alec, Kyle also sparred with Carcel. The first time Carcel fought with Kyle, not just him but everyone present inside the training ground was shocked, because even though Kyle lost in the end, he was able to fight Carcel head-on for more than 5 minutes. It was incredible indeed, considering Kyle's talent was only B rank while Carcel was someone with SSS rank talent. There was also something that frustrated Alec a lot. He and Carcel with the others would practice the whole night, even 9 sometimes practiced the whole night, but Kyle would leave the moment the clock hit 6:00 p.m. Kyle was lazy, not just a little, he was too lazy. The talent Kyle showed just in a month was enough to make others envious. Professor Liam, the training instructor, was also amazed at Kyle's performance. He was tempted to take Kyle as a disciple, but when Professor Aliza told him that Kyle's talent was only B rank, Professor Liam had no choice but to sigh. What's the point of such incredible potential when he can't go beyond B rank? He found it a pity that someone like Kyle had such a low talent. If only he was someone with S rank or higher talent, he would easily be able to rival someone like Alec. In this month, Kyle also got a little closer with Alec and Carcel due to them sparring with each other a lot. At first, Kyle found Alec's friendly behavior suspicious, because even when Kyle ignored him, he would try to approach him. But as time passed, and he saw Alec still being too friendly, Kyle thought maybe he misunderstood his good intentions. And also because thinking about the same thing for a long time wasn't what Kyle would do. He found it bothersome and time-consuming. Instead of thinking and exhausting his brain, he would better sleep. Kyle and Alec's interaction wasn't to the point of calling them best friends, but it was enough to make them causal friends with each other. Lara was still uncomfortable around Kyle because she ignored him first. It was also too much for her to just go and sit with Kyle and pretend nothing happened. That's why she would always drag Mia toward the back seats. Due to them, Alec had no choice but to go and sit with them. When the first month mark hit, Alec was the first one to break through to E rank. He was already near a breakthrough before entering the Royal Academy, but due to someone stealing his mission during the ranking assessment, he had no choice but to wait for a natural breakthrough. The moment Alec broke through to E rank, there was an uproar inside the Royal Academy. Breaking through to E rank at such a young age was a huge achievement. Vice Principal George also personally visited Alec and praised him in front of the whole class. Vice Principal George wanted the kids to become competitive, and the biggest reason was that he wanted to tell some lucky brat to practice hard or else he would kick him out of the academy. Kyle, who was sitting with 9, didn't know what he did wrong to get such a cold stare from the vice principal. He was working hard and everyone was praising him, so why was the vice principal glaring at him? The thing he didn't know was that whenever he was being lazy or resting, the vice principal would see him and become angry. The vice principal barely controlled himself to just throw Kyle out of the academy. No one knew if it was a coincidence or Kyle's bad luck. The next morning, as usual, Kyle woke up and started to prepare for class, but before he could open the dorm door, he noticed something was missing. He frantically turned around and looked at the only table present inside the room. A bundle of clothes clustered around was also present on top of the table. But there was nothing else. "Where's the egg?" Kyle panicked. He hurriedly approached the table and picked up all the clothes, but there was nothing. He also looked below the table but found nothing. "Where is it?" Kyle started sweating. He clearly remembered he saw the egg last night before he went to sleep. How can he be so careless? He promised the Phoenix to take care of it. Damn it. With sweaty palms, Kyle went toward the bed. He wanted to throw the bed sheets away and check around the whole room, but before he could, something hard hit his left foot. Glig. Kyle looked below toward his feet. He sighed with relief before picking up the red egg present on the floor. "Why are you here? You almost freaked me out." He looked at the egg with narrowed eyes, because the red color was starting to change into a deep fire color. "Is it going to hatch?" He walked toward the table with a questioning look. He would have studied the egg more, but he was getting late for the class. That's why Kyle gently put the egg on top of the clustered clothes and was going to leave. Trembled Licky. Kyle looked at the egg dumbfounded. It was trembling, and the moment he took a step back, it looked like the egg was trying to follow him. "What the heck?" He cursed loudly. "This little fella. What if after he left the room it fell on the floor again? This time it would be probably broken. If you're going to hatch, just come out already. It's not like I can carry you around always. It's dangerous." With a frustrated expression, Kyle picked up the egg, and after putting it inside a small bag, he tied it on his waist before finally leaving for the classroom. Inside a luxurious castle room of Kingdom Escalante, a meeting was held between the big shots of every kingdom of the East Continent. The room was spacious, filled with various antiques of history. In the middle of the room, surrounded by various projections of different sizes, King Cedric sat on a sofa while wearing a serious expression. Sitting on his left was Duke Valenza, and on his right was Duke Evan. The silence was broken by a deep voice coming from one of the biggest projections floating inside the room. "It's what we expected." The projection showed an old man wearing white clothes, sitting cross-legged on top of a tree. The old man sighed with a complicated expression. If Vice Principal George saw the old man, he would have recognized him immediately. The old man was the principal of the Royal Academy, who left a few months ago without saying anything. After getting news of the monster's unusual behavior near the borders, the principal immediately left the kingdom, heading straight toward the Dark Forest. And as everyone feared, he found traces of a monster lord being born inside the Dark Forest. The principal sighed and spoke. His voice carried a hint of reluctance. The last time a monster lord appeared and attacked the humans, a whole continent was destroyed. In the end, all the other continents combined forces to defeat the monster lord. After the principal confirmed his words, a heated discussion broke out inside the room. All the people present inside the projections were kings of different kingdoms. They all voiced their worries. If a monster lord really appeared, then the East Continent, which was the nearest to the Dark Forest, would be its first target. And according to history, the destruction caused by a monster lord wasn't something they could stop with their meager power. A total of 5 kingdoms were present inside the East Continent, and all of them were surrounded by Dark Forest. Among those 5 kingdoms, Kingdom Escalante was one of the biggest and also the richest due to its high economy. Right now, the strongest person inside the East Continent was the principal of the Royal Academy. He was an individual who broke through to SSS rank a few years ago. Everyone present inside the room knew that except for the central continent, which belonged to humans, they couldn't count on any other continent because in recent years, the relationship between humans and other races had worsened. King Cedric also wore a dark expression after hearing the principal words, but despite that, he spoke with calmness. "How much time do we have?" His words were like a thunderstorm as everyone became quiet, waiting for the principal to answer. The principal, who was sitting on a tree trunk, stood up and looked toward the sky with a serious expression. Maximum 8 years, but if it decided to attack early, maybe even less than 6 years. Everyone was quiet. It was a situation where they had to use everything they had, or else the only thing approaching them was destruction. King Foron from Kingdom Whiteland broke the silence and spoke about another pressing matter that was left undiscussed due to the sudden dangerous news. Zai, the gate of Tower of Opportunity are going to be opened soon. We need to start selecting the younger talents so they can become strong enough to fight the incoming doom. Now they are our hope. After King Foron spoke, from one of the projections, a person wearing dark clothes looked at King Cedric and King Foron before speaking in a serious tone. You are right, Foron. I heard 2 people with plus SSS rank talent have appeared recently. One is studying inside the Royal Academy, while the other is being nurtured under Kingdom Whiteland. Prince Carcel, the second son of King Cedric, also awakened SSS rank talent. If my daughter wasn't studying in the Royal Academy, I would have never found out about this. Hearing that 2 people with plus SSS rank talent have appeared inside the neighboring kingdom, everyone present gasped with shock. They didn't even know about this news. King Cedric frowned hearing the dark-clothed man's words. He was going to tell everyone about it, but due to the recent events, he completely forgot about everything else. It's not like I was trying to hide it. I also just found out recently through Vice Principal George that a commoner named Alec awakened plus SSS rank talent. And about Carcel Sai. What can I do about him? He didn't even tell his mother that he had a talent surpassing his brother. King Foron nodded his head and also cleared his name with a serious expression. The person from my kingdom who awakened plus SSS rank talent is Jian, one of my distant family relatives. It was a surprise for me as well to find out about him. The discussion topic inside the room changed. Everyone first expressed their shock before expressing happiness. If before the news about Monster Lord, they knew that the neighboring kingdom had someone with plus SSS rank talent, they would have done everything to kill that person or tried to scout him to their sides. But now the situation was bad. Everyone knew that if they didn't unite, forgot about stealing talents, they wouldn't even be alive to see the next morning sun. The discussion lasted for a few more hours before the projections started disappearing, leaving behind only a single projection containing the principal. The principal looked at King Cedric and spoke with irritation. Why did you invite that dark mage? I wanted to hide the news about Alec and Carcel for a while. Now everyone knows, Sai. King Cedric smiled seeing the old man grumbling like a child. It's okay, now is not the time to hide. Let's start preparing for the Tower of Opportunity, it's going to open soon. The principal sighed again before reluctantly nodding his head. The matter of the Tower of Opportunity was of utmost importance, considering the impending doom standing in front of their doors. The towers were created by the ancestors of Blue Planet for the younger generation. Every continent has a similar tower that opens once every 20 years. The number of entries inside the tower were limited, that's why each kingdom could only send 100 individual each. Meanwhile, as usual, Kyle entered the classroom with a lazy expression. He walked toward the front seats and sat down. The seat beside him was empty. It seemed today he was earlier than 9. Not just 9, even Alec's group wasn't present yet, because there were still 50 minutes left before the class started. Kyle yawned and put his head on the table. He was going to sleep for a while because waiting for the lecture to start was quite boring, but his sleep was disturbed by a panicked voice. Kyle? Kyle frowned and looked at 9, who was panting heavily, looking like he just run a marathon. He stood up and hurriedly walked toward 9. Calm down, what happened? After calming his breath, 9 looked at Kyle with a serious expression. I have bad news for you. Kyle's frown deepened. From the morning he was having a nagging feeling that something bad was going to happen, and now hearing 9 words he also panicked a little. 9 looked at Kyle, hesitating if he should tell him, but he knew he had to tell everything, because if not, Kyle would find out from someone else. Due to some reason, the monsters near the border suddenly attacked some small cities and a lot of people died. They also destroyed some buildings. Also, Nyan City was among the cities that got attacked. I remember you are from. Kyle's mind went blank for a while. He shuddered at the thought of anything happening to his family. 9 was speaking, but right now Kyle wasn't in the condition to hear what he was saying. Seeing Kyle making a dark expression like he could kill anyone, Nine was literally scared. Still, he was worried and was going to say something, but before he could, Kyle panicked and immediately left the classroom. Kyle didn't have any communication device which he could use to contact his family. The only thing he wanted to do was to leave the academy immediately to see his family. Nine looked at Kyle's fading image. It was almost time for Professor Aliza to enter the classroom. He cursed but still followed behind Kyle. At first, Nine wanted to get close to Kyle because he thought of him as someone strong, but now after spending a whole month together, he was seriously worried about Kyle. After running out of the classroom, Kyle didn't know what to do, as leaving the academy without permission wasn't allowed. With sweaty palms and a blank expression, he was thinking about what to do when Nine grabbed his shoulder to calm him down. "Everything will be fine, let's take a mission and go together." Kyle glanced at Nine, and after hearing his words, he started to calm down. He clenched his fists and nodded. Now was not the time to be impulsive. Both of them hurriedly walked toward the mission hall, and without even glancing at the surroundings, Kyle walked toward the mission board and picked up a random mission on herb collecting. Nine also followed suit. Both of them handed the mission page they selected to the young man sitting behind the reception. The young man took the pages and glanced at Kyle with narrowed eyes, finding him somewhat familiar. "It's the trash I saw last month." The disdain in the young man's eyes was visible. He also glanced at Nine, who was wearing an awkward smile. Without giving them a second glance, he registered their names before speaking sarcastically. "These missions of herb collecting were posted just yesterday. You have 2 weeks to complete them and return with the items." Kyle wasn't bothered, nor did he care about the way the young man was speaking. After getting the confirmation of the mission, he hurriedly walked out of the hall with Nine. Soon both of them left the academy, heading straight toward the only teleportation array present outside the academy. The streets in front of the academy were filled with different shops. Some were selling low-rank skill cores while some were arts. A few shops were also selling clothes and some other daily necessities. Looking through the storage ring, Kyle took out some mana stones his second brother left inside. He was quite busy in the academy, and there was never a time he needed to use mana stones. But after looking through the amount, it was only enough for a single person to travel. On the other hand, after seeing Kyle taking out some mana stones and wearing a worried expression, Nine sighed. "I can pay for myself." Kyle was relieved and didn't ask about anything else. After waiting for their turn, they used the teleportation array to directly head toward the capital city. Usually, teleportation arrays weren't able to teleport people to such long distances, but due to the influence of the Royal Academy, it wasn't hard to acquire some advanced materials for the teleportation arrays. After arriving at the capital city, Kyle was feeling edgy due to the after effects of the teleportation array. Due to that, it took them an hour to find the teleportation array heading straight toward Nyan City. But because there was a huge crowd of people heading toward Nyan City, it took a few more hours before it was their turn. The more time passed, the more anxious Kyle was feeling. His worries worsened when they arrived at Nyan City, because the only things awaiting their arrival were broken buildings. When he left, the small city was bustling with all kinds of people busy in their daily lives. But now the sky was filled with gray clouds and the atmosphere around the city was gloomy. Hundreds of people were running here, and they're trying to find help or trying to save someone else. There was no alive monster in sight, as different guards holding blood-red weapons were roaming around the city. But it seems the reinforcement from the capital city arrived a little late, as quite a lot of dead bodies were lying around. Kyle gazed at his surroundings, living inside a world filled with cruel people. He had seen dead bodies before, but it was the first time in his life he felt so angry. Clenching his fist with anger, he walked toward the way his house was. His feet felt heavy, and his heart trembled with the mere thought of seeing his house in a similar condition. On the other hand, Nine quietly followed behind without saying much. After seeing the condition of the city, he just hoped for everything to be fine. After walking quietly for around 30 minutes, they arrived in front of one of the largest buildings present in the city. The condition around the house was better than every other place they saw on their way. Kyle saw a familiar tired face standing in front of the gates, talking with some servants. After seeing the middle-aged man, Kyle finally sighed in relief before hurriedly running toward the man. "Father." Baron Ohen turned around, hearing a familiar voice calling him from behind. His clothes were wrinkled and filled with blood. Seeing Kyle running toward him, the Baron's tired face showed happiness for a moment. Kyle didn't care about the heavy stench of blood coming from the old man. With a relieved expression, he hugged his father tightly. After a few minutes, Kyle finally let go of his father and questioned in a worried tone. "Where are elder brother and second brother?" Baron Ohen didn't say anything and wore a sad expression. Seeing his father's slightly wet eyes, Kyle's voice trembled. "They are fine. Right. They are fine. Right." Getting no response from the old man, Kyle's grip loosened as he took a step back with a blank expression. Why isn't father saying anything? He looked at the servant standing not so far from them with a throbbing headache. "Where are my brothers?" The same question, but this time Kyle's voice was calmer and face expressionless. Among the servants, an old man wearing the butler outfit walked toward Kyle with hurried footsteps. He gazed at Kyle but then lowered his head, not daring to meet those scary eyes. As the butler of the house, the old man had been watching over Kyle from a young age. That's why he knew how the young master was always lazy and carefree. Now seeing Kyle exuding such a powerful aura, he wondered how just in a month the young master changed so much. 2 days ago when the monsters attacked, the situation was very dire. Some of the relatives suggested connecting Kyle, who was at the Royal Academy, to ask for help, but Kyle's father, Baron Ohan, rejected the idea. As he knew Kyle's talent was only B rank, even if they told him about the situation, he won't be able to do anything to help. Also because Baron Ohan knew if they told Kyle, he would rush over without caring about anything else. The butler sighed. He knew now that Kyle was here, they couldn't hide anything from him. "Young master, please follow me." Without saying anything else, Kyle quietly followed behind the old man, who always nagged him during his childhood. Soon they passed from the once beautiful garden filled with broken branches of trees. Inhaling the lingering stench of blood from the surrounding, Kyle glanced at the blood-filled grass and the few monsters lying around lifelessly. He didn't say anything. Even if he wanted to, words didn't come out from his throat. After passing through the large, empty corridor, they arrived in front of the largest room inside the building. The butler turned around and faced Kyle with a serious expression. "Young master, it's great to see that you are doing fine." Due to the sudden outbreak of monsters, both Master Neon and Master Ray fought together, with some other powerful individuals present inside the city. They were also able to safely evacuate half of the citizens. The butler looked at Kyle, who had now his gaze fixed on the room doors. Kyle wanted to hurry inside to see the situation, but waited patiently for the old man to finish speaking. Everything was fine. The reinforcement also arrived after a few hours, but suddenly, for some reason, the leader of the monsters used a lethal poison skill on the group of people fighting at the front. It was an A-rank python, including Master Neon and Masters Ray. 2 other people got injured by the sudden attack. At first it was nothing serious, but just after 3 hours all of them suddenly went into coma. Right now some healers from the capital city are trying their best to save them. After finishing his words, the butler turned around and opened the door. With slow footsteps, Kyle staggered inside the room. Glancing at the 4 beds present inside, he finally saw the 2 familiar faces he had been wanting to see. Their breathing was heavy and their complexions were pale. Strange black color veins were spreading all around their bodies. "What can I do to help?" Kyle stood motionless in front of the door and watched the healers who were trying their best to stabilize the patients, but it seemed nothing was working. "I can't do anything." For the first time, Kyle felt useless. He glanced at his palms. "If I was stronger, maybe this wouldn't have happened. It's my fault." Even though he was more mature than his peers, he was only 16 years old. His brothers were fighting death in front of him, and the only thing he could do was to watch them in pain. With trembling hands and a blank expression, he looked at the cold hand grabbing his shoulder. "Father." Baron Ohen stood beside Kyle with wet eyes. He tapped his shoulder tightly. "They will be fine." Kyle, who was on the verge of crying, controlled the tears trying to leave his eyes. He glanced at his father and clenched his fists tightly. "What am I doing? They are fighting with everything they have. How can I lose hope?" After getting some courage from the old man, Kyle's heart felt calmer. He gazed at the 4 people lying on different beds, and a beautiful green light flashed through Kyle's eyes before it completely disappeared. Meanwhile, the butler, who was standing behind the father-son duo, looked at the new face Kyle brought with him. He walked toward Nine, and after knowing Nine was Kyle's classmate and friend, the butler apologized, and ordered some servants to lead Nine toward a clean room. But Nine rejected the offer and decided to complete the mission they took before leaving the academy. After telling the butler to convey his message to Kyle, he left to look for the mission herbs.
Yeah.
After standing for an hour, Baron Ohan and Kyle both went to the study to wait for the healers to bring some news. Time was trickling very slowly as Kyle paced around inside the study. He wasn't able to sit still, nor was he able to eat or drink anything. Finally, after one more day of waiting, a healer who seemed to be the head of the group walked out of the room. But the news he brought wasn't something Kyle or anyone wanted to hear. After trying their best and using one of the best healing potions, the healers were able to stabilize the patient's condition, but it was only temporary. Even if they used one of the highest grade healing potions, it won't work, because the python poison was fast reacting. The moment it entered their bodies, it spread inside the veins and damaged the heart. According to the healers, if they used high-level potions regularly on the patients to stabilize their condition, the patients can live up to 8 months maximum. The news was like a bolt of lightning as Baron Ohan lumped on the study chair and Kyle slammed his fist on the wall. But Kyle wasn't going to accept it. There's no way he can just let his brothers die. With a sweaty forehead, he looked at the healer with a crazed expression. "Are you sure there's no way left? I believe there's something we can do to save them."
Damn it.
"Anything is fine as long as there's hope. I am willing to pay any price." The healer looked at Kyle, who seemed to have lost his cool. After thinking for a while and remembering something impossible, the healer hesitated. "There's a way." Kyle glanced at the healer with ragged breathing. It doesn't matter what it was as long as he could save them. He was willing to do anything.
What is it?
Elixir of life. Everyone becomes quiet and a pin-drop silence enveloped the room. Including the healer, everyone present inside the room knew about the elixir of life. It was something very precious. It wasn't a potion or anything one could easily make. Elixir of life was a special 9-leaf herb only found at the depth of the dark forest. A beautiful colorless flower would sprout on top of the herb after spending 500 years growing. It was said that as long as one was not dead, the elixir of life could cure any disease, even those standing on the death door. But the problem was its rarity. Because of its preciousness, for a normal person getting or finding the elixir of life was almost impossible. And even if by chance it appeared in the market, there's no way the rich nobles would let go of such a precious herb. It has been more than 300 years since the last time the elixir of life appeared inside Kingdom Escalante. Kyle glanced at Baron Ohan, who seemed to have lost all hope. Baron Ohan was a merchant. Over the years of working, he had accumulated a lot of wealth. He could buy all the high-grade potions for his sons, but even he knew that elixir of life was something he could not afford. With a face filled with despair, he was shaking while a few tears welled up inside his eyes. On the other hand, Kyle wasn't someone who was going to just accept everything and do nothing. He walked toward his father with a serious expression. "No matter what, I will find the elixir, even if I have to enter the dark forest." Baron Ohan gazed at Kyle with wet eyes. His 2 elder sons were already standing at death door. How can he bear it if something happened to his youngest? "Kyle," he called out to Kyle with a choked voice before shaking his head. He knew there was nothing they could do. Thinking how the only thing he could do was to watch them die made him feel useless and ashamed of himself. On the other hand, Kyle didn't care what his father was thinking. "I can't let them die. No matter what, I will do anything." Gazing at the crying old man once more, Kyle walked toward the butler and the healer. He ordered them to follow him outside. Baron Ohan wanted to stop Kyle, but he was not even able to utter a single word. The only thing he could do was watch Kyle's fading image leaving the room. After coming out from the study room with a calm composure, Kyle ordered the butler to bring all the records of the money they currently have. The old butler looked at Kyle's strong frame with complicated emotions and sighed before nodding his head in reply. It took Kyle half a day to gather all the money they currently have. According to the total amount, he divided it into different portions. First, the funds for basic house needs. Second, he ordered some trusted servants to buy enough high-rank potions that could be used for the next 8 months. Afterward, Kyle talked to the healers and convinced them to stay at the manor and take care of the patients for 8 months. He promised them enough rewards and also no matter what he would return with the elixir. And without caring about the consequences, Kyle started preparing to enter the Dark Forest, because he knew even if the elixir appeared inside the kingdom, there was no way he would be able to get his hands on it. I promised to bring the elixir even if I have to search the whole Dark Forest. He didn't care about the danger nor himself. As long as he could save his brothers, he would do everything. Among the hundreds of thoughts going around inside Kyle's head, not once did it occur to him that he would fail. It was an unfamiliar emotion. He felt for the first time like he could do anything as long as he tried. While Kyle was packing and handling all the matters related to the Ohan household, Nine returned with the mission items the next day. He also brought a piece of news that changed Kyle's plans of entering the Dark Forest. The Tower of Opportunity was going to open in a month, the only place after the Dark Forest where finding the Elixir of Life was guaranteed.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the Royal Academy, everything was going as usual. Professor Aliza entered the classroom and frowned. They are absent again. Today was the third day both Kyle and Nine were absent. She got information through the mission hall that they took on a mission, but seeing they hadn't returned even after 3 days had passed, Aliza was quite furious. Usually after entering the academy, the new students don't take on missions and only focus on improving themselves, but it's the second time Kyle took a mission. She would have understood if the mission was about hunting monsters, but the mission Kyle and Nine took was about collecting some herbs. And to top it off, those herbs were not even rare, because they could be easily found all around inside the mountains surrounding the academy. Just how long can it take to collect some herbs? What the hell are they doing? Aliza was quite angry because Kyle had been showing a lot of improvement recently. She was happy to see someone with low talent improve with such a fast speed, but now that he disappeared without a word, she was once again changing her perspective of Kyle. And he also took Nine with him. What the? If you want to roam around, just go alone. According to her, Kyle has been a bad influence on Nine, as Nine was always hardworking, but recently he has been following Kyle around a lot and neglecting his training. Alec was also a little worried about not seeing Kyle for consecutive 3 days. He went to Kyle's dorm to check but found no one. A few days ago he used the system appraisal skill on Kyle again, but the results he got were the same as before. He was curious as to what Kyle had been doing recently. After asking around the class, he finally got some news from a classmate that he saw both Kyle and Nine taking a mission and leaving the academy. He would have inquired more as to why Kyle suddenly left the academy, but the system, which was too quiet recently, unexpectedly gave out a big mission to Alec. A mission he couldn't fail no matter what. That's why he forgot to find out more about Kyle. Mission XX. Enter the Tower of Opportunity and get the artifact Sword of Power before anyone else. Reward: 2 times sub-ranks increase. 1 times S-rank skill. Penalty: -1 times rank. The sword will go into the wrong hands. Time remaining 7 months. Next day early morning, after taking care of all the house-related matters, Kyle decided to leave for the academy with Nine. Because if he wanted to enter the Tower of Opportunity, the best way for him was to enter through the academy. And because Baron Ohan's condition was not good enough to take care of everything in Kyle's absence due to the sudden shock, Kyle gave the authority to make decisions and take care of all the other house-related matters to the butler, who has been serving the house for the last 25 years. He wasn't worried about the butler doing anything bad behind his back, as the butler was among the loyal subordinates the Baron relied on a lot. After dividing the money, there wasn't much left. That's why Kyle only took enough to make it back to the academy. Recently, while practicing the sword art at the academy, he found out that he needed a better weapon for himself to execute the art more perfectly. That's why, except for money, the second thing he took from the house was the only D-rank sword available inside the manor weaponry, because the sword Kyle was currently using wasn't ranked. Similar to humans, weapons were also divided into 2 different categories: ranked and unranked. The unranked weapons were not as powerful as the ranked weapons because they were made of normal materials. On the other hand, ranked weapons were more sturdy and durable due to the huge amount of time and resources spent on their construction. That's why the higher the rank of the weapon, the more powerful it was. Before leaving, Kyle once again assured his father that he would return with the elixir of life. The only thing Baron Ohan needed to do was to wait for him and not lose hope. Baron Ohan was reluctant at first, but when he heard that instead of the Dark Forest, Kyle would be entering the Tower of Opportunity to find the elixir, he agreed, because the tower wasn't as dangerous as the Dark Forest where dying was normal. Afterward, Kyle went to check on his brothers one last time. Their condition wasn't much better than before. Rather than better, their condition seemed to have become worse, as the black lines spreading on their bodies became more vivid. The other two patients who got injured with his brothers during the monster attack were also being taken care of by the healers. Kyle didn't know where they were from because they were just some adventurers who decided to provide assistance during the monster attack. Even after asking around for a while, Kyle wasn't able to locate their families. That's why he asked the healers to take care of them as well until someone from their families came looking for them. Kyle sat beside his brothers for a while with a warm expression and started talking about his experience inside the academy. He knew they wouldn't be able to hear him because they were in a coma, but he just wanted to tell them that their small brother, who always got beaten up by them due to his lazy nature, had grown up. Afterward, together with Nine, Kyle left the manor. Standing in front of the house, Kyle once again turned around and looked at huge gates. Countless memories of the past flashed through his mind, making him feel somewhat nostalgic. It's only been more than a month since he left for the academy. Who would have imagined that things would turn out like this? Kyle gazed at the manor garden, which was in the middle of construction, once more before leaving with Nine. While traveling, they saw that just in a few days, almost all the surrounding buildings were completely constructed. Also, the atmosphere around the city was not so gloomy anymore. Everyone was busy in their lives again, forgetting the tragic incident that happened just a few days ago. But those who lost their loved ones will always remember the pain they felt. Nine, who was always beside Kyle during their travel, noticed some minor changes in Kyle's appearance. First, the corners of Kyle's black hair, which were slightly silver before, were now more noticeable and brighter, and there was also a tint of emerald color in the center of Kyle's black eyes. At first, Nine didn't notice these changes because they were too small, but when he was conversing with Kyle or standing near him, he couldn't help but notice them. But knowing how it was impossible to change someone's natural eye color, Nine shook his head and stopped overthinking.
Yeah.
It took Nine and Kyle not more than 6 hours to reach the academy because both of them didn't stop anywhere to rest. Also, they wanted to hurry up and reach the academy to learn more about the upcoming opening of the Tower of Opportunity. And just like they expected, the moment they arrived at the academy, everyone inside the academy was talking about the tower. First, they went to the mission hall to summit the mission items, only to get a disdainful look from the young man sitting behind the reception. Seeing the disdainful gaze of the young man who didn't even bother to reply to them, Kyle was unfazed as he was used to it. But Nine felt like crying because it was the first time someone was looking down at him. He was born with a lot of talent and always worked hard, that's why he was not used to such treatment. Afterward, both of them started following the first-year student, who told them that Vice Principal George was going to announce something, and because of that, all the first and second-year students were required to gather at the center of the academy. It took them 10 minutes to reach the center of the academy. The center of the academy was a large, empty ground surrounded by buildings. A small platform was set up at the edge of the ground. In front of the platform, all the first and second-year students were gathered, making a small crowd of almost 400 people. Everyone was talking about the sudden announcement and also eagerly waiting for the vice principal's arrival, because almost all the people present guessed the reason behind the sudden announcement. It was because some of the students studying inside the academy were royals. Their families would have definitely told them about the tower even before they entered the academy. As both Kyle and Nine were a little late, that's why they stood at the end of the crowd. While waiting for the vice principal, Kyle saw Alec and his team standing further away from them, almost in front of the platform. Kyle shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking how easily he spotted them among the crowd. The four of them were looking dazzling due to their otherworldly appearance. Maybe the four of them were favored by the heavens because they also had enough talent to make anyone jealous. At first, when Kyle entered the academy, he thought he was too far away to ever be able to reach them, but he wasn't bothered as he knew what he could and couldn't do. But now looking at them, his perspective was completely different, because now approaching them didn't look hard. And maybe unknowingly, he was even thinking that someday he could surpass them. A far contrast to his previous thoughts, where he only wanted to reach them. As Kyle was thinking all this, he himself didn't notice how his thoughts, which were previously too easygoing, were changing. And the reason behind all this, was it really due to his brother's incident? Or is it because of something else? But unfortunately, no one in this world was capable enough to notice or tell him about all this. Disrupting Kyle from his thoughts was the vice principal's loud voice. Hello everyone, I believe you all are working hard and learning new things every day inside the academy. First, I would like to apologize for calling everyone so suddenly without any prior notice, as I know you all would have been busy training or preparing for the first term exams which are almost around the corner. But you see, there's an important announcement I have to make today. Kyle gazed at the platform where the vice principal was standing. Standing on his left was Professor Liam, and standing behind him were 4 different professors. Kyle glanced around to see if Professor Aliza was present, but even glancing around for a while, Professor Aliza was nowhere to be found. On the other hand, after talking about some random topics, Vice Principal George finally started talking about the topic everyone was waiting eagerly to hear. He announced that the Tower of Opportunity, which opened every 20 years, was going to open next month. And just like last time, 100 spots have been given out to each kingdom present inside the East Continent. Like every other kingdom, Kingdom Escalante will also choose 100 talented individuals from the younger generation. Among the 100 spots, 14 are given to the Royal Academy because it is the No. 1 academy present inside the kingdom. And for a while, the vice principal started boasting about the prestigiousness of the Royal Academy and how the students were lucky enough to get a chance to enter the academy. Only when Professor Liam gave him a light tap on the shoulder did he stop, but the vice principal's annoyed face showed that he wanted to talk more about the Royal Academy. The principal continued by saying that 46 more spots are given out to the other academies present inside the kingdom, according to their ranking. And to make it fair, the remaining 40 spots would be given out to the general public. Everyone living inside the kingdom can fight for those spots through a competition that will be held in one of the cities present on the west side of the kingdom. Afterward, the vice principal said that all the first and second year students of the Royal Academy would be allowed to fight for the 14 spots available to the academy. The third year students weren't able to fight for those spots because, according to the rules of the tower, those who are older than 18 can't enter inside. All the first year students panicked after hearing that they had to fight the second year students to get a spot. It had only been a month since the first year students entered the academy, so they thought it wasn't fair to fight the second year students who were already so strong. But Vice Principal George's next words made everyone sigh with relief. To make it fair for the students, 2 different competitions will be held inside the academy after a week. One among the first year students and the other among the second year students. 7 spots would be given out to each year. Now it's up to you all to win a spot for yourself. After telling some other things about the tower, Vice Principal George gazed around, seeing the familiar faces of the students. First, his gaze landed on Alec, who was standing at the front with Carcel, Lara, and Mia, then on some other students who were showing quite a lot of talent before finally landing on a face he had not seen for a while. But contrary to the Vice Principal's expectations, the said student was very attentive and wasn't lazing around. Kyle, who was standing at the far end of the crowd, was directly looking at the vice principal, while carefully taking in all the information related to the tower. Suddenly, his gaze met with the vice principal, who seemed a little taken aback seeing Kyle's unwavering gaze. The vice principal was the first to withdraw his gaze. This rascal, what's with his gaze? Did I just feel pressured when I locked eyes with him? No way, it must have been my imagination. Vice Principal George shook his head, clearing his mind before ordering everyone to go back and rest for the day, because it was almost the end of the day. All the students scattered around, some leaving for their dorms while others for training. Kyle and Nine also left for their dorms because the last few days have been very hectic for them, especially for Kyle, who has experienced a lot recently. After reaching the dorms, Kyle bid farewell to Nine before entering the dorm room. The moment he entered inside, he walked toward the bed and slumped on it with a tired expression. His eyes started getting heavy because for the past few days, he hadn't slept even for a single moment. Thus, he decided to sleep for today because from tomorrow, he was going to start preparing for the biggest challenge of his life. But before he could close his eyes, something tied on his waist trembled slightly. "Ah, I almost forgot about you." Kyle untied the phoenix egg tied on his waist. Due to so many things happening recently, he almost forgot about it. After taking out the egg, he looked at it for a while before tucking it with the blanket. Afterward, Kyle also buried himself inside the blanket and hugged the pillow tightly before closing his eyes to sleep. Kyle's usual peaceful morning was disturbed by the sudden sharp pain inflicted on his left cheek. With an annoyed expression, he tried to bury his face under the blanket, but unfortunately, the endless pecking didn't stop at his face. It started pulling his hair. Kyle was still sleepy to see the reason for all this. That's why instead of checking what it was, he just wrapped himself inside the blanket to avoid the pain disrupting his sleep. Wake up. I am hungry.
Huh?
Hearing a childlike voice inside his head, Kyle was jolted awake.
What? Who?
With eyes wide open, he looked at the dorm door to see who was talking to him, but there was no one. Was it my imagination? He briefly glanced at his room, but as usual, the room was empty. As it was still too early in the morning, that's why after shaking his head, Kyle was going to bury himself inside the blanket again. Are you ignoring me? I am hungry.
Who?
This time the childish voice resounded too clearly inside Kyle's head to be ignored. He hurriedly started looking here and there to see if anyone was present inside his room, when suddenly something fluffy touched his hand.
Huh?
He looked down and saw a small bright red color bird staring at him eagerly with her big blue eyes. What are you? Kyle picked up the small bird, which was barely the size of a fist with 2 fingers, and looked at it curiously. The bird started wriggling inside his hand, trying to free himself. What are you doing? Let me go. Don't you know how to gently pick up someone? Also, why are you still sleeping? I am hungry, give me something to eat. Hearing the familiar childlike voice inside his head, Kyle was dumbfounded.
Are you? Greg?
With an expression full of disbelief, he was going to confirm something when he heard the sound of something breaking under his blanket. Kyle hurriedly removed the blanket and confirmed his suspicions after seeing the red broken pieces of something, which was once an egg. Hey, are you gonna let me go or not? His shock was interrupted by the endless chattering that resounded inside his head, coming from the small bird. Or should he say the small phoenix? He wasn't sure. Why is it so small? Kyle couldn't help but think, was it adopted? Why are you so small? Did the phoenix give me someone else child? The small bird seemed to be offended as its skin started burning with golden flames, but she made sure it wouldn't harm Kyle too much. Due to the sudden heat burning Kyle's fingers' flesh, he let go of the bird with a wince. I am not sure. I am a legendary being. And here you are being ungrateful by making fun of my appearance. Also, I just came out from that egg, that's why I am hungry, so give me some food. Kyle looked at the proud expression of the small fluffy ball with a complicated expression. I thought I would have a phoenix as a pet, but what is this thing? It's not a phoenix at all. But amidst all the grumbling, Kyle wasn't able to deny the fact that she was quite strong despite her small and cute appearance, because the moment she used the burning skill on Kyle, he was able to feel her rank, which was E rank. Even higher than Kyle. As expected from a phoenix. No, I should call it a bird. Kyle sighed before taking out something edible from his storage ring and placing it in front of the bird. The bird started eating the food, and after finishing she had a satisfied expression on her face before she flew and sat on top of Kyle's head. Kyle looked up and smiled because for some reason he found it cute. He could feel a small thread connecting them, and because of that Kyle was also able to feel a portion of her emotions. He wondered if she could do the same. Stop staring and give me a name. The bird looked at Kyle with her big blue eyes filled with expectations. Kyle nodded seriously and started pondering about a suitable name for the little fellow. Name him. How about Birdie or Reddy? I think it's similar to your appearance. The bird looked at Kyle with wide eyes filled with disbelief, making Kyle doubt his naming skills. Was it that bad? Just bad? No, it's terrible. Your naming sense is very bad. Even though Kyle was getting scolded, he still found it cute how she was trying to speak like an adult with her childlike voice. He also noticed that she had knowledge about her surroundings and was able to converse with him very easily. It seems it's true that monsters with intelligence can share some part of their knowledge with their offspring. Then how about Bia? It's the name of the goddess of strength. Kyle lightly tapped the head of the bird, who seemed to be enjoying herself. Okay, considering the previous options, Bia is 1,000 times better. I will go with it for the time being. I am a little sleepy, so I will sleep for a while. Don't wake me up for a while. All right. Kyle picked up Bia from his head and carefully placed her on the pillow. It seems Bia was getting tired too easily because she just left the egg. Afterward, Kyle started preparing for the morning class he had been missing for a few days. On the other hand, Nine also woke up early morning, and after getting ready, he knocked on Kyle's door. But then he realized how waking up Kyle had become a habit because Nine had been doing it for the past month. Nine sighed and was going to knock again, but Kyle opened the door and greeted him with a small smile. Afterward, both of them started walking toward the classroom.
What?
As usual, the first-year classroom was filled with students, but today a heated discussion was going on inside the class. Everyone was chattering about the tower and what kind of competition would be held to fill the 7 spots given to the first-year students. Alec and Carcel both were sitting in the first row where Kyle usually sat with Nine, while Lara and Mia were sitting behind them. They were also discussing about the tower and the competition which will be held in a week. The classroom door opened and 2 familiar faces entered the room, attracting the attention of everyone as they were the last to enter. Alec looked at Kyle, who entered the classroom with Nine. He waved toward them and gestured for them to sit beside him and Carcel. Kyle replied with a greeting and sat on one of the 2 unoccupied seats beside Alec, but Kyle was feeling somewhat confused.
Did he leave these seats for me and Nine?
I wonder why. We are not that close. And just like Mia and Lara, the 4 of them started conversing with each other. But like always among the 4, Carcel and Kyle were quiet, only nodding their heads or speaking when necessary. After a while, Professor Aliza entered the classroom, ceasing the countless chattering of the students. As usual, her expression was cold and her long black hair was tied in a ponytail. Gazing at all the familiar faces present inside, she stood on the stage while holding the attendance sheet. Her eyes briefly paused at Kyle and a small frown appeared on her beautiful face.
He returned.
But she didn't say anything to Kyle or anyone else and started calling out names from the attendance sheet. Yesterday, after getting too angry at Kyle, who has been absent for 4 consecutive days, Aliza left the academy to find out what he was doing. But after reaching Nyan City and seeing the condition of Kyle's family, she was worried. He didn't tell anyone he could have asked for help from the academy. What made Aliza annoyed was that one of her students was going through a hard time, but he wouldn't even share it with the academy. Also, just how is he going to find the elixir of life, which even she hadn't seen in her life? But despite experiencing such a setback in life, Kyle was wearing a calm expression. Aliza couldn't help but praise his bearing. She sighed because she couldn't help him if he didn't ask. The only thing Aliza could do was to ask the vice principal to look for the elixir of life, but she knew even for the vice principal, finding the elixir in 8 months was an impossible task. After taking attendance, Aliza started her lecture, which lasted for almost 2 hours. Afterward, she gave some information about the history of the Tower of Opportunity. A lot of students raised their hands to ask questions regarding the tower, because for them the tower was a huge opportunity to become strong. Aliza patiently answered everyone's queries before saying goodbye and leaving the classroom.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kyle and Nine, who were expecting to get some punishment because they were absent for the past 4 days, were dumbfounded when Professor Aliza left without a single word. Nevertheless, it was good for them as both of them looked at each other with surprise. Alec, who was sitting beside Kyle, stood up.
Let's leave for training.
Kyle nodded, and all of them left the classroom heading straight toward the training ground. Seeing them leaving, the other students also started following behind them. Soon, they entered the training ground, which was the same as before. As usual, Alec, Nine and Carcel took out their weapons and went toward the dummies. And Lara and Mia went toward the long-distance targets. On the other hand, standing in front of a dummy, Kyle took out his sword and closed his eyes for a while. All the basic sword moves flashed through his head. For the past whole month, Kyle had been observing a lot of students practicing different sword arts, and he noticed that there was something similar in every sword art. And those were the basic moves of the sword. That's why Kyle wanted to master all the basic moves. In this way, he would be able to easily seize any openings present inside his opponent's moves. After taking a deep breath, Kyle started hitting the dummy with all his strength, executing all the basic moves. He also practiced the first move of void-shattering strikes.
Eliminate.
While practicing, he didn't even notice how the morning sun went down and a moon appeared between the dark clouds. Alec, who was practicing beside Kyle, couldn't help but look at Kyle because his sword was faster and sharper than before. Also, the move Kyle used before while fighting Alec was now very different, as Kyle's sword after changing trajectory would not just hit the neck, but also all the other parts of the dummy. Alec wondered just what Kyle did in the past week for him to advance so much. Slowly but surely all the students started leaving the training grounds to rest for the day. Even Alec and Carcel were tired. They stopped and grouped up with Lara and Mia, who seemed to be also stopping for today. But Kyle didn't stop. He was so absorbed in practicing that he didn't even notice that the whole training ground was now empty. Alec looked at Kyle and sighed, because Kyle was always the first person to leave the training ground, but today he seemed a little disturbed for some reason. But among the people present, no one except Nine knew the reason behind Kyle's behavior. And because Kyle's gaze was too fixed on attacking the dummy, he wasn't able to hear the others calling out his name. Suddenly, a familiar childlike voice resounded inside his head. "Hey, did you just leave me alone inside that cramped room? And to top it off, you didn't even leave any food for me."
No.
Kyle finally stopped, and under everyone's gaze a small red fur ball flew inside the training ground before sitting on top of Kyle's head. "Why didn't you hear when I was calling your name?" Kyle put his sword inside the storage ring and gently patted Bia's head with an apologetic face. "Sorry, I didn't notice the time. But how did you find me? Also, it's dangerous, you should have stayed inside the room. It's not hard for me to find you because we are connected. Also, how can you expect me to stay inside that gloomy room? If you're so worried next time, be sure to take me with you." Kyle sighed and turned around, only to see everyone staring at him with strange expressions. "What happened?" Nine was the first one to ask about the bird sitting on top of Kyle's head. Kyle smiled and pointed at Bia. "It came out from an egg I found during the first mission I took from the academy."
No.
After Nine, unexpectedly, it was Mia who approached Kyle and tried to touch Bia because she was just too cute with big blue eyes and red fur enveloping her whole body. And to Kyle's surprise, Bia flew toward Mia before sitting on her shoulder. Lara, the one who was always grumpy toward Kyle, also approached Bia and started patting her head. Bia seemed to be enjoying herself. Kyle looked at Bia with a smirk before glancing at Carcel and Alec, but Alec's expression showed utter shock. "Jacques?" Kyle walked toward Alec. "What happened?" "Oh, it's nothing." Getting no response from Alec, Kyle shrugged his shoulders. Alec walked toward Bia because he also wanted to touch her, but before he could, Bia started flying, making everyone laugh at Alec. With an embarrassed expression, Alec smiled bitterly because the thing he just saw was something no one would be able to know in their whole life, maybe not even Kyle. System analysis. Name Bia. Age 1 day. Rank D. Special, mutated due to absorbing essence. Mutation effects grade legendary. Divine. Talent SSS plus rank.
Nera.
Trying to find the cause. Loading.
Nera.
No more information provided. Kyle, just where the hell did you find her? The next morning, Kyle got up early and went to class with Nine. After a few hours of usual lectures, he went back to the dorm for a bath before heading straight to the training ground. His current schedule was insane since now, apart from training or attending lectures, he didn't have time for any other thing. Professor Liam, the training instructor of first-year students, was also impressed seeing Kyle working so hard and showing incredible improvements. Even though Kyle never asked, Professor Liam would give him pointers here and there about the mistakes he was making, because the more Professor Liam observed Kyle, the more he felt that it was indeed a pity that his talent was only B rank. And since the time of the competition was getting near, including Alec and his team, all the first-year students were working harder than usual, but Kyle would always practice till late at night. The whole training ground would be empty, and only after, when he was exhausted and had no strength left inside his body, would he staggered toward his dorm. Due to Kyle's influence, Nine also started training like crazy, but no matter how much he tried, he would still leave the training ground earlier than Kyle. At first, Nine and the others waited for Kyle to finish, but the next day Kyle stopped them because he didn't want to waste their time of rest. And after communicating with Bia, Kyle found that he could also talk with her through telepathy because they were bonded to each other. At first, talking through telepathy with Bia was hard, but after trying it a few times, Kyle got the gist of it. Also during this time, due to Bia, Lara started conversing with Kyle normally. She would still ignore him from time to time, but it was a lot better compared to before. All this while Professor Aliza kept an eye on Kyle. She wasn't able to help him directly, but she secretly asked Vice Principal George to look for the elixir of life. 1 week passed in this manner. Kyle was able to make good progress in his training. His stats also improved a lot compared to before.
His dad's
Name Kyle. Bloodline Celestial locked. Rank plus F.
strength E.
Mana plus F. Agility plus F. Talent SS rank suppressed.
Luck A. Skills
Fireball F rank.
Yeah.
Kyle's agility stat increased by a sub-rank and his strength stat increased by 2 sub-ranks. Who would believe that just a little more than a month ago both these stats were at G rank? All this was possible because for the past whole week, Kyle's schedule was to attend classes, training, eating, and again training. He only used 1-2 hours daily for rest. But what made Kyle surprised was that his body was able to cope with such intense training. Now Kyle was almost on the verge of a breakthrough, and according to him in half a month, he would probably break through to E rank.
Yeah.
While everyone was training and working hard, finally the day of the competition arrived. The competition for the first-year students was held inside the Academy Hall. That's why early morning, all the first-year students were seen heading toward the hall. Kyle and Nine were also walking behind some of the first-year students when someone called their name from behind. It was Alec. As usual, he was walking with Carcel, Lara, and Mia. The moment they appeared, all the nearby eyes were on them due to their gorgeous appearance. At first, Kyle was a little uncomfortable getting all the attention due to interacting with Alec and others, but after some time he started ignoring the few eyes staring at him. After greeting each other, they started chatting and walking together. Bia, who was sitting on top of Kyle's head, started flying after seeing Mia and Lara before sitting on top of Mia's shoulder. Kyle looked at Bia with narrowed eyes. It seems for some reason Bia liked Mia. Did you just betray the person who fed you this morning with love and care just to get some caresses from a beauty? Bia snickered, hearing a complaint-filled voice inside her head before turning her big blue eyes toward Mia and ignoring Kyle completely. Soon they arrived at the Academy Hall. 20 different small stages were set up in the middle of the hall, surrounded by hundreds of audience seats. But only a few audience seats were occupied by first and some third-year students, because the second-year students were busy with their own competition, and 80% of the third-year students were out doing missions. Slowly but surely all the first-year students appeared inside the hall, settling down on the empty audience seats. The person in charge of overseeing the competition was Elder Lou, with Professor Liam, and 2 other professors acting as referees. Professor Liam walked and stood in the middle of the hall, making all the students cease their conversations. Hello, everyone. I hope you all have been working hard for the competition, because the results will decide who will occupy the 7 available spots of the Tower of Opportunity from the first-year students. Professor Liam's clear and loud voice resounded inside the hall. This competition will last for 5 days, and because of that, no class or training will be held in the next 5 days. All the rounds of the competition will be 1 versus 1 battles. There are a total of 200 students participating. That's why we will try to conclude the first round today. Afterward, Professor Liam told everyone that 20 battles would be held at a time, because there were 20 stages present inside the hall, and called 40 different students on the stage. The called students got up from their seats and walked toward the stages, awaiting Professor Liam's instructions. This is not a life and death battle, so remember to give up once you feel like you can't deal with your opponent's attack. If your opponent is not in the condition to fight back, you are not allowed to continue attacking. After one of the participants admits defeat, the other participant is not allowed to attack. After shouting out the rules, Professor Liam gave the signal to start the fight, and the first round of the competition officially began. Alec, Lara, and Nine were also in the first batch of students fighting on the stage. But Alec's fight only lasted for a few seconds before he won and returned to his seat. Nine and Lara also easily won their battles before returning to their seats. After the first batch, 2 more batches of students were called on the stage. In the 4th batch, Carcel and Mia's name was called. Both of them also easily defeated their opponents. Kyle's name was called with the last batch of students. After entering the academy, he hadn't fought with anyone else except Alec, Nine, and Carcel. That's why Kyle was looking forward to the upcoming fight. But contrary to his expectations, his opponent was someone very weak, and he defeated him very easily just in half a minute. Also, it seemed that the professors made sure not to match the top 10 students against each other because Kyle, 9 and the others were not called out against each other. After the first round, 100 students made it to the second round. At the end of the first round, Professor Liam told everyone to rest for the day and be ready for the second round, which will be held tomorrow morning. Next day early morning, just like yesterday, all the first-year students made their way toward the hall. Everyone was looking forward to the second round. After everyone arrived and settled down, Professor Liam walked and stood in the middle of the hall. He glanced at the 100 students who won the first round, and without further wait, he started calling different students on the stage. The remaining 100 students who lost yesterday were now sitting in the audience seats, cheering or watching the qualified participants with envy. Just like the first round, Kyle, Alec and the others defeated their opponents easily, entering the third round without facing much difficulty. Out of the 100 students, 50 students made it to the third round. And just like Kyle assumed, the professors made sure to not call the top 10 students against each other. That's why all the top 10 students advanced to the third round. The third round was also not much eventful because Kyle, Alec and the others easily made it to the semifinals. But because the number of students wasn't even, Elder Lou took out a big box and asked the winning 25 students to choose a number plate present inside the big box. The one choosing the 0 number plate will directly qualify for the finals. After getting the instructions, the 25 students stood making a line and started picking up the number plates present inside the box. Kyle and 9 were standing together almost at the end of the line. 9 took out a number plate and cursed because his number wasn't 0 before looking at Kyle. "What number did you get?" Kyle's smile made 9 have a bad premonition. He bent down to see Kyle's number plate only to curse loudly. "Lucky bastard. You got number 0. Alec and Carcel also looked at Kyle's number plate with surprised expressions. Alec walked toward 9 and after making a sorrowful expression, he started patting his shoulder. "I can feel your pain." "What the?" 9 slapped Alec's hand away before looking at Kyle with pleading eyes. "How about changing the number plate with me?" But Elder Lou, who was standing opposite everyone, glanced at the duo before staring deeply at Kyle's number plate. "The participant holding number plate 0, please head back to your seat." Hearing the deep loud voice, 9 stepped back while looking at Elder Lou with a smile. "I was joking." Kyle and the others started laughing. Even Bia looked at 9 pitifully. After laughing at 9 for a full minute, Kyle walked back to his seat with Bia sitting on top of his head. Alec and the other students went to different stages after knowing their opponents, and the long-awaited battles of the semifinals started. Alec's first battle was against Nike, someone ranked 16 in the class ranking. He was having a little difficulty at first because he didn't use any of his skills, but afterward, he defeated his opponent within a minute. Carcel's battle was against Bill, someone ranked 19 in the class ranking. Just like Alec, he also defeated his opponent in less than a minute. Laura and Mia's match was against Jessica and Luna, ranked 12 and 15 in the class ranking. At first, they looked evenly matched, but after a minute, Laura and Mia started having the upper hand and both of them won as well. On the other hand, 9 was seen crying and running around the stage, making all the students sitting in the audience seats laugh at him. He was happy that his opponent was not someone ranked among the top 6, but still, his opponent wasn't someone weak. In the end, after struggling on the stage for more than 20 minutes, he won by taking opportunity of a small gap present in his opponent's defense. At the end of day 4, 13 students made it to the finals. The rules for the final round were a little different. In this round, all the remaining participants were required to fight 12 different battles without taking a break. According to the number of battles won by the participants, they would select the top 7 students who won the most battles. For the final round, instead of 20, 7 different stages were set up in the center of the hall. As usual, Kyle and the others arrived together. Alec and his team's winning chances were very high because all of them were in the top 5. Kyle was also determined to win because he had to enter the tower no matter what. Before the final round, 9 practically begged Carcel and Alec to admit defeat against him, or else there was no way he would win the final round. He didn't ask Kyle because he knew that right now Kyle needed the spot more than anyone else. At first, both Alec and Carcel were hesitant, but even if they lost 1 out of 12 fights, they would still qualify for one of the spots available. That's why they agreed. All the winning participants stood against one another, and they started fighting after getting the signal from the professors. In the first stage, Alec stood fighting Lily, ranked 6th in the class ranking. After he defeated Lily, he walked toward the second stage where Carcel was waiting for him. Carcel and Alec's fight was remarkable, with both of them fighting with everything they got, but in the end Alec won and proceeded to fight on the third stage. In the third stage he fought with Mia and won. In the fourth stage 9 was waiting for him, but instead of fighting, Alec admitted defeat and proceeded to the next stage. 9 was over the top after Alec admit defeat. Afterward he walked onto the stage where Carcel was present, and Carcel also admit defeat. The referee looking over their battle looked at 9 with narrowed eyes, but in the end there were no rules saying that the participants weren't allowed to help each other.
These brats.
They are taking advantage of the loopholes present inside the rules. The referee sighed before announcing 9 as the winner and asking him to proceed to the next stage, but the next match wasn't so lovely for 9 because he was almost beaten to death by Lily, who for some reason attacked the moment 9 stepped on the stage. The referee looked at 9 with eyes filled with mockery. "Brat, you were destined for a beating. Trying to cheat in front of me, no chance." 9 looked at the referee, who was giving thumbs up to Lily with a painful expression. He was going to admit defeat because he knew he couldn't defeat Lily, but it seemed the referee asked Lily to rough him up a little for cheating. He wanted to cry, but tears didn't come out because his next opponent was Lara. After accepting his fate, with tattered clothes 9 dragged himself onto the next stage. He simply made himself ready for another beating. Meanwhile, Kyle's first opponent was Jake, ranked 5th in the class ranking. After getting the go signal from Professor Liam, who was the referee of stage 6 and 5, Kyle gazed at Jake from the corner of his eyes. A lance user. He didn't feel intimidated by Jake, who seemed to be the same rank as him. "You can defeat him because I can see he is weaker than you." Bia's voice resounded inside Kyle's head. She was sitting in the audience seats. Kyle looked surprised. With a serious expression, he attacked Jake first while conversing with Bia. "Do you have a skill that tells if the opponent is strong or weak?" He was expecting to hear a positive response because if Bia had such a skill, it could help Kyle to avoid a lot of trouble. But Kyle's expectations were met with cold water. "No, I just guessed." Kyle had the urge to curse, but because he couldn't lose focus during the fight, he controlled himself. The fight with Jake wasn't as difficult as Kyle expected because even though their rank was same, Kyle's stats were probably superior than Jake's. But amidst all this, Kyle noticed a lot of shortcomings. Among them, the most frustrating one was when Jake used agility-based skills. After defeating Jake, Kyle fought against another 2 opponents and won before standing in front of Alec. Alec was looking forward to his fight with Kyle because he had seen Kyle working very hard for the past week. Also, the system still hasn't shown him full information regarding Kyle, so he wanted to see just how much Kyle had improved from their last fight. With a serious expression, Alec gave Kyle a chance to attack first, but Kyle looked at him with a humble expression while raising his hand toward the referee. "I admit defeat." Alec barely stopped himself from tripping after hearing Kyle's words.
What?
Not wanting to answer Alec's question, Kyle turned around and left the stage, leaving behind the dumbfounded Alec. Bia snickered at Kyle from afar only to get a glare in return. Actually, Kyle was going to try fighting Alec and see if he could defeat him, but Alec's proficiency in sword and rank was higher than him. He knew he would only exhaust himself if he fought against Alec. That's why he decided that admitting defeat was a better choice. Afterward, Kyle climbed the next stage only to see the pitiful face of his friend. "Are you sure you are 9? This question made 9 look at Kyle with hatred. Without even glancing at Kyle, 9 jumped off the stage. "I admit defeat." "You devil, I know you will tear my remaining clothes if I fought with you." 9 left while complaining, leaving behind the referee and Kyle, who were laughing at him. Kyle's next opponent was Mia. After getting the go signal from the referee, Kyle attacked first because he knew if he wanted to defeat a mage, he had to close the distance between them. Mia was also not standing idle. She hurriedly constructed a shield to block Kyle's attack before increasing the distance between them. Afterward, she used the skill freezing barrier to decrease Kyle's speed, but contrary to her expectations, after she blocked his attack, Kyle retreated. Not giving him a chance to attack again, Mia assembled 10 fireballs and threw them toward Kyle. Kyle blocked some of it and evaded the remaining easily. Even if he doesn't have any agility-type skills, his agility stat was high enough for him to easily evade the upcoming attack. Giving Mia a shock, Kyle copied Mia's skill and assembled 10 fireballs, throwing them directly toward Mia. Mia's agility stat was high, but it wasn't high enough to evade all the fireballs coming directly toward her. That's why she constructed a few small shields to protect herself. Kyle used almost all of his mana in this attack, so after gaining the advantage, he hurriedly closed the distance before pointing the tip of his sword at Mia's neck.
No.
The referee overseeing the match declared Kyle as the winner. Mia looked at Kyle. After Alex and Carcel, he was the third person who defeated her. She still had a lot of mana left, but the unexpected attack caught her off guard, making her lose focus for a while. She sighed and nodded at Kyle with a smile before leaving the stage. The moment Kyle defeated Mia, a lot of eyes were on him. First, Professor Liam, who had been observing Kyle. He saw Kyle improve, but he never thought he would be capable enough to defeat Mia. Some of the students sitting in the audience seats also expressed their surprise when they saw Kyle winning. Among everyone, the most shocked person was Lara. She had been looking down at Kyle from the start because of his low talent. Now he defeated Mia, someone she wasn't able to defeat. Her eyes passed at Kyle for a brief moment. Was I wrong? Lara didn't like it when someone with a low talent approached her. Rather than calling it dislike, she would call it habit. At first, she didn't look down on anyone no matter who it was, but when she was 9 years old, one of her friends who belonged to a poor family got jealous and tried to harm Lara. One day she told Lara that a very beautiful flower had bloomed inside the forest near her house. They were all together when they entered the forest, but suddenly Lara found herself alone. While she was finding her friends thinking they were playing tricks on her, an unranked monster appeared out of nowhere. The monster was hideous and scary, but no matter how much Lara shouted for help, no one was there to hear her plea. If not for a wandering warrior, maybe she would have died that day. After returning home, Lara found the petty reason behind all this. It was because she was born into a well-off family and had everything they didn't, and that's why her friends tried to harm her. The more she thought about that incident, the more angry she felt. Was it worth it to harm others just because you are jealous of them? After that day, she started to make fewer friends, or rather, she only interacted with those who were equal to her, because she never wanted to experience something like that again. A lot of time passed, and Lara didn't even notice when she started looking down at others. The moment Lara found out that Kyle's talent was only B rank, she knew they were world apart. Even though she wanted to act normal with him because Carcel and Alec both started interacting with Kyle, she wasn't able to. But to her surprise, instead of getting angry, Kyle completely ignored her existence like he didn't care, or was he just used to it? After a while, Lara wanted to apologize to Kyle, but due to her ego, the words never left her mouth. Now seeing Kyle defeating Mia, there was only one thought in her mind. He is stronger than me. Kyle's next battle was with Lara, as usual. Her gaze was cold when she stepped on the stage and looked at Kyle. After getting the go signal from the referee, both of them attacked together. As Kyle's mana was depleted due to casting 10 fireballs while fighting Mia, he was unable to use mana for a while. That's why the moment the fight started, Kyle wanted to decrease the distance between them, but Lara released 2 arrows directly aiming at Kyle's head. Kyle had no choice but to retreat if he wanted to dodge the arrows because they were too fast, and it seemed Lara coated them with mana. The moment the arrows struck the ground, a small crack formed in the middle of the stage. Kyle looked at the crack while sweat trickled down his forehead. What's with her? Did she just try to kill me? He gazed at Lara only to find her staring back at him with eyes saying, "You can't defeat me." Kyle let out a dry laugh before looking at the referee, who seemed to be enjoying the show. Damn it. After clenching the sword firmly, he attacked once again. This time his gaze was fixed on the arrows Lara released. Dodging the arrows was hard, but it was not impossible. But the problem was, just like Lara, Kyle's attack wasn't landing at her. He had no choice but to run around in circles on the stage to avoid the arrows. Why is she so fast? After a few minutes, Kyle was finally able to land a hit on Lara, but to his surprise, she blocked the sword with her bow before pushing Kyle back. Lara looked at her hand holding the bow. It was trembling. Even though she blocked the sword, the force behind Kyle's attack wasn't something to be scoffed off. Their fight continued. No one was willing to admit defeat. The audience was now looking at the stage where Kyle and Lara were fighting. Their fight truly turned fantastic when an arrow grazed Kyle's neck. If he hadn't evaded it on time, maybe he would have gotten seriously injured. Both Kyle and Lara looked at each other while breathing heavily. Their fight was the longest fight of the finals. Alec, who was already done with his battles, looked at Kyle with a grumpy face. Why didn't you fight with me? He was the only one Kyle didn't fight. On the other hand, Kyle and Lara's fight reached its climax when Kyle used his sword art. He wasn't going to use it against Lara, but in the end, he had no choice but to use it. After deflecting Lara's attack, he jumped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant and attacked. Lara was going to deflect the attack with her bow, but the sword changed direction midway before sending her bow flying. Due to the sudden force, Lara was unable to stand still. She fell on her butt, and when she looked up, Kyle's sword was just inches away from her neck. After the referee gave the signal that Kyle won, Kyle removed his sword before asking Lara politely, "Are you okay?" He was not expecting any answers, but to his surprise, Lara replied while staring directly at him, "I am fine, but next time I won't lose." Kyle smiled and got ahead of himself by offering Lara his hand so she could stand up, but the only thing he got in return was her gaze saying, "Are you crazy?" Taking his hand back awkwardly, Kyle gazed at the next person climbing the stage. "Who is my next opponent?" Meanwhile, Lara stood up on her own and left the stage. The moment Kyle saw his next opponent, he had the urge to admit defeat because just now the fight with Lara made him exhausted. His next opponent was Carcel, who seemed to be looking at Kyle with a surprised expression. Not just Carcel, the others were also expressing different emotions, seeing Kyle win so many battles against the students who were ranked higher than him. After Carcel stood opposite Kyle, the referee gave them the signal to start the fight. The moment the fight started, it was evident that Carcel had the upper hand. Kyle was exhausted, but after the first few clashes, he started to decrease his movements to save his stamina. As Kyle had fought with Carcel before he knew his fighting style, that's why after the first few clashes he adjusted to his style. Soon it looked like both of them were equally matched, shocking Carcel and the ones watching. It was not even 2 weeks when Carcel last fought with Kyle, so how was it possible for him to improve this much in such a short time? Carcel would be lying if he said that he wasn't having difficulty fending Kyle's attacks. The most frustrating one was Kyle's art. It seemed Kyle's mastery of his art had improved because now Carcel was having difficulty whenever Kyle used the move Eliminate. Seeing an intense fight going on, Professor Liam also left the stage he was in charge of. He looked at Kyle. To think he improved this much on his own. Not just Professor Liam, Nine, who was just done with his fights, looked at Kyle with shock. "Thank God I admit defeat." While he was looking at Kyle, he felt someone standing near him cursing. Nine turned around to see who it was, and his shock increased. It was Alec. The person who always had a smile on his face. Why was he cursing? Alec, who just got angry because he was the only one Kyle didn't fight, saw Nine's shocked face looking at him directly. He hurriedly changed his annoyed face to a smile. "I was talking to myself." Nine smiled, not wanting to offend Alec. He nodded his head hurriedly before looking away. "I just changed my tattered clothes. I am not in the mood to get beaten up again." Meanwhile, on the stage, after a while of fighting equally, Kyle started having difficulty. From the start, he knew defeating Carcel would be hard, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. Sure, he was able to equally match Carcel for 6 minutes, but afterward Carcel started to take the upper hand again. Soon the fight came to an end. In the end, Kyle lost. He still needed to work a lot before he caught up to Alec and Carcel. After the competition, 7 students from the first year were selected according to the number of battles they won. Alec took the first position with 12 consecutive wins and 1 loss, where he admitted defeat against 9. Carcel got the second position with 11 wins, and to everyone's surprise, Kyle was tied with Carcel with 11 winning streaks. He only lost when he fought against Alec and Carcel. Mia was third and Lara got the 4th position. Standing in the 5th position was Lily. She lost to Kyle, but she defeated Jake, who was a rank higher than her in the class ranking. 9 got the last spot, making it among the top 7 participants. He was so happy that he embraced Alec and Carcel to thank them wholeheartedly. The moment the result was announced, Professor Aliza, who was nowhere to be seen during the competition, walked inside the hall. She looked at the winning participants. Her gaze paused at Kyle for a while before she nodded because she expected such results. Afterward, she asked the 7 students to follow behind her. Outside the hall, 7 more students from the second year were waiting for Aliza. She introduced all the students to each other before taking all of them to a special classroom. The classroom seemed to be specially prepared for the 14 winning participants, as the only things present inside were 14 benches and chairs lined together in 2 rows. Professor Aliza stood in front of the students sitting on the chairs and started briefing them about their new schedule. There was still a week left before they left for the tower. That's why their classes and training schedule for the next whole week was changed. Early morning, instead of leaving for usual classes, they would go to different professors who would give them survival training for hours. After the training at dawn, Professor Aliza would give them different lectures and tell them all the information related to the tower she knew. As Aliza was not from the lucky generation who entered the tower, that's why her knowledge regarding the tower was lacking, but she compensated for it by reading various books and old theories written about the tower. According to her, Tower of Opportunity had a total of 9 floors, and the size of each floor was comparable to a kingdom. The first 3 floors were the same every time, but information regarding the other floors was lacking. Because the structure of those floors was different every time, the new climbers entered the tower. All the people entering the tower have to stay inside for 6 months. No matter what, they couldn't come outside before the 6 months passed. There was another way to exit the tower, and that was to climb all 9 floors and choose an exit scroll as a reward on the 9th floor. But something like that had not happened in the past 100 years, because no one was idiot enough to climb the Tower of Opportunity just to choose an exit scroll in the end. Also, 6 months was a lot of time, and during this time those entering the tower could get various opportunities by completing different trials, or they could hone their skills through life and death battles. The tower was like a treasure trove for the younger generation, because those older than 18 were not able to enter no matter what they did. Various powerful individuals tried to enter the tower forcefully but failed miserably. Even those high rankers were not able to enter due to the arrays of restrictions set around the tower. The tower, which had so many opportunities to exploit, also wasn't devoid of danger, because a single negligence or mistake can cause death. That's why every time the tower opened, only the best around the whole continent were selected to enter the tower. 1 week passed in a blink of an eye, and today early morning, all 14 winning participants were standing in front of the academy gate with Professor Aliza waiting for the vice principal. Kyle was also standing with 9 at the far end of the small crowd. While they were talking, a student wearing glasses approached them. He was from the second-year batch. Even though for the past week they have been studying and training together, Kyle hasn't talked to anyone else except 9, Alec, and his team. Kyle glanced at the student, who greeted him with a smile. "Hi, I am Blaine." Kyle only nodded his head in response, but 9 pushed him back and grabbed Blaine's hand with a smile. "Hi, senior, I am 9 and he is Kyle. Also, he is a little shy around others, so don't mind him." "Shy who, me?" A question mark appeared inside Kyle's head as he stared deeply at 9's back. "I mean, he's not much talkative." After kicking Kyle out of the conservation, 9 and Blaine both started talking like old buddies. "Bia, go hit this guy. He's irritating me." Kyle ordered Bia, who was sleeping peacefully, but the only thing he got in return was his hair being pulled by Bia. "No, shut up, don't disturb me." "What? Do something useful at least for once." "Will you?" Kyle sighed because he knew he wouldn't get anything by fighting with Bia. The only thing he feared was his hair being burned and him becoming bald if she got too angry. After obtaining the skill Fire Resistance, normal flames stopped working on Kyle, but for some reason Bia's golden flames were capable of injuring him. As everyone was talking to each other, Vice Principal George finally appeared, but he brought an unexpected person with him. After nodding toward Professor Aliza, Vice Principal George stood in front of the students. On his left stood an old man wearing mage robes who for some reason felt familiar to all the students, but no one was able to exactly pinpoint who he was. When everyone was whispering about the identity of the new person, a small voice was heard. "The librarian." The old man standing beside the vice principal gazed at Kyle stunned. He only had one question inside his head. "I changed my hair and eye color, so how the hell did you know about my identity?" Vice Principal George's gaze also paused at Kyle, but strangely his question was different from the librarian's. "He got selected." Vice Principal George didn't care about how Kyle knew about the identity of the librarian because from his point of view, the librarian's concealing techniques were always useless. But how the heck did a lazy person who didn't even have a proper sword art a while ago fight and win against so many students and get selected? It was true that Professor Aliza had been reporting to the vice principal that Kyle had been working hard recently, but he didn't believe a single word. because whenever he went to oversee the students, Kyle was always lazing around. But now the vice principal was having second thoughts. Maybe Kyle was working hard and he was the only one who failed to notice it. Vice Principal George's point of view of Kyle was finally changing. Meanwhile, Professor Aliza, who was standing behind the two old men, followed their gaze and sighed before asking them to continue because they were getting late. Kyle was startled when two deep pairs of eyes suddenly landed on his body, and because of the vice principal, other students also turned around looking straight at Kyle.
What the?
I just said it was the librarian. Why are they looking at me so strangely? It was definitely the librarian. He just changed his eye and hair color. How can Kyle forget about the annoying librarian who mercilessly kicked him out of the library? Alec and Nine also gazed at Kyle. Their eyes were strangely filled with pity. Kyle wanted to curse, but fortunately, Vice Principal George finally stopped staring at him after getting a signal from Professor Aliza. Kyle sighed with relief while thanking Professor Aliza in his heart. Meanwhile, Vice Principal George cleared his throat and first congratulated the 14 hardworking students who were going to enter the tower before giving all of them a high-grade storage ring as a reward. Different from weapons, storage rings were crafted using space magic. Also, according to the space available inside the storage rings, they were divided into different grades.
Low grade, medium grade, high grade, supreme grade.
The higher the grade of the storage ring, the more expensive and valuable it was, because higher grade storage rings can hold more objects compared to low grade ones. Vice Principal George waved his right hand and 14 similar blue-colored rings appeared, each floating directly toward the students. Kyle also got a storage ring. He peeked inside the ring using his senses. The space inside the storage ring was comparable to the biggest room he had seen in his life. There was also something present inside the ring. When Kyle's senses went a little closer toward the things stored inside the ring, he found out it was stored food and water which could last for months. There was also a small pile of mana stones in a corner. Kyle already had a storage ring, but it was a low-grade storage ring given by his brother before he entered the academy. That's why he was thinking of getting at least a medium-grade storage ring for himself, but the problem was he lacked the money to buy it. Kyle looked at the vice principal. He was grateful for the storage ring. Among the students, the storage ring was practically useless for rich kids like Carcel and Lara because they already had high-grade storage rings. Still, having two at the same time was also not a bad thing at all. After giving storage rings to the students, the vice principal's usual long and boring speech started. He talked about how he was busy for the past 2 weeks preparing everything for the students, and he also emphasized how the students have gotten such an amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, all thanks to the academy. Everyone would have probably fallen asleep if the librarian standing next to the vice principal didn't beg him to stop. Well, he didn't beg, but his voice was almost pleading. Vice Principal George frowned, but he stopped speaking after seeing the lifeless eyes of the students. And finally, after introducing the librarian as Elder Han, Vice Principal George waved his hand and a big ship appeared in front of everyone. The students were not surprised because they were familiar with the big ship. It was the same ship the vice principal used when they passed the academy entrance test. After getting a signal from the vice principal, all the students and the librarian entered the ship. It seemed Professor Aliza wasn't going with them because she didn't enter the ship. Under her gaze, the towering ship started floating and reached the sky, disappearing from her sight.
Inside the ship,
all the students stood at the front, gazing at the clouds with excitement. This time Kyle wasn't standing alone, he stood with Nine and Carcel. Even if he wanted to stand alone, he didn't dare because the librarian was continuously staring at his back. On the other hand, Vice Principal George seemed to be really tired because the moment the ship departed, he went to an empty room to sleep. The small journey, which lasted for a few hours, was different for everyone. Some were excited about a new adventure, while some were tense about the danger they had to face after entering the tower. Meanwhile, Kyle was sweating buckets. He wanted to enjoy himself like everyone else, but the deep stare from the librarian didn't let him. In the end, Kyle had no choice but to stay with Nine and Carcel the whole time. He didn't let them go for even a second, fearing the librarian might do something if he was alone. Nine was a little surprised seeing Kyle so clingy, but even after probing for a while, he was unable to find the cause. On the other hand, Bia, who was sitting on top of Kyle's head, laughed crazily seeing the situation. She was laughing non-stop, making Kyle even more annoyed. After taking a deep breath, Kyle picked up Bia gently with his fingers and threw her toward the librarian with an evil smile. But even after Kyle did that, Bia's laughter was heard around the whole ship. After a few hours of floating, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Everyone gazed below and was awed seeing the luxurious castle present below on the land. Vice Principal George also walked out of the room. He waved his right hand and the ship slowly descended in front of the big castle. All the students left the ship, following behind Elder Han and Vice Principal George. They gazed at the majestic gates of the castle. The moment their eyes landed on the gates, an invisible force descended on their shoulders, but the force disappeared the moment Vice Principal George waved his hand. The castle gates opened, and a huge, beautiful garden was awaiting their arrival. A few guards standing inside the garden welcomed Vice Principal George, before asking everyone to follow behind them. While following the guards, the students saw the beauty of one of the biggest gardens they have seen in their lives. The security around the castle was also suffocating, because the pressure radiating from the bodies of the guards was equivalent to A rank. Among the students, only one person was unfazed seeing such luxury. It was Carcel. He gazed at the garden and the castle before sighing. He was finally back home after he left for the academy. Soon after passing the garden and a large empty corridor filled with hundreds of antiques and paintings, everyone arrived in front of a large, huge empty ground. The empty ground seemed to be used for training because a lot of different weapons were stacked in a corner. On the left side, a lot of young individuals wearing different academy uniforms were seen conversing with some old professors. On the right side, some young people wearing regular clothes were standing properly behind an old-looking individual. They were probably the ones who got selected through public competition. The moment Vice Principal George entered the ground, all eyes were on him, and the students standing behind him. Some of the old individuals walked toward Vice Principal George and Elder Han and greeted them politely. While everyone was busy greeting each other, the guards announced the arrival of King Cedric. Wearing a beautiful golden robe, the king, with 4 guards, walked out from one of the doors present in front of the empty ground. All the old people hurriedly gathered the younger ones before greeting the king politely. Kyle gazed at the king. The pressure radiating from the guards standing behind the king was immense. "What's the king rank?" he questioned Bia, who was sitting on Mia's shoulder. Kyle could feel that the guard's rank was probably higher than A rank, but he didn't feel an ounce of energy coming out of the king's body. "I can feel he just broke through recently to SS plus rank. Also, I don't know why, but it seems there's a barrier around the king's body, that's why no one can see his rank." Bia's reply made Kyle surprised because according to the rumors, he heard the current king of Kingdom Escalante only had S plus rank talent. It seems the rumors were wrong. After talking with the older individuals for a while, the king warmly gazed at the 100 kids who were going to enter the tower from Kingdom Escalante. The king's gaze paused on Carcel for a while, making him flinch. After giving some encouraging words to the young ones, the king didn't hold them any longer. He asked the guards to start the teleportation arrays present on the empty ground. Also, it seemed to protect the location of the Tower of Opportunity from other continents. Each kingdom only had a single teleportation array leading straight toward the tower, and the teleportation array of Kingdom Escalante was manufactured inside the royal castle. After getting a signal from the king, everyone gathered in the middle of the ground. Soon, a brilliant light enveloped their bodies and they all disappeared. Kyle opened his eyes and saw a vast empty land devoid of any type of greenery. The land was dry, except for some pebbles lying around. There was nothing else. While Kyle gazed around, the first thing that entered his eyes was the huge long tower touching the vast blue sky. He looked at the tower, which was far away, with a serious expression. "I am here. Now I just need to enter the tower and find the elixir." After checking everyone, Vice Principal George took the lead and walked toward the only bridge present at the edge of the vast land. Everyone quietly followed behind the vice principal and passed the small bridge without any difficulty. But the moment they left the bridge, their surrounding changed drastically. The feeling was the same as using a teleportation array. In front of them were hundreds of small houses surrounding the huge tower, making a small city around it. Individuals from different races were seen walking around the streets, which were filled with different merchants selling weapons and other things. There was still no greenery in sight, but the atmosphere was just like any normal market. Kyle and Nine both looked around, It was their first time seeing people from different races. On the other hand, after entering the small city, Vice Principal George said goodbye to all the other professors and students, before asking the 14 students he brought with him to follow behind him. After 15 minutes of walking in the crowd, they arrived in front of a small hotel. Vice Principal George gave everyone a key to a room and asked them to rest for the day before leaving with Elder Han. He was going to talk with the envoys of other kingdoms who brought their students to enter the tower. After Vice Principal George left, some of the students, instead of resting, went to look around the market. Kyle also wanted to go, but it was late and he was tired. Also, there was still another day before the tower opened, so he decided to rest for today and look around tomorrow. Next day early morning, Kyle woke up when Bia asked for food. After giving her something to eat, he stretched his body and took a bath. Wearing comfortable clothes, he walked outside of his room because he wanted to eat outside. As Kyle walked down the stairs of the hotel, he saw Nine eating together with Alec and the others. Kyle also joined them for breakfast, and after eating he said that he was going to look around for a while. Not just Nine but also Alec and his team, all of them went to look around yesterday. They were tired because they only returned to the hotel late at night. That's why Nine said farewell to Kyle before leaving to sleep for a while. But when Alec heard Kyle was going outside, he immediately offered to go together. It was because he only had one thought in his mind. Whenever Kyle goes outside, he always finds something amazing. This time, no matter what, I am gonna follow him. But alas, fate had something else written for Alec, because before he could leave with Kyle, Mia told him that Vice Principal George was looking for him and Carcel. With regretful eyes, Alec saw Kyle leave the hotel with Bia. Kyle didn't even glance back at Alec, who was being dragged by Mia to meet the vice principal. After walking out of the hotel, Kyle started looking around the bustling market filled with different small stalls. He saw a lot of things. There was also someone selling high-rank storage rings at a low price, but Kyle didn't have money. Well, he had some mana stones inside the storage ring the vice principal gave him, but he wanted to buy something useful using them. Vice Principal George and Elder Han both were sitting and having tea inside a small room. There was nothing extraordinary inside the room. Only a single bed in the middle and two chairs in one corner with a table. While they were talking and sipping on tea, a knock was heard on the door. Elder Han gazed at the door and asked the people standing outside to enter. "Come in." It was Carcel and Alec. Both of them walked inside the room and greeted the vice principal and the librarian. But amidst the polite greeting, Alec was wearing an annoyed expression. Vice Principal George put down his teacup before looking at Alec and Carcel seriously. "There's something I would like to give both of you." Elder Han, who was sitting opposite to the vice principal, looked at him with irritation, because the vice principal only called the top two students. "What about Kyle?" "The student he recommended." According to Elder Han, Kyle should also be included if they were thinking of giving safety measures to some promising students. So what if his talent was low? Among all the students, Kyle was the only one capable enough to see through the librarian's concealing technique. It's true that the concealing technique he used was a little weak, but still seeing through the technique itself was quite an incredible feat. So why was Kyle not included? Vice Principal George waved his hand and two small black stones filled with golden inscriptions appeared on the table. He was going to speak with Alec and Carcel when Elder Han stopped him midway. "Are you sure to only give the stones to these two kids? I think you should also consider the one I recommended." Vice Principal looked at the librarian and frowned. He knew who the librarian was referring to, but there was no point in giving the stone to Kyle. These stones were precious, found by the principal of the Royal Academy when he entered the tower in his teens. Also, it was a one-time use item that can only be used inside the tower. By crushing these stones, one can teleport to a small distance inside the tower. It can said to be a life-saving treasure for the individuals entering the tower. The principal gave these stones to Vice Principal George before leaving and asked him to give one to the student having the highest talent. But now Prince Carcel was also a part of the academy, that's why Vice Principal George had no choice but to give one to Carcel as well. Because if the king found out that the academy had such a treasure and still didn't give it to the prince, he would surely fight with the principal. Also, the vice principal only had two stones. That's why he was thinking to give one stone to Carcel and one to Alec. Vice Principal George sighed before asking Elder Han to leave the room. Elder Hand didn't pester anymore and quietly left the room because he knew this old man would never listen to anyone. After coming out from the room, the librarian smiled because he had a nagging feeling the vice principal was going to regret it soon. Also, I don't believe Kyle only had B-rank talent. Not until I confirm it myself. During the journey, Elder Hand kept an eye on Kyle, but whenever he was going to talk or approach him, Kyle would run away. That's why he was not able to confirm his talent. After a long sigh, Elder Hand left. This time he was going to find Kyle and check his talent and potential himself. If his guess was right and Kyle was a hidden gem, then he would take him as his disciple. It was not bad at all. Meanwhile, inside the room, Vice Principal George gave a summary about the stones to Alec and Carcel before giving both of them a stone and asking them to keep it a secret. Alec and Carcel both were a little surprised, but still, they thanked the vice principal and left the room.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Kyle, who was roaming around the bustling market, saw a small crowd at a corner. He was curious and went to check. Inside the crowd stood an old-looking dwarf with brown hair and eyes. The old dwarf was wearing a smug smile, while continuously asking the crowd to look at the weapons piled on his left side. Kyle heard the crowd whispering that the dwarf was selling high-rank weapons at a very low price, but no one believed his claims. The reason was simple: why would someone sell high-grade weapons like vegetables? The crowd soon started to leave, not believing a single word of the dwarf, who seemed to be lowering the price of weapons even more. After the crowd left, only Kyle and a few young people were left around the dwarf. They started looking at the weapons. Kyle was definitely not crazy. He also thought that the weapons were fake, hearing the low price. But then Bia, who was sitting on top of Kyle's head, told him that all the weapons were original. Not a single weapon was fake. That's the only reason Kyle stopped and started looking at the weapons. The other young individuals all bought a weapon from the dwarf and left, leaving behind only Kyle and the dwarf. Kyle already had a D-rank sword, that's why even though the weapons were all good, he wasn't going to buy one because right now they were practically useless to him. After looking for a while, Kyle was going to leave, but the old dwarf who was watching him lowered the price even more. The dwarf showed a beautiful bow to Kyle and asked him to buy it because he was going to leave this place, and maybe they would never meet again. But seeing the dwarf's sleazy smile, Kyle knew something was wrong. That's why he politely declined the offer and tried to leave, but the dwarf stopped him again. "Young one, I can't lower the price anymore. Also, it seems you don't want to buy a weapon. How about buying something else? I sell other things as well." With a sly smile, the dwarf took out some more objects from his storage ring before looking at Kyle. "I am almost near my monthly quota, so buy one thing at least, hee." Now Kyle was even more suspicious. What monthly quota? But the problem was, after seeing Kyle wearing a high-grade ring, the dwarf was not going to let him go. Not until he bought something. With no other choice, Kyle reluctantly gazed at the small pile of old artifacts and scrolls. Among the pile, a scroll that seemed to be relatively old caught his eyes due to the light glow it was emitting. Kyle pointed at the scroll while looking at the dwarf. "What's this?" The dwarf gazed at the scroll with a confused expression before his eyes showed a bright light, like a con artist who just found a way to sell a defective product. "Ho ho kid, you have a good eye. It's incomplete, but it's a map of the tower." Kyle was stunned. He gazed at the dwarf with blank eyes and turned around to leave. "Map of the tower? Don't you know even con artists lie about something which is actually possible? How are you selling something not even the kings have? If you had said the same thing to someone else, he would have probably beaten you to death." The dwarf, who was smiling smugly, saw Kyle leaving. He hurriedly picked up the map and appeared in front of Kyle. "Kid, I am telling the truth. If you leave today, you will regret this decision your whole life." Kyle looked at the serious eyes of the dwarf, who seemed to be oozing innocence. Ridiculous. He wanted nothing but to run away. However, no matter how much Kyle tried, the dwarf didn't let him go. In the end, Kyle had no choice but to buy the scroll from the dwarf. The moment Kyle brought the scroll and turned around, finally getting rid of the clingy dwarf, he heard Bia exclaiming with surprise. "Wow, magic." "What?" Kyle turned around to see what was she referring to, and his worldview changed. There was nothing behind him, no dwarf, no weapon, no artifact. Just like magic, the dwarf seemed to have disappeared within seconds. "Don't tell me I just interacted with a ghost." Not wanting to stay at that suspicious place anymore, Kyle hurriedly left, heading straight toward the hotel he was staying at. Meanwhile, in another empty place hidden behind some small houses, three young individuals wearing royal clothes were angrily talking to some guards. Those three belonged to Kingdom Whiteland. Among them, the one wearing the most luxurious clothes was a prince. He angrily shouted at one of the trembling guards. "Did you find the scroll? I am fucking gonna kill that bastard who stole all my belongings while I was sleeping." The guard didn't dare to look at the angry prince. "Your Highness Kelvin, we are trying our best." The prince angrily clenched his fists and kicked the empty ground. "This is your best. The tower will open tomorrow. What's the point of finding the scroll afterward? If father finds out I lost the scroll which he acquired after so much trouble, he is going to punish me." "Damn it." Among the two individuals standing behind the prince, one sighed with a distant gaze before trying to pacify the prince's anger. In the end, there was nothing they could do. The thief was too cunning. He stole everything, not even leaving behind their accessories, while everyone was sleeping. Who could have thought that something like this could happen at the place, where various powerful individuals from all the kingdoms were gathered? But unbeknownst to them, this type of thing happened to almost half of the people who were here to enter the tower. And the one behind all this had already gone far away after completing his monthly quota. On the hand, after leaving the market, Kyle arrived in front of the hotel. He sighed while looking at the scroll he was holding. He opened the scroll to see what was inside. There were 3 portions inside the scroll, each with a different name and structure. But all 3 portions showed a forest and mountains. Inside the forest and on the mountains there were also some red and golden cross marks. Kyle sighed again, not understanding a single thing. He closed the scroll. He was going to enter the hotel and go to his assigned room to rest when a large hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Kyle turned around to see who it was. He almost freaked out seeing the librarian standing behind him with a smile. "Finally found you." Kyle laughed dryly and politely greeted the elder, who seemed to be tightly holding his shoulder. "Elder, is there anything you want from me?" An innocent question, with 4 eyes looking directly at Elder Han. Elder Han, who was looking at Kyle, saw Bia and was intrigued by her color. His hand left Kyle's shoulder and tried to catch Bia, but with a horrid expression she flew away. "I am leaving. He is too scary to deal with." Kyle cursed Bia in his head. Whenever he needed her help, she always run away without looking back. Elder Han looked at Bia's fading image, with confusion for a while before focusing on Kyle again. "It's nothing, you must be tired after walking around, so go and rest." With a wide smile, Elder Han asked Kyle, who was sweating buckets, to go and rest. Klee didn't even look back and hurriedly entered the hotel, leaving the elder alone. Seeing Kyle fading back, Elder Han had a smirk on his face. "I knew it, his talent is not B rank. Comparable to those 2 young monsters, his talent is lacking, but SS rank talent is also considered top-notch." The moment Elder Han touched Kyle's shoulder, he used a hidden artifact to check his talent, and just like he thought, Kyle's talent was high. But why did that idiot George say he had only B rank talent? Did the orb inside the hall make a mistake? Also, the bird sitting on top of Kyle's head was not ordinary. Elder Han had seen the bird before. It was like any ordinary bird, but now when he was closer he saw a small glow emitting from her body. That bird was E rank. It was the first time the elder saw a bird with such high rank. "Is it a bounded beast? This kid sure knows how to make me more interested in him." Meanwhile, the moment Kyle entered the hotel, he was greeted by 9, Alec, and all the other students who were eating together. He also joined them, but suddenly Alec saw the scroll he was holding. "What's this?" Kyle laughed while showing everyone the scroll. "It's the map of the tower." Not even a single person believed his words, and everyone started laughing. 9 also joked, "Wow, such a precious item. Damn, where the hell did you find it?" Kyle looked at 9 seriously. "What, you want it? It's going to cost a fortune." While everyone was joking and talking, only one person had his hand shaking continuously. It was Alec. With an expression filled with regret, he promised himself to never use the appraisal skill on Kyle or anything related to him. Carcel, who was sitting near Alec, saw his expression and stopped eating. "What happened?" Alec gazed at Carcel with a blank smile. "Nothing. I am just pondering on my life." "What?" Not getting any answers from Alec, Carcel looked away. In the end, Carcel could never understand the pain Alec was feeling after using the appraisal skill on the scroll.
System analysis. Old scroll.
Designed by an ancient cartographer. Rank low. Special had some information regarding the first 3 floors of Tower of Opportunity. I knew it whenever Kyle goes outside, he always brings back something amazing.
Zai.
It would have been nice if I went together with him. Next day early morning, while everyone was gathered in front of the hotel waiting for Vice Principal George, Kyle was sitting in front of Elder Han inside an empty room. He glanced at the elder, wondering why was he called here. Elder Han poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward Kyle. He looked at Kyle's anxious expression and knew the chances of success were very high. That's why, without wasting time, he started telling him about himself. Firstly, the elder was a high-ranked mage. Mages were those who studied and used mana in various forms, instead of practicing a specific art or weapon. Secondly, the librarian was also well-versed in potion making and arrays. The more Elder Han spoke about his profession, the more puzzled Kyle became. Why was the elder suddenly telling him about himself? But he soon got the answer, when Elder Han stopped talking about other things and went straight to the point. How about taking me as your master? I think it will benefit you greatly. I have been thinking of taking a disciple for quite some while, and you seem to be one of the best candidate. Kyle stared at the elder stunned. He have heard about some professors and elders inside the academy taking in apprentices if they were interested in the said person. But why him? He was sure not just the elder, almost everyone around him knew his talent was too ordinary. Nor was he a genius who possessed extraordinary talent in any aspect. So why? Kyle looked at the elder with a complicated expression. He wasn't sure what to say anymore. He knew that accepting the offer could give him a lot of benefits, but he wasn't sure why the elder suddenly wanted to take him as his disciple. The more Kyle thought, the more confused he became. From the past few days, he could sense that Elder Han had been keeping an eye on him secretly. But now the sudden offer made him a little suspicious. Did he find out that his talent was greater than B rank, or worse, did the elder find out about his bloodline? But it's not possible, as he himself found out about the bloodline recently. While hundreds of questions were going around inside Kyle's head, making him anxious. Elder Han looked at him and frowned. He just gave him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and this lad was wasting time thinking. If there was anyone else, he would have already knelt and accepted him as his master. After all, having a powerful master would make their journey of becoming strong a little smooth sailing. The elder became a little furious, not hearing any response from Kyle, even after he waited for a few minutes. As his patient was wearing thin, he placed the teacup on the table, and a loud sound echoed inside the room. Hearing the sound, Kyle finally snapped out from his thoughts and glanced at the elder. He almost freaked out seeing the librarian staring directly at him with a dark face.
What's this? Was he being forced?
Kyle would never accept this. No way. He was going to protest when Elder Han's loud and cold voice reverted inside the empty room, sending shivers down Kyle's spine.
So what's your answer?
Kyle looked at the elder, his expression deadly serious. The elder looked at his serious expression a little taken aback. Was this kid going to refuse him? Thinking about this, the elder became a little nervous, but he didn't show it on his face. Meanwhile, Kyle picked up the half-filled cup of tea the elder placed on the table and stood up straight. Kyle greets the master. His words almost made the librarian choke. What the hell? If you were just going to accept in the end, what's with the seriousness? Nevertheless, Elder Han took the cup of tea from Kyle's hands and took a small sip before smiling with satisfaction.
He succeeded.
Now he just needs to sit back while his disciple conquers the world. Well, conquering the world would be an exaggeration because the elder wasn't sure how far Kyle would go, but he had a feeling if he missed today's chance, he would regret it in the future. Elder Han's gut feeling had never been wrong before, so whenever he had a feeling, he would always seize the chance. Also, the last time he felt this feeling was when he entered the Royal Academy, after Principal Ratrick tricked him into signing a long-term working contract. He was traveling here and they're gaining a lot of knowledge about undiscovered herbs when he first met the Academy principal. The principal was also roaming around wearing plain clothes like commoners. That's why he didn't recognize the principal. After meeting the principal accidentally, Elder Han had a nagging feeling that this person was dangerous, but even though he was a caution person, Elder Hand still got tricked by Principal Ratrick. Now he can do nothing but stay inside the academy and watch over some old dusty books, while also sharing his knowledge with the academy professors who were walking on the path of array making or potion making. Elder Hand sighed, thinking about the regretful past. If he could go back in time, he would probably beat himself up. If only I didn't succumb to the scent of that 500-year-old wine.
Zai.
He who always roamed around the world not caring about a single thing, now has to serve someone else just because of a single wine bottle. Sending all the old sour memories to the back of his head, Elder Hand looked at Kyle and casually took out a bunch of high-grade potions from his storage ring with a plain bracelet that seemed to be an artifact.
Here's a small gift from your master.
Kyle looked at the variety of potions lying on the table. All of them were high-grade. The light golden color ones were mana recovery potions, green ones were healing potions, and the ones with blue color were used for energy recovery. Seeing the elder taking out so many expensive potions at once, Kyle understood one thing: his new master was very rich. The plain bracelet among the small pile potions seemed ordinary, but seeing the faint light it was emitting, Kyle knew it was an artifact. Kyle placed all the potions inside the storage ring and wore the bracelet in front of Elder Hand. He was pleasantly surprised after wearing the bracelet because he felt like he could control the mana more efficiently and easily than before.
Thank you, Master.
Elder Hand waved his hand like it was nothing and asked Kyle to go downstairs where all the students were gathered. Without saying anything else, Kyle left the room. He was a little suspicious at first, but after thinking about the pros and cons of having a master, he didn't think it was a bad choice to accept the elder as his master. Anyway, he would eventually find out in the future if the elder was scheming something. Also, the first gift he received from his master was not bad at all. It would be quite useful to him after he entered the tower. Kyle was thinking of buying some healing potions yesterday, but the amount of wealth he possessed was too low to even buy a low-grade healing potion.
I need to think of a way to make money.
Now that he had seriously started training and working hard, he needed a lot of resources, and to acquire those resources he needed money. I will think of a way after finding the elixir. After leaving the room, Kyle walked out of the hotel and stood with the students. The moment he walked out, Bia, who was with Mia, flew toward him with curious eyes.
What were you doing?
Her childlike voice sounded inside Kyle's head. When she woke up in the morning, Kyle was nowhere to be found. She could sense he was nearby, that's why she followed behind the students who were leaving the hotel. Nothing special, just found a rich master when I went to drink water. Bia looked at him with narrowed eyes. Why does it feel like he just walked and found something on the way? Nevertheless, she didn't ask more after knowing the name of the master Kyle was talking about. The busy street in front of the hotel was less lively compared to yesterday, because almost all the individuals staying inside the hotels were seen walking toward the tower with their instructors or guardians. Compared to Kyle, who was calm, all the other students of Royal Academy were chatting non-stop with each other. Some were excited while some were nervous. As usual, Alec and his team stood at a side talking to each other. Kyle wanted to go toward them, but he was already feeling exhausted after dealing with Elder Hand. He sighed and turned around to look at Nine, who was standing beside him with an irritated expression. His calm expression was nowhere to be seen. Can you stop mumbling? Nine had been mumbling non-stop while looking at the surroundings. Bro, I am too nervous. See, I am getting goosebumps looking at the tower. Kyle looked away, not wanting to talk anymore. Did you call them goosebumps? You are clearly the most excited one in the crowd. Soon, Vice Principal George appeared in front of the students. Elder Hand was also standing beside him, but for some reason, he was wearing a pleasant smile on his face. Checking the students one last time, Vice Principal George started walking at the front while everyone followed behind him. After walking for almost 15 minutes, they left the city area and stepped inside the large empty ground around the tower. The other individuals from Kingdom Escalante also arrived shortly. Vice Principal George talked with the guardians and professors leading the other groups, before asking them to assemble all the 100 young people entering the tower in rows. Kyle gazed at the ground under his feet. It was scorched black with zero plant life. The tower was also emitting a faint purple hue, making the atmosphere around the tower gloomy, but instead of giving off an eerie and dark feeling, the purple hue was soothing to look at. He also looked at the other races and humans standing in large groups. Except for their kingdom, 4 more groups of people were standing around the tower. They were from other kingdoms present inside the East Continent. The East Continent contained 5 kingdoms, that's why a total of 500 people were going to enter the tower. Among the 5 kingdoms, Kingdom Escalante, Kingdom Whiteland and Kingdom Loringnad were human kingdoms. Kingdom Tercia belonged to elves, and lastly, Kingdom Hoken belonged to demihumans who were half human and half animal. Nine, who was standing beside Kyle, also looked at the ominous ground with narrowed eyes. Why does the tower look so creepy? Even the ground is pitch black, devoid of any life. Kyle saw him mumbling again and shook his head. The ground was probably black because the tower needed a huge amount of energy to operate, and it seemed to be absorbing some from the surrounding. After a while, all the 5 kingdoms assembled their students in rows. Kyle could guess that standing in the front row were royals because they were wearing luxury clothes. The ones wearing simple clothes were standing at the back. All the older individuals stood in front of the younger ones. Suddenly, 2 old men from each group started flying toward the tower. From Kingdom Escalante, Vice Principal George and Elder Han both also flew toward the old men gathering in the middle. They discussed something before Vice Principal George flew back and looked at the 100 individuals belonging to Kingdom Escalante. He spoke with a gaze filled with seriousness, telling everyone to be cautious and careful. For the next 6 months, no one would be able to help or protect them inside the tower. Everything will depend on their own capabilities. Vice Principal George knew that inside the tower causalities were inevitable, but still the minimum the better. While speaking, his gaze suddenly landed on the bird sitting on top of Kyle's head and he frowned. "Kyle, you can't bring pets inside. Leave the bird behind." All the people standing in front and the back started staring at Kyle like he was an idiot. Kyle was at a loss for words. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like if now he said the bird sitting on top of his head was a phoenix, everyone would start laughing. There was no way anyone would believe that a bird looking like a ball of fur was a phoenix. Even he himself was suspicious of the bird, thinking maybe accidentally the egg was changed. On the other hand, Bia became furious. She wanted to go and fight with the vice principal, but sensing his rank, she just humped and turned around. Kyle sighed and spoke politely. "Sir, it's bonded to me." Vice Principal George looked at Bia with narrowed eyes, seemingly trying to probe if Kyle was telling the truth, but soon his narrowed eyes relaxed, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. "Now that I am looking at it closely, it's emitting a faint hue. It's really a bounded beast. I wonder where he found such a strange beast." He nodded at Kyle with understanding before looking at Elder Han and the other 4 array masters flying not so far from the group. All the 5 array masters took out a strange purple stone and started flying in different directions. They put the stone inside the circular openings present around the tower and started drawing some weird designs in the air. Soon faint black clouds formed around the tower. It didn't go toward the elders who were standing in front of kids, nor did it touch any other individual. The faint clouds approached the 500 kids standing in rows, and a familiar feeling of dizziness enveloped their senses before they turned into hundreds of white particles and disappeared.
Yeah.
Kyle opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. Clean air filled with dense mana entered his nose and mouth, making him feel refreshed. He was inside a lush green forest, a far contrast to the city surrounding the tower. Bia also appeared beside him shortly with a curious expression. She started flying, looking at her surroundings. Kyle looked around only to see long, large, towering trees standing proudly everywhere. Even the grass around him was tall, touching the knees of his legs. He could also hear the faint sounds of a waterfall not so far from his location. "At last I am here." It was the first floor of the tower, also the largest floor. Even after looking around for a while, the only thing Kyle could see were hundreds of trees. He tried to climb one to better understand his surroundings, but the nail-sized spikes around the tree trunk were too sharp. Kyle took out his sword from the storage ring in case of emergency and started following the voice of the waterfall. Meanwhile, similar to Kyle, others also appeared inside the first floor at different locations. Some appeared in the mountains, some inside the forest, while some unlucky ones encountered monsters the moment they appeared. Inside dense arrangements of trees, Kyle was seen running, and Bia was flying a few centimeters above his head. It has been more than 15 minutes since they appeared inside the tower, but Kyle didn't encounter any living being other than occasionally seeing some insects and birds. When Kyle was almost near the sound of water, he stopped abruptly, hearing some growling sounds before hiding behind a tree. Bia also stopped and sat on top of a nearby tree branch. A few meters ahead of them was a small hill. Clean water was continuously gushing out from the top, hitting the stones present on the floor. Some small weird one-petal black flowers and green vines were growing on top of the stones present at the bottom of the waterfall. Kyle narrowed his eyes seeing the abnormal flowers. Looking at the waterfall closely, his eyes landed on a lone gray-color wolf standing at the edge of the waterfall. The wolf was around 2 meters tall. The three eyes present at the center of its head were staring directly at something. Following the wolf's gaze, Kyle saw a bunch of pink-color flowers present at the center of the waterfall. He wasn't sure what those flowers were, but seeing light particles hovering above them and coupled with the fact that the wolf was staring at them, he was sure it was something precious. After looking at the surroundings and confirming that the wolf was alone, with slow steps Kyle narrowed the distance between the wolf. Kyle sensed the wolf's rank. It was F-rank gray wolf. Usually wolves are seen in packs, but for some reason this one was alone. Soon he reached behind the wolf, and after gripping his sword tightly, he swung it on the defenseless wolf. His sword cleanly cut off one of the wolf's hind limbs. A horrible shriek escaped from the wolf's mouth as terror enveloped his senses. It hurriedly turns around to counterattack. But Kyle was ready. The moment the gray wolf turned around, he directly attacked. Gilele. A huge gash appeared on the wolf's neck before its huge body hit the ground with a loud thud. Kyle looked at the lifeless body of the wolf. It was his first kill after entering the tower. The fight was relatively easy, first because Kyle's rank was higher. Second, because he used a sneak attack. He could have confronted the wolf head-on, but Kyle didn't want to attract attention. Who knows how many monsters were lurking around nearby. Kyle was staring at the body of the wolf when some light particles escaped through the wolf's body. Some particles disappeared while some entered his chest. He felt a warm sensation coursing through his body before he directly broke through to E rank. Kyle sighed. So it's true that the tower works differently from the outside world. Kyle already knew that they didn't have to dissect the body of the monster after killing it inside the tower. The tower will automatically give a specific reward according to the contribution, but he was still in awe seeing it with his own eyes. Before entering the tower, he was already near a breakthrough, but normally it would have taken one more week before he reached E rank. The tower is indeed filled with mystery. After taking another glance at the lifeless body, he approached the pink flowers. They were growing on top of a stone, and because the stone was at the center of the waterfall, the wolf wasn't able to approach them. Kyle looked at the crystal clear water. There were some small multicolor fish inside. He entered the water and all the surrounding small fishes opened their mouth. Showing rows of sharp teeth, they tried to bite his flesh, but Kyle swiftly used his sword and killed those who approached him. Wow, they are small, but look at those razor-sharp teeth. Some light also left the bodies of the dead fishes, but it was so low that it disappeared before it reached Kyle. Fortunately, the water wasn't deep, barely reaching his knees. All the water from the waterfall seems to be flowing directly toward the other end of the forest. After approaching the center of the waterfall, Kyle climbed the stone where the pink flowers were present. He asked Bia what those flowers were, but she also didn't know, so Kyle just grabbed the flowers and tossed them inside his storage ring. Anyway, when he left the tower, he will ask his rich master about them. Afterward, Kyle walked out of the water. He didn't take the black one-petal flowers as they didn't look precious at all. He gazed at the top of the hill from where the water was gushing out. Let's climb up to see the surroundings. Kyle placed his sword back inside the storage ring and started climbing the small hill from a corner where the most stones were stacked upon each other. He avoided the water because the strange fishes were able to swim upward inside the waterfall. The fishes were also a type of monster, but Kyle didn't have any knowledge, so he just took 3 of them to cook at night and left the others as they were. He could store the bodies inside his storage ring, but the corpse would start rotting after a few days. Also, collecting dead bodies inside the tower where he had to stay for 6 months wasn't worth it. It took him around 50 minutes to reach the top of the hill. Kyle's breath was heavy due to climbing the hill without taking any break. The surrounding temperature was a little cold, but for some reason it didn't affect him even a tiny bit. After dusting his clothes, Kyle looked at the scenery with narrowed eyes. The hill was only slightly higher than the surrounding trees, but it was enough to let him see everything in his vicinity. Kyle looked around, but the only thing he could see was a vast array of densely packed trees. In the distance, he was also able to see some large mountains, but they were too far. It would take him more than a week just to reach the nearest mountain. Bia also flew toward him and spoke inside Kyle's head. I already told you there's nothing around us, just trees and mountains. Yes, I can see, but why does it feel familiar? Kyle couldn't help but feel that he had seen the same picture somewhere else. 123:17. There were a total of 18 mountains he was able to see. After counting the mountains again, Kyle suddenly gasped. Wait, the map. He hurriedly looked inside the storage ring and took out the old scroll he bought from the dwarf. Kyle opened the scroll. There were 3 sections inside the scroll, and each section had a different name written on top. He looked at the section where lowest floor was written and counted the mountains with wide eyes. 1, 2, 3, 18. There were also 18 mountains, and just like his surroundings among the 18 mountains, the mountain at the center was the tallest. Was the dwarf really a ghost? Kyle couldn't help but mutter with a dazed look. He also saw a vast lake inside the first section, and seeing it, he was able to pinpoint his location roughly. If the scroll is real, that means the black and golden cross are the locations of danger or probably treasures. There were more than 100 cross marks on the first section. Compared to the first section, the second section only had 50-something cross marks, and the last section only had 20. But it was enough. Thinking about how there were so many treasures waiting for him to pick them up, Kyle became a little excited. He didn't care even if the dwarf was a ghost, because right now Kyle genuinely wished for his happiness. Meanwhile, just a few kilometers far from Kyle's location, 2 humans stood looking at the corpse of a huge earth lizard. But they were different from humans because they had long black tails on their butts, and they also had a pair of small ears on their head. They were demi-humans, half cat and half human. One of the demi-humans with peach-color hair looked at the person standing beside him and spoke with delight. Bro doin', I think I will rank up if we kill one more monster, hee. The black-haired demi-humans nodded and started walking toward the way where the waterfall was present. Good lickin', let's continue forward. Both of them didn't know each other, but they were from the same race and academy. Also, they met the moment they appeared inside the tower. That's why they decided to team up. After walking for an hour, they appeared in front of the same waterfall. Lickin looked at dried black one-petal flowers and gasped with shock. Are not they the flowers of dusk? Duin also looked at the dried-up flowers with a serious expression. They only grow around a special flower called capiole. The flower capiole was a high-grade herb. It can't cure any disease or injury but increase the lifespan of a person. And seeing the amount of dried dusk flower, Dion was sure it was a mature capiole flower, which can increase more than 15 years of lifespan. In Kingdom Hoken, the kingdom of demi-humans, this herb is very sought after due to its miraculous effects. Dion also saw a wolf corpse on the opposite side of the waterfall. Yes, but it seems someone else took the real treasure. Lickin sighed with disappointment. Finding such a precious item on the first floor was unheard of, but it seemed someone really found it. After thinking for a while, Lickin suddenly had an idea. How about we follow? The one who killed the wolf seemed to be alone. Seeing the sword mark and seeing the unfrozen blood, he couldn't have gone far. Dion nodded. If the person was a demi-human, they will take the herb and let the other party live. But if it was from another race, they will just kill him and take the herb. On the other hand, Kyle didn't know that someone was following behind him. After leaving the waterfall, he encountered some more wolf-type monsters, but they were all F rank or lower, so it didn't take him a long time to defeat them. Kyle looked at the map in his hand and frowned. He was following the map according to the direction of the tallest mountain. The nearest golden cross mark shouldn't be too far from where he was, but even after running around for hours, he didn't see anything. Kyle was getting disappointed, thinking maybe the map was wrong, but soon he heard a commotion not so far from him. He slowed his pace of walking and slowly walked toward the voices. Peeking from some bushes, Kyle saw what was happening on the other side. A large tree where 9 golden color fruits were hanging vertically. The tree was surrounded by a pack of gray wolves. All the wolves were growling at the other small monsters surrounding them. Kyle looked at the tree and his eyes flashed with a glint as he questioned Beer inside his head. Do you know about the fruit hanging on the tree branches? I am not sure, but I think they are mana fruits, seeing the amount of mana they are emitting. It can increase mana, it's useful for both of us. Let's get them, Bia said with an exciting tone. It was the first time she saw something that was useful to her. No, why not? Let's get them. Kyle said with a grin in his eyes. The fruits were already his. He didn't care about the wolf pack standing beneath the tree as they were all F rank. Only 3 of the wolf were E rank. There were a total of 19 gray wolves. He could defeat 5 easily, but the other wolves and the small monsters surrounding them were not something he could handle easily. Also, it seems the wolves were waiting for the fruits to mature so they can get maximum benefit. Kyle has to give it his all to claim all the fruits. Thinking for a while, Kyle had an idea before he looked at Bia with a mischievous smile.
Yeah.
After a while, Bia could be seen flying around with a fruit in her beak. She was cursing Kyle repeatedly in her head. On the other hand, Kyle, who planned all this, saw all the monsters standing around the tree, leaving one by one, all following behind Bia the moment she broke a fruit from the tree. They were all growling while showing their razor-sharp teeth. He giggled a little before walking toward the tree leisurely and picked up all the remaining 8 fruits. After placing all the fruits inside his storage ring, Kyle spoke inside his mind. Bia, don't you dare lose the fruit, it's more precious than you. Come toward me after shaking off all the monsters who are behind you. Because they were bounded to each other, they were able to communicate even when Bia was a few kilometers distance from Kyle. Bia heard Kyle's voice inside her head and cursed. You bastard, how dare you use this majestic me to do this ugly work. Not hearing her continue curring, Kyle started running in the opposite direction. Bia could find him through their connection, so he wasn't worried about her. Also, she was powerful enough to not die. After running for almost 1 hour, Kyle heard Bia again. He could also feel she was near him. And just like Kyle thought, Bia appeared the next second. Her cursing got worse after she saw Kyle. Wait, I will give you half of it, so don't be angry, okay? It took him more than an hour to calm Bia. In the end, among the 9 acquired fruits, Bia took 5 and Kyle only had 4 left.
Yes, 9 fruits.
Bia was more greedy than Kyle. She didn't let go of the fruit, even when more than 20 monsters were chasing her. Kyle also compromised as she did all the work. He took out the map once again. This time, he was sure the map was real. The first golden cross mark was indeed a treasure. He looked at the other cross marks near him, and all of them were black. Thinking about it for a while, Kyle decided to continue to head toward the tallest mountain. He will take all the treasures that appear around him.
Yeah.
On the other hand, all the wolves and other monsters following Bia returned after she tricked them and disappeared with the fruit. But their pupil dilated the moment they saw the tree. There wasn't even a single fruit.
They knew they were tricked.
The head wolf, who seemed to be the leader of the pack, went berserk. He had been waiting for the fruits to mature and drop, and they disappeared just like that. Meanwhile, Dion and Lycan, both demi-humans, steadily advanced in the same direction as Kyle. They were able to follow his track perfectly due to the few corpses of monsters scattered around the forest. They also encounter some wolf-type monsters in their way, but all the monsters were weak, not posing any threat to them. As they slowly closed the distance, Dion frowned, hearing some angry howls from the direction they were heading. It was okay if there were 1 or 2 howling sounds, but hearing so many sounds at once can make any normal person anxious. Lycan looked at the far distance with squinted eyes, and before he could pinpoint what was going on, a small tremor shook the ground beneath his feet, making Dion, who was standing beside him, exclaimed with surprise.
What's the Sioux?
His question was cut in midway when more than 10 gray three-eyed wolves abruptly appeared behind some bushes and entered his field of view. The few meters tall wolves were howling non-stop with anger. Their eyes were bloodshot, seemingly looking for someone. Seeing the wolf pack heading straight toward them, Dion's pupils contracted.
Oh shit.
He cursed and started running in the opposite direction, but it was too late. One of the wolves looked in their direction with dark eyes. The wolf howled loudly, telling his comrades about their presence. Dion didn't even consider his chance of winning. He just wanted to run with all his might. No way in hell I will be able to defeat so many monsters. Even if both he and Lycan combined their strength and went all out, it would be a miracle for them to survive. Lycan was frozen, seeing the wolves emerging out of nowhere, running straight toward his location. His mind went into a daze for a second before he looked to his left while trying to mutter something.
Bro.
His eye widened, seeing Dion's retreating figure looking back at him like he was an idiot.
Run.
Hearing the loud shout, Lycan gritted his teeth and also started running behind Dion. They were cat-type demi-humans, that's why their agility state was higher than any ordinary rancor. On the other hand, the angry wolf leader, who had just recently lost his treasured fruits, howled, looking at his target running away. No way in hell he will let it go. With a loud growl, the wolf leader gave a command to his followers. We can find that damn bird later, catch those cats so I can vent my anger. After hearing the leader's command, all the nearby wolves started running with full speed, following behind the pitiful duo of demi-humans who were running with their life on the line. And just like that, the wolves chased the duo for God knows how many hours. While running, Lycan was almost on the verge of tears, but he controlled the urge after seeing he wasn't alone. Damn, if I die, I will not die alone.
Yeah.
At the same time, more than 10 kilometers away from the wolf's location, Kyle was running toward the nearest black cross mark. He would see the map again and again to check if he was on the right track. He wasn't able to exactly pinpoint the location of the black cross mark due to the dense forest, even though he was following the tallest mountain. After running for another 10 minutes, Kyle's feet stopped seeing a huge pitch-black tree in the distance. The tree was completely black with slightly curved leaves. It was giving off an ominous feeling. There was also a huge circular gap at the center of the tree trunk. The trees and grass surrounding the black tree seemed to have been withered, leaving an empty small ground around the black tree. Hearing some weird screeching sound, Kyle squinted his eyes trying to see the inside of the huge gap, but because the gap was completely dark, he wasn't able to see anything. He placed the map inside the storage ring with a smile. Now Kyle was completely sure the map was completely correct. Afterward, Kyle looked at Bia, who was flying a few meters on top of his head. He muttered something under his breath before speaking inside her head. Bia, go check what's inside the tree. Bia glared at Kyle but still flew toward the gap, present inside the tree to check the interior, but she wasn't able to see clearly. Suddenly she saw small sparks inside the hole, making her raise her brows. The space inside the hole was illuminated for a second because of those sparks. I can see 3 six-legged thunder spiders. Bia called them thunder spiders and explained to Kyle that they have an affinity with thunder, giving those spiders free authority to manipulate the said natural element with ease as long as they have enough mana inside their body. Kyle simply replied with an "oh" because it was the first time he heard about these types of monsters. After entering the tower, he only encountered wolf-type monsters, so now hearing about a different type of monster, he thought maybe the previous area belonged to the wolves. Honestly, he didn't care what monsters they were as long as they gave him some benefits. Looking at Bia seriously, Kyle questioned again. Is there anything else inside, like some precious treasures? Also, what's their rank? Bia closed the distance between the hole a little, and after taking a proper look, she returned toward Kyle with a confused expression. No, I didn't see anything else, the hole is empty. There's only 1 F rank spider and 2 E rank spider, all of them are strangely scratching the inner side of the tree trunk. But there's something strange, because according to my memory, thunder spiders only stay in the mountains. What are they doing here? Kyle listened to Bia's explanation. If there are only 3 of them, then he can handle them easily because he just broke through to A rank and his stats increased.
His dad's
Name Kyle. Bloodline Celestial locked.
rank E, strength E,
Mana E. Agility plus F. Talent SS rank suppressed.
luck E, skills E.
Kyle gazed at his stats from the corner of his eyes. He was itching to have an exciting fight. Also, it would be his first fight with an affinity-type monster. He wasn't sure how it would go, but Kyle was confident in himself. In the end, if he really suffered a setback, he will lower his ego and beg Bia to help him. Pondering for a while and thinking about all the future scenarios, Kyle picked up a palm-sized stone from nearby. Coating the stone with mana, he directly threw it inside the tree hole with force. The stone struck the inner side of the tree with accuracy.
SCRECH.
A loud screeching sound reverted inside the tree before 3 black thunder spiders crawled out from the gap, frantically searching for the attacker. Kyle looked at their appearance and became a little surprised. The spiders had 2 bead-like red eyes at the center of their round head. Behind the head they had oval-shaped bodies with 6 long pointy legs. There were also sparks of flickering lightning jumping around on their lower legs, making Kyle look at them curiously. They are deserving the name Thunder Spiders. The 3 thunder spiders who just crawled out looked around frantically. While they were looking around, one of them spotted a lone figure standing opposite to them. The silver corner of Kyle's black hair fluttered. Also, coupled with his serious, expressionless face, he looked very intimidating. He tightly grabbed his sword and started running toward the nearest spider, which was plus F rank.
Whoosh.
The spider screeched loudly looking at Kyle's approaching figure, and all three pairs of eyes fell on Kyle.
SCRECH.
Honestly, Kyle was a little nervous, but still he wanted to try how much he have improved after practicing day and night. The other two spiders hurriedly started crawling toward him. One of the E-rank spiders suddenly opened his mouth and shot an arrow made entirely of thunder toward Kyle. Kyle widened his eyes slightly seeing the arrow. He jumped sideways, barely dodging the arrow. The arrow struck the ground, forming a small hole in the ground. Kyle's hair stood up seeing the destruction of a signal attack. What the hell? Before he could curse properly, the three spiders appeared in front of him. There was only one thought inside his mind.
The spiders were too fast.
Kyle hurriedly stepped sideways, avoiding the pointy leg of one of the spiders. He threw out two fireballs at one of the spiders before attacking the lowest rank spider with his sword.
WHOSSH.
To his surprise, the spider made an X-shaped shield with its front legs for defense, but Kyle's sword directly cut through both of the front legs of the spider, making it scream with horror.
SCRECH.
The other two spiders, seeing their comrade injured, looked at Kyle with anger. The ant-sized thing dares to be unruly in front of them. Seeing that their attacks were not landing on Kyle, both of the E-rank spiders opened their mouth and started spewing out thunder arrows one after another. Kyle was frantically trying to dodge, but the agility of the spiders was too high. That's why they would close the distance in mere seconds. After seeing the injured spider retreat toward the tree, Kyle's eyes shone with a glint.
I can't let it go back inside.
He dodged another thunder arrow before throwing out two fireballs at the E-rank spiders. Both of the spiders retreated, avoiding the fire. Taking advantage of this chance, Kyle hurriedly went toward the injured spider and swung his sword vertically. The spider screeched loudly when a huge gash appeared on its back. Its body twitched slightly before slamming toward the ground with a low thud. The other two spiders went berserk after seeing their comrade die. Without caring about the consequences, they made their way toward Kyle. From the dead spider's body, small amount of white particles entered Kyle's body, making him feel refreshed. He looked at the incoming spiders. Conjuring 10 fireballs, Kyle threw them toward the spiders. Even though the spiders' agility was high, they were not able to avoid all the fireballs from such a close distance. Among the 10 fireballs, 2 directly collided with the legs of one of the E-rank spiders, making it scream with pain. One more fireball injured one of the eyes of the other E-rank spider. The spiders were too close to Kyle. Taking advantage of their distraction, he used his signature move, Eliminate, and directly penetrated his sword inside the skull of one of the spiders before attacking the other with a fireball. Panting slightly, Kyle walked toward the last alive spider. The spider was frantically moving his burned legs while looking at Kyle with bloodshot eyes. A trace of horror also flashed through its eyes when it looked at the sword Kyle was holding. On the other hand, after approaching the spider, Kyle directly penetrated the sword at the center of the spider's stomach,
killing it immediately. Who's who?
With heavy breathing, Kyle looked at Bia with a smile. How was my performance? Bia gazed at the bodies of the dead spider and nodded solemnly. Considering it was your first time fighting a monster with affinity, you didn't do that bad.
So 5 points.
Hello. Kyle laughed at the numbers Bia gave him. He shook his head and looked at the white particles emitting from the last 2 dead bodies, but for some reason they didn't enter Kyle's body. Surprisingly, all the particles gathered on top of the last spider's body and formed a small finger-sized white core, making both Kyle and Bia shocked. Bia humped, seemingly jealous of Kyle's high luck. She had been with Kyle for a while now, and the only thing she can't deny was that he was too blessed.
Just like a heaven-favored child.
On the other hand, with an excited expression, Kyle hurriedly went toward the core floating on top of the last spider's dead body. He grabbed the core and closed his eyes to see the information of the skill. Now that he was E-rank, he was able to see the skill information without absorbing it. The people lower than A rank were unable to see the information of the skill, not until they absorb it. After a few seconds, information regarding the skill appeared inside Kyle's head. Thunder Arrow plus F rank. User can use mana to conjure thunder arrows from nature. The more mana used, the more destructive the power of the arrows. Seeing the information, Kyle learned the skill immediately. The skill was useful for attacking. Even though the skill level was only plus F rank, Kyle was happy because finding a skill core was like looking for a needle inside a haystack.
It was too difficult.
Even after killing hundreds of monsters, you still won't be able to find even an F-rank skill. After adding the newly acquired skill, Kyle now had a total of 4 skills. He looked at the dead bodies of the spiders. Actually, even after fighting with them, he still wasn't exhausted. He was sure he could deal with another 2 or 3 thunder spiders easily. As long as the monster dropped a skill or 2, he was willing to deal with it happily. Kyle's thoughts were interrupted by a loud screeching sound. He abruptly turned around and his jaw dropped. I was seriously joking. He trembled looking at the sight in front of him and immediately swallowed back all his thoughts. A huge 15-meter-tall black Scorpio with 9 legs and 10 red beady eyes was standing at the edge of the black tree hole, staring directly at Kyle. It was D-rank. Suddenly out of nowhere, huge invisible pressure descended on Kyle's body, making him sweat buckets of water. Kyle hurriedly said inside his mind, Bia, do something or I will die.
Bia?
Not hearing any response from Bia, Kyle slightly turned around with a deadpan expression to look at the branch where Bia was sitting.
Oh shit.
He cursed as Bia was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't even able to spot her shadow. OMG, I am dead. With a horrid expression, Kyle turned around and started running with all his might. He didn't even dare to look back. But it was too late for regret because the moment Kyle started running, the Scorpio screeched loudly before following behind him with incredible speed. Amidst a huge forest, a lonely figure was seen running frantically. No matter what appeared in front of the figure, it didn't stop. The figure was breathing roughly, with its clothes drenched in sweat and dust. If someone looked closely, he would see a huge 15-meter black Scorpio just a few steps behind the figure. Of course, the figure was Kyle. He jumped, dodged, and crawled just to increase the distance between himself and the Scorpio. His condition was not any better than beggars. Unfortunately, no matter how much Kyle tried, he wasn't able to shake off the Scorpio who was hell-bent on following him. He didn't expect to encounter a high-rank monster on his first day inside the tower. Also, seeing the Scorpio rank, Kyle was sure it was one of the first-floor boss monster. According to the information the Academy provided to the students before they enter the tower, boss monsters were high-rank monsters inside the first few floors. One of the ways to climb the higher floors of the tower was to find and defeat these boss monsters. But Kyle knew his capabilities, he just barely touched E-rank today. There was no way he would become overconfident and fight the Scorpio head-on after knowing it was a whole rank above him. According to Kyle's estimations right now, there was no one capable enough to defeat the Scorpio inside the first floor. While running, Kyle was cursing non-stop. Suddenly his left foot staggered and he stumbled a little. The Scorpio behind Kyle didn't hesitate even a second and shot his pointy tail at him with a loud screech. Kyle looked at the tail with contracted eyes before rolling on the ground to avoid the incoming attack.
Boom.
A whole tree was destroyed, looking at the flying pieces of the hard tree truck. Kyle couldn't help but shudder as he started running again toward the opposite side. With raged breathing, he hurriedly took out an energy potion from his storage ring and gulped it down in one go, while inwardly thanking the person who gave him this life-saving treasure. Within a second, some of Kyle's energy recovered and his speed increased slightly. Immediately afterward, he conjured 3 thunder arrows and threw them backward without stopping. Seeing himself staggering again, Kyle knew he wouldn't last long if he didn't do anything.
Bia, you little shit.
Where the hell are you? If you didn't help me now, I am gonna cook you tonight for dinner. Not far from Kyle's location, sitting on a tree branch, Bia looked at the situation with squinted eyes. Stop cursing me, I can't defeat this thing. Also, it's not my fault. I already told you there was something strange when I saw the mountain thunder spiders inside the tree. I think those spiders were the Scorpio food. You stole its food, that's why the black Scorpio is angry. Kyle gritted his teeth and again threw 3 thunder arrows backward. It was fortunate that the Scorpio didn't possess any agility-type skill or he would have already perished, but even after that, the Scorpio's natural agility was not weak at all. Just stay alive for a few more minutes. It's my first time, that's why it's taking time to gather a lot of mana. I will use one of my skills to attract its attention. Make sure to run in the opposite direction. Bia's loud voice rang inside Kyle's head. He nodded quickly, understanding what she was doing. Honestly, Kyle already wrote a mental note to beat Bia up after he got rid of the Scorpio. She's too unreliable. The The Scorpio screeched loudly before jumping and attacking Kyle again with his pointy tail. Kyle was already prepared. He dodged to the left. Another tree was blasted into pieces because of the Scorpio. On the other hand, Bia started flying and arrived on top of the Scorpio head. She took a deep breath and flapped her wings. A huge amount of mana which was gathered under her wings took form, and two huge golden fireballs appeared midair. With another flap, she threw both of the fireballs at the Scorpio. The fireballs directly collided with the upper layer of the Scorpio's skin, but Bia's attack only slightly scratched the Scorpio, making her dumbfounded.
What the? Its skin is too hard.
The Scorpio looked at Bia and hissed loudly, but after seeing her flying, the Scorpio turned around without even waiting for a second and started following behind Kyle again. Bia looked at the Scorpio retreating figure and frowned. Kyle, my attack is not working, it's also not following behind me.
It seems the Scorpio had intelligence.
Kyle started sweating. He knew Bia was not that powerful.
Even if she was a phoenix in the end, she just hatched a month ago.
He took out another energy potion, and after drinking it, Kyle created 7 more fireballs and threw them backward, but the Scorpio dodged half of them, and the one hitting its skin didn't injure it at all. While Kyle was frantically thinking about what to do, suddenly, he heard some howls coming from his left. Kyle's eyes shone. He hurriedly changed direction and started running toward the sounds. Meanwhile, Dion and Lycan both were running toward the north. It had been an hour since the wolf pack started following the duo. For some reason, the wolf pack didn't show any signs of retreat, even after Dion killed 2 of the wolves. Also, after using so many mana attacks, Dion's mana was almost exhausted. He looked at the wolf pack behind and cursed before asking Lycan to attack behind. Lycan had 2 ice skills. He created 2 long sharp ice arrows and threw them backward. One of the wolves howled in pain when the sharp ice touched its skin. When both of them saw the wolf pack slowing down, they finally sighed with relief. But unfortunately, before they could be happy and start increasing the distance between the wolf, a small tremor shook the ground. Both Lycan and Dion were breathing heavily, their clothes tattered, and their condition was even worse than Kyle. Sensing the tremor, they looked at the front with squinted eyes. Suddenly, a boy appeared inside their vision. The boy gazed at them with a serious expression. Their eyes met, and the boy mouthed a single word to them.
Run!
The duo looked at the figure of the boy with confusion. The boy didn't stop and run past them, going directly toward the wolves. But their confusion soon disappeared when they saw the horror in front of them. Dion almost fainted, seeing the huge Scorpio coming out from the trees. With trembling hands, he grabbed Lycan and hurriedly gathered the tiny bit of mana left inside his body before rolling toward the left side. The moment Dion rolled off, the Scorpio appeared in his position and screamed loudly. The Scorpio gazed left and right before running toward the howling sounds. Dion's hands were tightly grabbing Lycan. Only when a few seconds passed did he slowly open his eyes and peek toward the Scorpio. His forehead was filled with sweat and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Just now he saw his dead grandmother waving at him from heaven. Fortunately, he acted immediately, or else something terrible could have happened. Lycan also sucked in cold breath, looking at the running figure of the boy. How the heck is he alive after angering such a huge monster? Meanwhile, after running past the 2 strange catmen, Kyle appeared in front of a familiar wolf pack. He kicked his back foot and, without caring about the spikes, he jumped toward one of the nearby trees.
No.
It was painful as blood trickled down from his palms, but still, Kyle grabbed one of the tree branches and propelled himself toward another tree. The wolf howled at Kyle, but before they could attack, the huge Scorpio appeared and attacked one of the wolves. All the wolves looked at the Scorpio with horror. They hurriedly started retreating, but because there were too many wolves in the Scorpio way, it started attacking the wolves. While the Scorpio attacked the wolf, Kyle didn't stop running. He could hear sounds of battle behind him, but Kyle knew not to waste his escape chance. Only after running for more than an hour and making sure no one was behind him did Kyle stop. He looked at the sky and sighed. Dark clouds were gathering, indicating the end of the day. Such a tiring day. After thinking about all the things he experienced today, Kyle chuckled. Never in his dream he would have thought to experience a life and death battle. Also, seeing himself improve so much, he was feeling a little strange. After lighting a small fire with mana, Kyle sat beside a tree to rest. Bia also flew toward him with a guilty expression. Kyle gazed at her a little angry, but then he sighed again. According to Bia, she indeed know a lot of skills because of the memories the phoenix left behind, but she can't use them immediately. It will take her some time to master those skills. Anyway, in the end, she was just a few months old. Just like a newborn child, she has to learn a lot of things. Taking out 2 mana fruits he stole from the wolves, Kyle threw one toward Bia and started eating the other. The moment Kyle bit the golden mana fruit, huge amount of mana gushed inside his body like a dam, and within seconds all his depleted mana recovered. He also felt a warm feeling coursing through his body. With a surprised expression, Kyle hurriedly looked at his stats.
Stats.
Name Kyle. Bloodline Celestial locked. Rank E. Strength E. Mana E. Agility plus F. Talent SS rank suppressed. Luck E. Skills. Yeah. His mana stat increased just by taking a single bite. With a delighted expression, Kyle hurriedly ate the whole fruit, but his expression soon changed, because after the first few bites the fruit stopped showing results. It seems these fruits can't improve my mana stat anymore. After eating the whole fruit, Kyle looked at the dark sky. The surrounding temperature decreased a little, making the wind cold. Some shiny stars were illuminating the dark sky. I don't know where to find the elixir of life. The tower is huge, making it difficult to search for the elixir, but it's not impossible. I should avoid all the black cross marks and check as much as golden cross marks. Thinking about what he had to do, Kyle stood up and patted his slightly tattered clothes. There was no way he was going to sleep in such a dirty condition. Also, sleeping without preparation inside a forest filled with monsters wasn't safe at all. So after changing clothes, he and Bia both started looking for a safe place to rest for tonight. Soon they discovered a large tree that expanded several meters in width. Ignoring the spikes, Kyle climbed the tree, and after reaching the top, he scratched away some spikes with his sword, making a small, comfortable spot for himself. Today was a very tiring day, that's why the moment Kyle closed his eyes he fell asleep. Bia also sat on top of his chest like a ball, but she just closed her eyes and didn't sleep, because their location was dangerous. Next day, early morning, both Kyle and Bia woke up and started looking for treasures according to the map. A week passed just like that. They avoided all the black cross marks like a plague so as to not encounter a high-rank monster like the Black Scorpio. On the way, they also saw a few low-rank monsters, but all of them were weak, that's why dealing with them was very easy. For some reason, the lazy Bia also started practicing her skills, making Kyle surprised. While looking for the location of the golden cross marks, Kyle found a few more things, but all of them were herbs of different origins. He also found some more fruits, but the color of each fruit was different. Fortunately, Bia knew about them, so he just placed the fruits inside his storage ring for future use. Even after plundering more than 8 golden cross marks, he still didn't find the elixir of life, that's why Kyle was a little frustrated. But after thinking that it was only the first floor, he calmed down. He also didn't encounter any other person, except for the 2 strange cat man he saw a week ago. And just like that, a bird and a man plunder almost all the treasure around them, but they were still not happy. If someone else saw the amount of treasure Kyle collected, their jaw would probably drop. Finding 1 or 2 treasures on the first floor was fine, but finding so many was unheard of. On the other hand, after appearing inside the tower, Alec fought alone. Unlike Kyle, he didn't appear inside the forest. He appeared at the edge of a mountain. There were trees at the end of the mountain, but the trees didn't contain any spikes, making it easy for Alec to rest at night. He killed a lot of monsters and increased his stat a little, but unfortunately, he didn't stumble upon any treasure or skill core. After fighting for a week, he finally encountered a fellow human, but he didn't know who it was. So after helping each other for a while, they parted ways. Lara and Mia both were also doing great. They were long-range fighters, that's why they didn't have to go near the monster. They did face some difficulty, but after a while, both of them adjusted to their new environment. On the other hand, Carcel appeared almost at the backside of one of the mountains. He fought some monsters and also obtained a skill core. With incredible luck, he also found a treasure, making his journey around the first floor quite fruitful. Inside an unknown place shrouded with darkness. No matter where one looked, there was nothing. Amidst the darkness, a huge bright white color circular orb, sized more than thousands of meters, was floating midair. The orb was the only source of illumination inside the pitch-black darkness. A huge amount of golden energy was continuously rotating around the orb, trying to maintain its shape and luster. After completing a rotation, the energy which should have been returned to the core of the orb didn't return. Instead, the energy gathered like a small wave and went in a certain direction. In that direction, a black-haired man who seemed to be in his mid-30s sat cross-legged. The man's body was sucking the golden energy greedily. The more the man absorbed the golden energy, the more the seemingly white orb lost its radiance. A small nail-sized, drop-shaped red crystal was also floating in front of the man's chest. Even though the golden energy was going toward the man, it didn't dare to touch the crystal. The red crystal would tremble after every few minutes like it has a mind of its own. The man sitting cross-legged was wearing an elegant robe filled with ancient purple color patterns. A strong aura was surging around his body. But the man whose eyes were closed looked seriously injured as his face was incredibly pale. Suddenly a small frown appeared on the man's cold face and he opened his eyes in surprise. His golden color pupil shone beside the white orb radiance, seemingly trying to penetrate something present thousands of miles away. But then again his face turned cold and expressionless. I am unable to see through that huge thing. It seems this small planet has quite a profound history. A cold, chilling hoarse voice, capable of freezing anyone, came out of the man's mouth as he mumbled and closed his eyes again. It doesn't matter if that thing died inside, everything will return to me anyway. It's just a pity that I have to waste some more time to find another suitable body compatible with the refinement. On the other hand, Kyle was sleeping peacefully on top of a tree. Suddenly a cold shiver passed through his spine and he stood up abruptly with sweaty palms. Bia, who was sleeping on top of his chest, cursed when she lost her balance due to his sudden movement. At least give me a signal before standing up so suddenly. I almost fell and broke my precious beak. Kyle looked at Bia and smiled with embarrassment. Sorry, I just felt something bad was going to happen. Bia looked at Kyle's sweaty forehead and didn't say anything else, thinking maybe he had a bad dream. Kyle sighed and shook his head. He gazed at the mountain in front of him and jumped off the tree. After traveling for more than 2 weeks, they finally appeared in front of the tallest mountain. Kyle took out the map from his storage ring, checking for the golden cross marks. There were 11 golden marks on the mountain in front of him. He pondered for a while because even the nearest golden mark was almost in the middle of the mountain. Also, the mountain contained black cross marks more than the golden marks. After thinking for a while, he put the old scroll back inside his storage ring and decided to climb the mountain because the golden marks inside the forest were too far and it will take too much time to reach them. With slow steps, Kyle approached the mountain and started climbing. While climbing, he was on high alert because the monsters he encountered near the mountain were all E rank or higher. Kyle also saw a horde of E rank bees monsters on the way, but fortunately, all the bees were busy munching on some monster's corpse. That's why they ignored his presence. Bia was also following behind him, but instead of sitting on his head, she was flying because Kyle asked her to keep an eye on the surrounding and notify him if there was any danger around them. Suddenly, she noticed some commotion on the north side of the mountain. Kyle, there's something happening on the north side. I can see some people gathering around a strange, ancient-looking cave. After hearing Bia, Kyle stopped in his track and looked toward Bia. How far are they? Not much, just 5 kilometers north. Kyle nodded and took out the map. There wasn't any cross mark toward the place Bia was referring to. There's nothing on the map, no black mark, no golden mark, so why are they gathering there? Thinking for a while, he decided to go toward the north. If there was any danger, he would retreat. If not, then there was nothing wrong in checking out what was going on. After running for half an hour, Kyle appeared at the place Bia mentioned. He looked at the situation from a few meters distance. There was a strange cave in front of him. The cave looked man-made as it was completely circular. The ground around the cave was strangely caved in a few centimeters, and the stones stacked in front of the cave were also different from ordinary stones because they were emitting white color hue. The faint hue was continuously gathering around the entrance of the cave, making a thin shield that stopped others from approaching the cave. Kyle gazed at the surrounding of the cave and saw 6 people standing in front of the cave in 2 groups. 4 of the 6 individuals had pointed ears indicating their identity as elves, and the remaining 2 were humans. 2 of the elves were trying to break the shield around the cave. Seeing a familiar face among the small crowd, Kyle's eyes lit up. It was Blaine, one of the second-year senior who talked with Nine and Kyle before they left the academy. Kyle started moving toward the 2 humans. He didn't even notice his steps were too silent. After arriving beside them, Kyle spoke in a low voice.
Senior Blaine. Kyria.
Blaine jumped backward, his heart almost leaped out from his chest. The other human standing beside Blaine staggered due to the sudden movement and fell on his butt. Blaine was going to attack Kyle with his weapon, but before he could, Kyle shouted,
It's me, Kyle.
With fast-beating heart, Blaine looked at Kyle, who just creeped beside him out of nowhere. He hurriedly retracted his weapon and settled his glasses.
You almost freaked me out.
The small commotion also attracted the attention of the elves who were trying to break the shield. On the other hand, Kyle looked at the duo and became speechless.
What the?
I just called your name. After meeting Blaine, Kyle asked him about the cave, but Blaine also didn't know anything. Blaine was just hunting a monster when he saw some elves in this strange place. The other black-haired human with Blaine was called Henson. He was a commoner who belonged to one of the academy present inside Kingdom Loringnad. Henson was already present when Blaine appeared, and because both of them were humans, they decided to team up. While Kyle and Blaine were talking, a sudden cracking voice sounded, making them look at the cave. The shield around the cave started crumbling, and before long it completely disappeared. The elf who broke the shield shouted with joy and looked at his companions who were praising him. All the elves gathered together, and without even glancing toward Kyle and the other two humans, they entered the cave. After the elves disappeared inside the cave, Kyle and the others looked at each other and entered the cave as well. Bia, who was flying above everyone the whole time, went toward Kyle, slowly sitting on his head. Hansen was a little surprised seeing Bia, but he didn't say anything. All three of them walked for almost 15 minutes. The inside of the cave was dimly lit, with a white hue coming from the bunch of uneven rocks scattered around the cave. While walking, they didn't encounter anything. But after 10 more minutes, they appeared inside a huge, empty open area. 9 different tunnels similar to the caves they entered were present in a row at the end of the open area. The elves were already gone because except for Kyle, Blaine, and Hansen, no one was present inside the open area. Also, no one knew what was behind the tunnels. That's why Kyle looked at the duo standing beside him and gave his opinion.
Shall we go together?
Blaine and Hansen looked at the tunnels, but after a second, Hansen said that they should go alone because it would be a pain if they found something precious and had to divide it equally. Kyle raised his brow, but then he looked at Blaine, seemingly waiting for his answer. I also think we should choose a tunnel and go alone. Kyle didn't say anything and just started walking toward one of the tunnels at the edge. Hansen chose and went toward the middle tunnel, while Blaine entered the tunnel present at the right corner. The moment Kyle entered the tunnel, he felt like he just passed through a warm water curtain. For some reason, he felt refreshed after the invisible curtain touched his skin. Kyle immediately turned around to touch the curtain again, but to his surprise, there was a small white wall behind him. He had an idea as to what was going on, but still, Kyle punched the wall with 20% of his strength.
Bam!
For a while, some ripples formed inside the wall, but it didn't break just like Kyle thought. With a sigh, he turned around and started walking toward the other end of the tunnel. After walking for 2 minutes, Kyle appeared inside another open area. But this time there were no tunnels, only a large pool at the center of the area. Kyle looked at the calm pool with squinted eyes because in the middle of the pool, a shiny book was floating midair. After spotting the book, he started walking toward it, but when he saw what was inside the pool, Kyle jumped backward with a horrid expression. With slow steps, Kyle walked back toward the pool. The water inside the pool was crystal clear, making it easy for anyone to spot what was inside. A huge snake-like white lizard was curled up inside the water like a rope. Its huge body was even taller than the Scorpio. The lizard was breathing slowly while its eyes were closed. Kyle gazed at the lizard with heavy heartbeat. It was D-rank. He staggered looking at the sleeping lizard. With a sweaty forehead, Kyle almost crawled back from where he came from, but alas, the tunnel was closed off. Standing beside a wall, Kyle gazed at the pool with caution and whispered toward Bia, who seemed to be sleeping on top of his head.
Bia, what should we do?
Hearing her name being called, Bia slowly opened her round eyes and looked at the surrounding. Bia didn't sleep yesterday night because she was keeping an eye on the surrounding when Kyle was sleeping. That's why she fell asleep the moment she sat on top of Kyle's head. With a sleepy expression, Bia looked at her surrounding.
What happened?
Kyle heard Bia's sleepy voice and became speechless. We are almost standing in front of death and you are sleeping. He wanted to shout this same line, but controlled himself so as to not wake up the huge lizard accidentally. Nothing special, we are just doomed and maybe going to die soon.
What?
Bia started flying with a confused expression. She waved her small wings, making wind sounds.
Kyle almost fainted.
Don't make noise. Hearing Kyle's worried voice, Bia looked around but she found no one in the surrounding.
Huh, what's that shiny thing?
Before Kyle could tell her about the situation, Bia started flying toward the book. She looked at the book curiously, but after finding out it was useless to her, she just picked it up with her feet. Amidst all this, she failed to notice the big white lizard sleeping just a few centimeters below the water. On the other hand, Kyle looked at Bia. He was so shocked that he wasn't able to utter a single word. His body was drenched with sweat as he looked at Bia with a wide mouth. On the other hand, the moment Bia picked up the book, a small tunnel opened up at the opposite side of the pool. Bia flew back toward Kyle and threw the book toward him before sitting on top of his head again with an annoyed expression.
Wake me up again for such a small task. I haven't slept properly for the last 2 days.
With a dumbfounded expression, Kyle looked at the book inside his hands and then at the tunnel. He wasn't sure what to say anymore. He slowly staggered toward the opposite side of the pool with a blank expression and entered the tunnel. While contemplating about the way he was living up till now. Meanwhile, Blaine, who entered the tunnel present on the right corner, also saw a white thin curtain blocking his way back. The tunnel was dark, making it difficult for him to see anything. That's why he walked in a straight line for more than 10 minutes. With a serious expression, he gripped his weapon tightly, ready for anything that would be present at the end of the tunnel. After walking for 5 more minutes, he finally saw some light and hurriedly crossed the tunnel, only to come out from another tunnel present beside the tunnel he entered from. Blaine looked at the familiar open area where he parted with Kyle and Hansen and became speechless. He wanted to enter another tunnel, but unfortunately all the tunnels were closed, making him stick out his tongue with an annoyed expression.
It seems we can only enter once.
After sighing, Blaine looked at the tunnels one more time and left the cave with a gloomy expression.
It seemed he wasn't fated to gain anything from this cave.
At the same time, Hansen, who entered the middle tunnel, appeared inside a small area, and his pupil contracted seeing the situation in front of him. A huge 12-meter brown centipede with 22 legs was fighting with the elves who left before them. All the elves seemed to have entered the same tunnel, but their condition wasn't good at all because the centipede was D rank. There were also 3 shiny fingers-sized orbs floating midair on top of the centipede's head. Hansen looked at the orbs and sighed. It's true, we have to fight for every opportunity with our life on the line. The ground in front of him was caved in, and the tunnel was shaking because of the impact of the fight. While Hansen was standing in front of the tunnel, the centipede suddenly opened its mouth, and 2 tongue-like tentacles came out from his mouth. It spat out 2 black-color venomous balls toward one of the elves. The elf saw the incoming attack with a horrid expression, but it was too late because he was standing in front of the centipede. One of the black balls landed directly on his abdomen, and he was blasted a few centimeters away from the centipede. A huge hole formed on the elf's abdomen, and his whole body turned dark before he died on the spot. Seeing the elf's dead body, Hansen's expression hardened. The remaining 3 elves also looked at the dead body of their companion. There was sadness in their eyes, but it disappeared the next second because they knew they will also experience the same fate if they didn't do anything about the huge monster in front of them. They also saw Hansen standing in front of the tunnel, but they didn't expect anything from him because he was from another race. They only wished Hansen didn't interfere in their battle. Meanwhile, seeing the situation worsening with every second, Hansen had no choice but to help the elves. He just reached E rank yesterday. After seeing the centipede, he wanted to go back, but the tunnel was closed off. With a serious expression, Hansen created 10 sharp earth shreds and threw them toward the centipede. The earth shreds didn't affect much the hard shell of the centipede, but it was enough to distract its attention for a few seconds. The elves seized those few seconds and hurled a lot of attacks on the centipede. In the end, 1 more elf got seriously injured, but they were able to defeat the centipede. After the centipede died, a small tunnel opened up opposite to them. The centipede lump body emitted some white particles that entered the elves and Hansen body. The elves looked at Hansen. Now the problem was the 3 orbs floating on top of the centipede body. One of the elves, who looked like the leader of the group, sighed and took 2 of the orbs. He just lost one of his companion, that's why he didn't wish to fight more. After taking the orbs, he walked toward the dead body of his friend and took his storage ring before asking the other two elves to follow behind him. The other two elves glanced at their friend's dead body with helpless expressions. There was nothing they could do. All of the elves gathered and entered the open tunnel, leaving Hansen and one of the shiny orb alone. Hansen looked at the leaving elves and walked toward the remaining shiny orb, but when he saw it was a skill core, he absorbed it immediately. He gazed at the dead body of the centipede one more time before entering the open tunnel without saying anything.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Kyle, who just entered the tunnel with a dazed expression, finally snapped out of his stupor with a sigh. He looked at the book in his hands. It was an ancient-looking book with strange patterns. When Kyle looked at the book's cover and read the introduction, his expression changed. He wasn't able to understand much of the language written on the book cover, but there were some words he was familiar with. The title of the book was Instant Teleportation. It was an ancient skill which was preserved in a shape of a book. There wasn't much information regarding the skill, but from the title, Kyle got a basic idea about the skill. With an excited expression, he hurriedly opened the book, but the moment Kyle opened the book, it turned into white particles and entered his body. Information regarding the skill soon appeared inside his head. Kyle was a little surprised because he hadn't heard about any method where skills can be preserved inside a book, but still, he was happy to gain another skill. Instant Teleportation A rank. Teleport within a few meter radius at the speed of lightning. The more mana used, the more distance the user can cover. With enough mana, user can even teleport thousands of miles within mere seconds. Seeing the description of the skill, Kyle was on cloud 9. He was incredibly happy. This skill was a life-saving skill. As long as he had enough mana, he can teleport anytime, anywhere. He still lacked agility-type skills, but this skill was 100 times better than any other agility-type skill. With the amount of mana Kyle had right now, he can only teleport once for 2-3 meter distance before exhausting his mana, but it was enough for the time being. After walking for more than 5 minutes, Kyle finally saw the end of the dark tunnel. With hurried steps, he walked out of the tunnel, only to see a huge big white color stairway in the middle of a small empty area. There was nothing dangerous around the stairway. Even the rocks around the stairway were not sharp due to some reason. Hansen and Blaine were also nowhere to be seen. Kyle just hoped they stay safe and didn't encounter something similar to him. He gazed at the white stairway with a complicated expression. He knew what it was, but he didn't expect to see one inside this strange cave. The first few floors of the tower were always similar in structure whenever the kingdoms send their young talents inside. That's why a lot of things inside those floors were mentioned in the books related to the tower. This small stairway in front of Kyle would probably directly teleport him to the second floor of the tower, but for some reason, instead of being happy, Kyle looked reluctant. It's because he still hasn't plundered all the golden cross marks waiting for him inside the first floor. How can he just leave behind his treasures? If someone else heard his claims, he would have probably beaten him up. Just when the hell did the treasures become yours? Kyle sighed and looked behind him, trying to see the unseen treasures. If the tunnels were not closed off, he would have definitely gone back. With a gaze filled with unwillingness, he walked toward the white stairway and started climbing, still looking behind from time to time. After he climbed the stairs, he stepped on a small circular array. The array shone brightly and Kyle disappeared. When Kyle left, about 10 to 15 minutes later, 3 elves also appeared in front of the same white stairway. They looked at the stairway and started climbing without even waiting for a second. They also disappeared, and after them, Hansen also arrived in front of the stairway. He was the only one who became excited and happy when he saw the stairway. With a wide smile, Hansen also climbed the stairway and disappeared from the first floor. On the other hand, Alec found a tree with 3 golden fruit. After he ate those fruits, he directly broke through to E+ rank. He was very happy because after so many days, he finally found a treasure inside the tower. Still, God knows what would be his reaction when he found out that Kyle found almost 10 times more fruits than him. Alec traveled around inside the forest for a week before seeing 2 demi-humans and 3 humans fighting together to defeat a D-rank monster. After seeing that the humans and demi-humans were tied with the D-rank monster, Alec also joined the fight. Together with those 5 individuals, he defeated the D-rank monster, but Alec was the one who gave the most damage to the monster. After the monster died, white particles emitted from its body and gathered around on top of its body. The particles didn't enter anyone's body. Instead, after all the particles gathered, they formed a small white stairway similar to the one Kyle used to teleport toward the second floor. All the people present looked at each other with excited expressions. Without waiting, they climbed the stairway and disappeared. After a few minutes, the stairway burst into white particles and disappeared into the air. Meanwhile, after fighting around for more than 2 weeks, Mia found an underground tunnel in the middle of a lush forest. With caution, she entered the tunnel, going straight more than 20 feet underground. The tunnel was empty with only a single large stone filled with different patterns present at the center. Mia walked toward the stone, and after seeing the strange pattern closely, she got an idea of the strange pattern on the stone. It was an array. Mia wasn't proficient with arrays, but she read some books about them in the past. Even though the array was one of the lowest rank array, it took her 2 whole days just to break it. The moment the array broke, the pattern-filled stone crumbled into white particles, forming a huge stairway and a small ancient-looking book in front of Mia. She grabbed the book. It was about arrays. After placing the book inside her storage ring, Mia climbed the stairway and disappeared. At the same time, Lara encountered a similar situation as Alec. She fought with some other people to defeat a boss monster. While she was fighting, coincidentally 9 also appeared. He was on the verge of breaking through to E rank, and after fighting together with the others to defeat the boss monster, he broke through to E rank. A similar white stairway appeared in front of them when they defeated the boss monster, directly teleporting everyone to the second floor. On the other hand, Carcel found a peach-colored tree with a hidden huge hole in the center. The tree branches were long, almost hiding the hole, but while running away from a bunch of strange sharp-teethed squirrel monsters, Carcel saw the hole. After he entered the tree hole, he appeared in front of a small, clean lake. In the middle of the lake, a beautiful tree was present. There were 2 fruit hanging on the branches of the tree. Seeing no one around the lake, Carcel immediately walked toward the tree, and after he ate the fruits, he broke through to E rank. Also, behind the fruit tree, he saw a white stairway. Carcel's happiness doubled when he saw the stairway. He immediately climbed up the stairway and disappeared, leaving the first floor. After Carcel left, one of the squirrel who was following him accidentally entered the tree hole. The squirrel looked at the lake and then at the empty tree with squinted eyes. The stairway behind the tree also didn't escape his tiny eyes. It squeaked a little seeing himself alone, but then it walked toward the stairway and slowly started climbing it with a confused expression. When the squirrel appeared on top of the stairs, it felt its hair stand up straight due to the sudden effect of the teleportation. This time the squirrel didn't squeak cutely. It opened its mouth widely, showing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and bit the floor of the stairway before disappearing, leaving behind a small hole in the white sturdy stairway. Similar incidents were happening all around the first floor of the tower. Some people found treasures and hidden stairways to climb toward the second floor. Some gathered around and fought with boss monsters to climb toward the second floor, while some unfortunate ones weren't able to climb to the second floor or died on the first floor. After Kyle disappeared from the first floor, he appeared in a strange place. He stood up straight and looked around with squinted eyes. The ground beneath his feet was rocky, but he didn't see anything because he was surrounded by clouds. With an irritated expression, Kyle cursed. Just where the hell is this place? No matter where he looked, the only thing appearing inside his vision were white clouds. It seemed he was teleported to a very high place. As Kyle was cursing, Bia also woke up and looked around at her surrounding. Did Kyle kill me while I was sleeping? Hearing Bia words inside his head, Kyle almost tripped, but he ignored her because she was helping him a lot recently. After Bia sobered up, she looked around seriously. Oh, it's not heaven, they are clouds. Kyle refrained from speaking. It was better for him to stay quiet and look for a way to leave this place. While he was trying to feel the land beneath his feet, Bia tried to fly so she can see the surrounding, but to her horror, the mana inside her body started trembling when she flapped her wings. She almost lost her balance and fell, but Kyle immediately grabbed her. What are you doing? It seems I can't fly in this place. Kyle replied with an "oh" and placed Bia on top of his head. He started walking, but because the ground beneath his feet was uneven, he had no choice but to walk slowly. After 5 hours, Kyle's eyes were blank as he looked at the surrounding clouds with a speechless expression. His hands holding the map of the tower were trembling. Kyle was sure he was the only person who had a map, giving him a big advantage over others. At that moment, he only had one question inside his head. Just why the hell did he appear at such a desolate place? The treasures were waiting for him to pick them up, and here, he was struck at an unknown place. After sighing one more time, Kyle started walking again. It's not like just standing around would solve his problem. Finally, after walking for another 3 hours, he found a place where something was visible. Kyle hurriedly left the clouds with a relieved expression and walked toward that place. With squinted eyes, he saw his surrounding. He was on top of a mountain, and it seemed to be one of the tallest mountain. The sky was turning dark with various stars twinkling above his head. After seeing the environment clearly, Kyle hurriedly looked at the map for one last confirmation and sighed with relief. Just like the second section of the map, there were 7 more mountains in his surrounding, but they were too far away. At the bottom of the mountains, there were some plains and a huge forest. It was hard for him to pinpoint his exact location, but after he looked at the large plains present at the bottom of the mountains and matched their location with the map, he was able to roughly guess his location. Among the 8 mountains, he was standing on top of the second tallest mountain. After looking at the mountain he was standing, Kyle's facial expression becomes serious. There is only one golden cross mark on this mountain. He sighed and placed the old scroll inside his storage ring and started descending the mountain. After a few more hours, he stopped in front of a huge rock to rest for the night. Under the starry night, Kyle used his skill Fireball and lit up a small fire before taking out some monster meat he stored inside his storage ring yesterday. After killing the monsters, he didn't store their corpses but instead stored some of the monsters' meat inside his storage ring for future use. Kyle already had a lot of food stored inside the storage ring the Academy provided them before they entered the tower. That's why he only stored the monster meat once in a while. It had been more than 3 weeks he entered the tower. He still hasn't found the elixir. As time passed, Kyle was becoming a little anxious, but he was sure he would be able to find the elixir soon. Also, I wonder how Nine, Alec and the others are doing. He wasn't able to encounter any familiar face on the first floor except for Blaine, the second-year senior. That's why Kyle was a little worried about them, but he knew all of them were strong enough to take care of themselves. Maybe when he met them again they will be stronger and more powerful than before. On the other hand, Bia was finally able to fly after they left those strange clouds. She started flying to see if there was any monster in their surrounding. While Kyle was cooking the food, he heard a small voice from behind the small rocks scattered around him. With a serious expression, Kyle hurriedly grabbed his sword and stood up, looking straight at the place where the voice came from. Soon he heard a small squeaking sound coming from behind the rocks. Under Kyle's gaze, a fist-sized squirrel walked out from behind the rocks. The squirrel seemed injured because its right hand fur was slightly red like blood. It looked at Kyle with big round eyes filled with tears. Kyle looked at the squirrel and sighed. It's just a small animal. He placed his sword back and sat down without caring about the squirrel who was looking at him with big eyes. For some reason, due to seeing Bia eyes every day, Kyle started liking things with big eyes. That's why even though he knew that the squirrel could be a monster, he didn't kill it immediately. Well, in the end the squirrel was so small. He would just kill it if it tried to attack. Bia also came back after flying around for a while. She sat down on a rock present beside Kyle and looked at the squirrel curiously. She could feel a faint energy emitting from the squirrel's body, but it was so low that Bia just ignored the squirrel presence. After Kyle was done with cooking, he gave some meat to Bia and also placed some in front of the squirrel before eating and going to sleep for a few hours. Amidst the dark, starry night, Kyle was sleeping while leaning against the huge rock. Bia was also sitting on top of a rock while looking at their surrounding with vigilance. Suddenly, the small squirrel who was sitting opposite them squeaked. Bia looked at the squirrel with raised brows as it slowly started walking toward Kyle. She was ready to kill the squirrel if it did something strange, but to her surprise, it just walked toward Kyle and curled up beside him. Soon, under her gaze, the squirrel fell asleep. Bia sighed and looked away. Next day early morning, Kyle was sleeping peacefully. Bia also seemed to have closed her eyes after staying awake the whole night. While the two had their eyes closed, the small squirrel lying beside Kyle opened its eyes. It looked at Kyle with drool dripping down from his small mouth and slowly started creeping toward his hand. The squirrel opened his mouth widely, showing Rose's razor-sharp teeth. It was about to bite Kyle's whole hand in one go before Kyle woke up abruptly. Seeing Kyle awake, the squirrel retracted his teeth and hurriedly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Kyle rubbed his eyes and looked in front of him. Bea was sitting on top of a stone with closed eyes. He could sense she wasn't sleeping. What was that? I suddenly felt chills for some reason. Kyle stood up and looked at his surrounding. Except for Bea and the small squirrel he saw last night, there was no one else. Strange. I definitely felt like something was wrong. Was it my imagination? After shaking his head, he picked up Bea and placed her on top of his head. It's better if we leave this place. While he was ready to walk away, Kyle heard a small squeak from behind. He turned around and looked at the squirrel, who was looking at him with big eyes. Tear welled up inside the squirrel's eyes when it saw Kyle leaving. Like an abandoned child looking at its mother. Seeing the squirrel, Kyle becomes speechless. He sighed and walked toward the squirrel and picked it up. Why are you so heavy? Kyle exclaimed with surprise. He was going to place the squirrel on his shoulder, but unlike Bea, the fist-sized squirrel was too heavy. He placed the squirrel back down and asked it to follow behind because it was too heavy to carry. The squirrel nodded with a relieved expression, seemingly understanding Kyle's words. Kyle became a little surprised seeing it understanding his words, but then he looked at the map one last time and started walking toward the only golden cross mark present on the mountain. The squirrel also started following behind Kyle quietly. From time to time it would try to open its mouth, but due to some reason Kyle was on high alert. That's why the squirrel could do nothing but show an irritated expression while quietly waiting for a chance when it would be able to eat up Kyle. After walking around the mountain for a few hours, Kyle finally arrived in front of a small opening present between some rocks. In these few hours he encountered 7 E rank, 3 E rank and 1 plus E rank monsters, but with the help of baits like Bea and Squeak, he was able to easily deal with those monsters. Squeak was the name Kyle gave to the squirrel because it could only speak one word, and that was squeak. On the other hand, Bea was once again speechless at Kyle's naming sense. She looked at Squeak pitifully, remembering the first time she came out from the egg and Kyle tried to give her some strange names like Birdie and Reddy. Bea hurriedly shook her small head with an ugly expression, not even daring to remember those names. Squeak looked at Bea, not understanding the meaning behind her emotional gaze. It just cutely squeaked toward its prey, Kyle. While Bea and Squeak were looking at each other emotionally for some reason, Kyle entered the small opening. It was dark from the inside, filled with various brown color stones, but fortunately the stones were not pointy. Kyle walked for a while before the opening started turning narrow, making it difficult for him to advance. After a few more minutes, Kyle had to crawl just to find the end of the opening. While he was crawling, suddenly Squeak jumped on his back. Kyle almost spit out blood due to Squeak's heavy weight. Squeak, don't jump on my back so suddenly. It was the first time Squeak did something wrong, that's why Kyle just politely told Squeak to not do it again. On the other hand, seeing Kyle's painful expression, Bea started laughing. Squeak looked at Bea and Kyle, both of them were not focusing on it. With a creepy smile, Squeak started advancing toward Kyle's left ear. Kyle could feel Squeak crawling on his back, but because he was busy quarreling with Bea inside his mind, he stopped focusing on its movements. After Squeak reached Kyle's ear, it opened its mouth with delight. A row of razor-sharp teeth were going to bite Kyle's ear completely before he suddenly spoke up, making Squeak jump back in fright. I can see Ligma. Squeak, I told you not to jump on me so suddenly. With a serious expression this time, Kyle shouted toward Squeak, making it tremble. Kyle looked at Squeak inside before hurriedly crawling toward the light he saw a while ago. After he came out from the small opening, a huge open field filled with multicolor herbs and grass entered Kyle's sight. Also, seeing himself so dirty, filled with dust, he felt a little strange because he didn't like being dirty. Bea and Squeak also came out behind him. Squeak practically started drooling, smelling the rich fragments of the herbs. It was just about to jump inside the herb valley when Kyle grabbed it from its neck. Squeak! Kyle sighed, seeing the 2 round pleading eyes staring directly at him. Can't you see the green snail-like monsters rolling around the grass? It's dangerous. He placed Squeak beside him before asking Bea to check how many monsters were present inside the open area. Bea nodded, and after flying around the whole grass-filled area, she returned with a solemn expression. E-rank green snail monsters and 11 E-rank green centipedes. The snail monsters are scattered around on the grass, while the green centipedes are standing guard in front of some strange-looking caves at the end of the grass field. After Bia finished her explanation, Kyle thought for a while. It was easy for him to defeat 5 E-rank monsters at a time, but he would be in a difficult position if all those monsters attacked together. That's why he asked both Bia and Squeak to become baits as usual and try to attract the monsters toward him one by one. Of course, both Bia and Squeak didn't agree immediately. In the end, Kyle coaxed them with some rewards. After hearing Kyle, Bia and Squeak both slowly entered the valley and started attracting monsters one by one. With their help, Kyle first easily took care of all the snail-like monsters before advancing toward the green centipedes. After 3 hours of continuous fighting, Kyle was finally able to take care of all the monsters lurking around the valley. Also, when he was fighting the last ones of the centipedes, Kyle broke through to plus E rank. That's why he become excited. Before entering the opening, he encountered an plus E rank monster. After defeating that monster, he broke through to E rank. Kyle never imagined he would be able to advance 2 sub-ranks in a single day. His dad's name Kyle, bloodline celestial locked, rank plus E, strength plus E, mana D, agility, talent SS rank suppressed, luck and skills, fireball F rank. When he saw his stats, Kyle was satisfied. His mana stat was the highest due to the fact that he ate different types of fruits on the first floor. After taking care of the monsters, Kyle looked at the grass-filled valley and without waiting for even a second, he started plucking all the different herbs. There were a lot of different herbs growing within the grass, but because Kyle didn't know their use, he just plucked everything and threw them inside his storage ring. He was sure he will make a small fortune after he sold those herbs outside the tower. When Kyle was done collecting the herbs, he walked toward the 2 caves at the end of the valley where Squeak and Bia were waiting for him. He already killed the centipedes around the caves, that's why there were no other monsters in front of those 2 caves. As he promised, Kyle took out a fruit from his storage ring and gave it to Squeak, but to his surprise, Squeak didn't eat the fruit. When Kyle saw Squeak drooling while looking at the monster's corpse around them, he knew what Squeak wanted. "You can eat the corpse, they are not useful to me anyway." After hearing Kyle's words, Squeak looked at him with twinkling eyes. It didn't stand on ceremony, and under Kyle and Bia's amused gaze, it hurriedly jumped toward the nearest E-rank centipede corpse. On the other hand, Kyle and Bia were both wondering how it was going to eat such a big corpse with such a tiny mouth. When Squeak arrived in front of the corpse, it opened its mouth so wide that Bia, who was sitting on top of Kyle's head, was so shocked that she almost fainted. Under their shocked gaze, Squeak ate the whole centipede head in one go. Grunge! Grunge! The more Kyle looked at its razor-sharp teeth, the more frightened he became. Within 1 minute, Squeak gulped down the whole corpse of the 6-meter centipede. After Squeak ate the whole corpse, its body, which was only emitting faint energy before suddenly perked up, and Squeak broke through to D rank under Kyle's gaze, who was so frightened that he started sweating. "Oh shit." Kyle cursed inwardly with a horrid expression as he slowly started walking backward toward the 2 caves. Bia wanted to fly away even before Kyle, but because Squeak was just a few meters ahead of them, she didn't dare to make a single sound. When she saw Squeak gulp down the huge head of the centipede, she knew the way Squeak looked at her and Kyle was very similar to the way it looked at the corpse. Those twinkling eyes were looking at them like they were food. When Bia thought about this, she shuddered subconsciously. Squeak can just eat her in one bite even before she did something in self-defense. On the other hand, after eating the centipede corpse, Squeak jumped toward another corpse without any care. Within 10 minutes, Squeak ate 6 E-rank centipedes and was completely full. It turned around to where Kyle and Bia were standing, but when Squeak saw no one standing at the place where it left its most delicious prey, its eyes contracted into a slit. Squeaky ate. A horrible soul-chilling shout left its mouth before it frantically started looking around for Kyle and Bia with bloodshot eyes. On the other hand, after entering one of the caves behind him, Kyle started running at full speed. The cave was dimly lit up with light entering from some holes present on the walls. The cave was not narrow as well, making it easy for Kyle to run. 10 minutes later, he and Bia both heard Squeak shout, which sent shiver down their spines. This incident gave Kyle a lot of fright. He inwardly promised himself to never pick up small animals. Who could guarantee that the cute little animal won't eat him up when he was sleeping? After running for 20 minutes, Kyle arrived in front of another open area, but except for some uneven rocks, there was nothing inside. When he glanced around, he saw a black stone tablet in the middle of the area. A single small piece of bead-shaped white earring was floating on top of the tablet. Kyle hurriedly walked toward the earring and picked it up. The moment he picked up the earring, another tunnel opened up behind the tablet. He gazed at the tunnel before looking at the earring. The earring was emitting a white glow, but when it touched Kyle's skin, the glow disappeared and the earring turned into a normal accessory. Bia also looked at the earring with squinted eyes. She was able to feel energy fluctuations around the earring when it was floating, but when Kyle touched the earring, the energy disappeared. "I think it's an artifact." Kyle nodded at Bia's words. He also guessed that the earring was an artifact, but the only way to check its usefulness was to wear it. "Bia, how about you wear this earring and check what it is used for?" With wide eyes, Bia flew away within a second. She didn't expect Kyle to treat her like a test subject. Seeing her resentful eyes, Kyle becomes speechless. He sighed. He had no choice but to test the earring on himself. Kyle opened the metal hook of the earring and slowly brought the back half of the earring toward his left ear, and with closed eyes, he pierced it inside his earlobe. With stinging pain, a drop of blood trickled down from his earlobe before Kyle closed the hook of the earring. The moment Kyle wore the earring, his presence completely disappeared. If before he was able to hide his rank from those who were the same rank or lower rank than him, now no one would be able to guess his rank as long as Kyle wore the white bead-like earring. Bia looked at Kyle with surprise. Just a second ago she was able to feel him standing in front of her, but now except for their bond she wasn't able to feel anything else. She flew back and sat on top of his head with a sigh. "What did I expect? With your incredible luck, I don't think you will ever find something useless." Kyle heard Bia's regretful voice and smiled. The artifact was indeed useful. Now he could roam around freely, and no one would be able to sense his presence. With a delighted expression, Kyle entered the tunnel that opened behind the stone tablet. After walking around the tunnel for 10 minutes, he finally saw light at the end and hurriedly walked out, only to see huge trees standing proudly in front of him. Kyle looked around with squinted eyes and finally took a deep breath. For some reason, he seemed to have appeared at the bottom of the mountain. Anyway, him appearing at the bottom of the mountain was good, because there were no other golden cross marks on top of the mountain. So appearing inside the forest made him a little happy. Now he doesn't have to climb down the mountain. After changing his dirty clothes into clean ones, he took out the map once again. There were only 50-something golden cross marks around the second section. Among those marks, the one in the middle of the whole second floor was the biggest golden cross mark. Kyle looked at the biggest golden cross mark and immediately decided to go and grab the treasure present there, no matter what. There were 3 more golden cross marks on his way toward the biggest golden cross mark. That's why he decided to just stop at those places for a while to pick up the things present there. After thinking about what he needs to do, Kyle placed the map back and started running toward the biggest golden cross mark. He gazed at the surrounding trees. Fortunately, there were no spikes. The leaves on the tree were also large. And because of the white artifact earring, monsters were not able to detect his presence. Bia also started flying above him. She kept an eye on their surrounding. On his way, Kyle encountered some E-rank and plus E-rank monsters, but he killed them easily with his newfound strength. Also, he was a little shocked because he didn't encounter any monster lower than E-rank. All the monsters were E-rank or higher, and that was after excluding the boss monsters of the second floor. While running, Kyle also saw a bear-type boss monster, and his jaw dropped because the monster was C-rank. If not for the artifact hiding his presence, he would have definitely become a piece of meat for the boss monster. It seems only those who had reached E-rank or higher would be able to survive on the second floor, and it was on the base that they don't encounter any boss monster. Kyle wondered if the second floor was so dangerous, what would happen when he reached the higher floors. After running for an hour at full speed, suddenly he heard a small commotion behind some trees. With slow steps, Kyle climbed the nearest tree and looked at the commotion. Amidst the trees, 4 demi-humans, 1 woman and 3 mans wearing luxurious clothes were standing proudly while laughing. The woman had 2 ears on top of her head and a single long furry tail behind her back, indicating her identity as a half-fox. The other 3 men all had small tails with horns on their heads. All 4 of them were holding different weapons, and their weapons were filled with blood. Kneeling in front of them were 2 injured elves and 1 human who seemed to be on the verge of death. Looking at the situation in front of him, Kyle's eyes turned cold. He knew the relationship between all the races wasn't good, but he didn't expect them to kill each other. He didn't know who the human was, nor did he have any relationship with those elves, but Kyle didn't want to see someone dying in front of him. Kyle gazed at the four demi-humans. Two of the demi-human man were E rank while the woman was E rank. The one who looked like the leader of the demi-humans group seemed to have just broken through to plus E rank. It seemed after meeting each other they teamed up and started hunting monsters together. That's why they were able to survive on the second floor. If Kyle wanted to, he could take care of them easily with the help of Bia, but after thinking for a while he thought of an idea where he didn't have to interfere directly. Kyle looked at Bia, who was sitting beside him on the tree branch. Seeing his serious gaze, Bia shuddered for some reason. She knew nothing good will come out whenever Kyle looked at her with such a burning gaze. After a minute, Bia was thrown toward the four demi-humans, with 3 fist-sized golden fruits dangling around her neck. Kyle made a circular necklace with the help of tree vines, and attached 3 golden fruits he acquired from the first floor to the circular vine. Bia looked at where Kyle was sitting and cursed. "Vug, this majestic me will take revenge for this humiliation. Just you wait." While she was cursing Kyle inside her head and flapping her wings frantically, the 4 demi-humans were alarmed by her sudden appearance. They looked at Bia with seriousness, but when they saw it was just a bird they sighed with relief. Meanwhile, with beet red fur, Bia looked at the 4 demi-humans standing not so far from her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to bury herself underground. The 4 demi-humans also looked at Bia, their eyes filled with curiosity, but when they saw the fruits dangling around her neck they became speechless. Seeing the golden light around the fruits, all 4 of them looked at each other with shock. The fruits in front of them were precious. All of them have eaten this type of fruit on the first floor. The effect of those fruits was incredible, but it was a pity that they were only able to find 1 or 2. Still, they were cautioned and didn't approach Bia immediately. One of the demi-humans, who was the leader of the group, hurriedly gestured the demi-human standing behind him. He asked him to look around their location and make sure no other person was present around them. The one standing behind nodded and immediately looked around, but after a while he returned and shook his head, indicating there was no one else. After knowing no one was around them, the leader of the demi-humans immediately ordered the other 3 to catch the bird in front of them. All of them gathered around Bia with greed-filled eyes. On the other hand, Bia also becomes serious when she saw them walking toward her. The moment one of the demi-humans was going to pounce on her, she hurriedly flapped her wings and started flying toward the north side. All the demi-humans looked at each other before following behind Bia. Under the shade of large green trees, a small red color bird was flying with all her might. Around her neck was a strange-looking vine and 3 dangling golden fruits. While the bird flew and cursed someone inwardly, 4 demi-humans were following behind her. They were throwing all kinds of attacks and skills on that pitiful bird, but fortunately, the bird was dodging all of the attacks. Of course, the bird was Bia. Right now, her expression was very ugly as she flew toward one of the nearest black cross mark with her life on the line. After flying and cursing for 20 minutes, she arrived in front of a big brown bear that was 16 meters tall with its whole body oozing some kind of muddy liquid. Bia looked at the bear. She was scared. It was a C rank. Her heart trembled seeing the huge bear before she hurriedly threw one of the fruit on the bear's head. The bear, who was just quietly going to take a nap, became angry. It instantly turned around and tried to locate the attacker. On the other hand, the 4 demi-humans who were following Bia also appeared at the same place. They were going to attack Bia again when she threw 2 fruits on top of them and disappeared. The 4 demi-humans become dumbfounded looking at the fruits. One of the demi-human hurriedly went to pick up the fruits, when a huge shadow enveloped all of them. The demi-human who just bent down to pick up the fruit saw the shadow. He slowly looked up and pissed his pants. A huge brown bear with blood-red eyes was looking directly at him. Strangely, on top of the bear's head a familiar golden fruit was stuck inside the muddy liquid oozing out from its body. The demi-human who just picked up the fruits fainted on the spot when he looked into the bear's bloodshot eyes. The other 3 standing behind him were also scared shitless and wanted to run away, but their fate was already decided. The bear first stepped on the fainted demi-human. A cracking sound was heard and the demi-human body turned into meat paste. In the next second, the bear immediately swung his large, heavy arm and injured the remaining demi-humans. Due to the impact, 1 more demi-human died on the spot. The two alive demi-humans were also not in a good condition at all. Even if the bear left them alone, with their injuries they would die within a few minutes. While standing at the end of their life, they didn't forget to curse the red bird. There was regret and unwillingness in their eyes. In the end, they weren't able to do anything and died under the bear's feet. All of this happened within a few seconds, from the demi-humans arriving in front of the bear and the bear killing them. This was the power of a C-rank monster. After the bear killed everyone related to the fruit, it humped and left without even glancing at the dead bodies. It didn't eat the demi-humans' bodies as low-quality food will damage its appetite. When the bear walked away, Bia came out from behind some branches. She looked at the dead bodies with disgust. All of the demi-humans were turned into meat paste. Without doing anything else, Bia hurriedly picked up all their storage rings and went back toward Kyle. Meanwhile, after the demi-humans left while following behind Bia, Kyle jumped out from the trees and appeared in front of the injured human and elves. He asked them if they were all right. The elves were fine, but the human was too injured to even stand up. Kyle sighed and took out a healing potion and gave it to the human. The human took the healing potion and thanked Kyle. After everyone relaxed, the elves and the human introduced themselves. The human was called Legion. He was from Kingdom Whiteland. On the other hand, Fion and Colleen, both elves, were from Kingdom Tercia. After the introduction, no one said anything. Kyle wasn't the talkative type, that's why he just stood in front of them quietly, and an awkward silence filled the atmosphere. The elves and Legion also didn't know what to say, and seeing Kyle's serious face, they just kept quiet and started tending to their wounds. All three of them were injured and knew with their condition there was no way they could survive. Both of the elves were grateful toward Kyle, but it was not like they could repay him with anything because just a while ago their storage rings were snatched by the demi-humans who attacked them. After around 20 minutes, Bia returned with a gloomy face. She looked at Kyle with resentment-filled gaze and threw all the storage rings she collected from the demi-humans on top of Kyle's head. Kyle smiled looking at her and hurriedly picked up all the storage rings. The elves and Legion also saw their storage rings inside the pile of the storage rings Bia brought back, but they didn't say anything. Right now they were injured and Kyle seemed to be quite powerful because they weren't able to sense his rank. On the other hand, Kyle looked at the 7 storage rings. He walked toward the 3 injured people and asked them to take the ones belonging to them. The 3 of them looked at each other with surprise. The rings were expensive. Also, there were some precious items inside, that's why they didn't expect Kyle to just return them the rings. Nevertheless, they hurriedly took their own rings before thanking Kyle once again. Kyle didn't bother with them anymore, and after taking 4 rings belonging to the demi-humans he left. Legion and the elves were dumbfounded seeing Kyle's fading image, but after he left, they also left in different directions. While walking, Kyle broke all the restrictions set on the rings. Seeing the content inside the rings, he frowned. The demi-humans were too poor. There was nothing inside the rings except food, some strange clothes, and a few herbs. Kyle sighed, and after collecting the useful things from the storage rings, he dumped everything out and emptied the rings before placing them on his fingers. In the end, all 4 rings were high-grade rings. He could probably use them in the future. Also, adding these 4 storage rings. Now he has a total of 6 storage rings. On the other hand, Bia was still cursing Kyle. To pacify her anger, he took out some fruits and gave all of them to her. After eating 1 or 2 similar fruits, those fruits would stop working on Kyle. That's why it was better to use them as a bargaining chip whenever Bia was angry. After leaving the injured human and elves behind, Kyle started running again toward the biggest golden cross mark. He would stop from time to time to kill some low-rank monsters, but overall his journey was quite smooth sailing. The first reason was the white earring artifact he acquired, and the second reason was Bia, who was patrolling around the sky. While walking, the day turned into night, and just like that, 1 week passed. In this week, Kyle killed a lot of low-rank monsters. He also faced 2 newly ranked D-rank monsters, and with the help of Bia, he killed both of them. But even after killing so many monsters, he wasn't even near a breakthrough. On the other hand, Bia finally broke to +E rank after eating tons of precious fruits. Kyle was a little scared, seeing her consuming so many resources just to break through to +E rank. But he soon accepted the fact that to make Bia rank up in the future, he had to empty his tiny pocket. While running, he saw some more boss monsters, but they were all C rank or above. That's why Kyle didn't even dare to step around their territory. And now, after a week, Kyle was finally standing in front of a black 20-meter pool. There were huge trees around the pool, making it difficult for others to see the pool or locate its location. This black pool was one of the golden cross marks that appeared on his way to the biggest golden mark, but it seemed someone else had already swept this place clean, as there was nothing inside or outside the pool. Tusk, who stole my treasure. Don't you ever let me see you or else. With a grumpy face, Kyle left that place. It was the first time he wasn't able to get his hands on something and someone else took it. After leaving the black pool, he started running toward the next stop. This time Kyle didn't stop. He was afraid that someone else would take the treasures before him.
Yeah.
On the other hand, after looking around for a while, Squeak finally came out from the same tunnel as Kyle. It was so angry that it ate all the corpses of the monsters Kyle killed. Also, right now Squeak looks different from before. It wasn't the same fist-sized small cute squirrel anymore. With a 7-8 meter tall body, it looked around with angry eyes. It was because it lost its prey 2 times. The first one was Carcel, who disappeared inside the tree hole, and the second one was Kyle, who disappeared when Squeak was busy eating. How could Squeak accept this? For the sake of eating that small prey, it even left its companions. Now what should it do? What face would it show to its companions? With a resolute expression, Squeak decided to find those small-looking creatures. No matter what, it was definitely going to taste them. Also, after eating all the corpses, Squeak broke through to D rank. Now it was very confident in finding them, as one of its tracking skills has become powerful with the rank increased. That's why Squeak was able to sense a faint smell belonging to one of its prey who ran away before it was able to eat it. Sooner or later, he will find both of them and eat them up. When Squeak thought about eating Kyle and Carcel, it jumped with excitement. The ground beneath its feet caved in a whole meter. If someone now looked at its eyes, he would definitely faint from shock, as its eyes were twinkling like a baby, not matching its huge, scary appearance. After jumping around for a while, Squeak looked in 2 different directions and hurriedly climbed up a nearby tree. Squeak was going toward the person who was nearest to him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Alec encountered a D rank monster the moment he appeared on the 2nd floor. He was a little flustered, seeing a high-rank monster the moment he appeared on the 2nd floor. Still, his rank was plus E rank, and after some struggle, he killed the monster. After defeating the monster, he wanted to run away, but unfortunately, the place he appeared was a plain with no trees or any hiding place. That's why Alec was targeted by a lot of monsters. In the end, it's become too difficult for him to hold on. Also, when Alec saw a huge 20-meter tall worm coming out from underground, he had no choice but to run toward the nearest forest he could see with his vision. It was because the worm was C rank. Alec was confident he could defeat a lot of low-rank monsters with his plus E rank strength. He could even fight D rank monsters, but there was no way he would be able to fight a monster who was 2 whole ranks above him. That's why, without even waiting for a second, he started running at full speed. Even after that, he almost died under the worm's countless attacks many times. Alec would have definitely perished if he hadn't used all the skills present in his arsenal. After running for more than 3 hours with his life on the line, Alec was finally able to reach a forest nearby and get rid of the worm monster. When he entered the forest, he first encountered 2 unfamiliar humans who were roaming around together, but Alec didn't stop seeing them and directly left. He needed to reach the middle of the 2nd floor. The system finally gave him the location of something precious when he appeared on the 2nd floor. Alec was a little happy seeing the system notification. Mission XX. Reach the center of the Tower of Opportunity 2nd floor and find the red fruit of the ancient tree. Reward: 1 times fruit of ancient tree. Penalty: none. No time limit. It wasn't exactly a mission, but still, if the system had spoken, that meant the fruit wasn't something ordinary. With an excited expression, Alec started running toward the black dot displayed inside the system window. The black dot was the location of the ancient tree. Alec's last mission, where he had to find a sword, was pending because, according to the system hints, the sword was somewhere around the top floors. That's why he wasn't worried about it yet. While running around, Alec saw 2 more demi-humans and 1 elf fighting with some monsters. It seemed the 2nd floor of the tower was shorter than the 1st floor because he was able to see those people on his way. But still, he didn't see anyone familiar. Alec wondered how the others were doing. He knew everyone was strong on their own, but the tower was becoming too dangerous. He just hoped they stay safe and climb the tower successfully. Under the starry sky, 3 humans holding different weapons were fighting a giant rank monkey who had 3 tails and 2 horns. All the humans looked very exhausted, and a lot of injuries could be seen on their bodies, but even in front of such a disadvantaged situation, their faces displayed a resolute expression, and there was only one thought inside their minds. No matter what, we will take down this monkey. The reason for this was a weak-looking blue branch, present on top of a tree behind the horned monkey. As the sound of metal hitting flesh rang out inside the still forest, the fight was finally nearing its climax when one of the humans delivered a huge blow to the horned monkey. Amidst the hectic atmosphere, a figure wearing brown clothes was sitting on top of a nearby tree. There was a beautiful white glow around the figure's left ear. The figure didn't care about the humans or the horned monkey. It just looked around with squinted eyes, seemingly trying to find something. The figure was Kyle. After leaving the black pool, he directly started running toward his next stop. Finally, after 2 days, he appeared at the location where the second golden mark should be present. He was definitely not in the mood to help those humans. He wouldn't have even stopped at this place, if not for the golden cross mark that was showing at the location where those humans were fighting with the monster. Bia, who was flying, looking around from above, suddenly spoke inside Kyle's head. I can see a blue branch that is emitting mana. It's on top of a tree present behind the ugly monkey. After hearing Bia's words, Kyle nodded. He gazed at the fight in front of him with understanding and replied, just picked up the branch and don't disturb the ones fighting. We should leave after taking the treasure, there's no need to disturb others. Hearing Kyle, Bia was speechless. She looked at the 3 humans who were fighting. For some reason they looked pitiful. She sighed, the world was too unfair. Well, maybe she would have done the same, but Kyle was being too much. At least tell those humans, you're taking the thing they're fighting for with their life on the line. Or at least show some guilt, you prick. After throwing another pitiful glance at the humans, Bia hurriedly flew toward the blue branch and picked it up. Right now her expression was serious, and there was a floating thought inside her mind that cleared all her guilt. It's fine as long as it's not me who is being used. After picking up the branch, she flew back and gave the branch to Kyle. Kyle took the branch from Bia and placed it inside his storage ring. After throwing another quick glance at the fight that was almost ending, he nodded and disappeared from the tree branch. 2 minutes after Kyle left, the 3 humans killed the horned monkey. The moment the monkey died, some white particles left its body and entered their bodies, making them look at each other with proud expression. They did it. One of the humans, who seemed to be the leader of the group, hurriedly took out a healing potion from his storage ring and gulped it down before walking toward the tree present behind the monkey body with an excited expression. He was the one who found this place, and also the one who suffered the most injuries in this fight. Now that they have won the fight, the only thing left was to divide the loot. With the other 2 humans following behind him, the leader walked toward the tree, but when he saw that there was nothing present on the tree, his soul almost left his body. He was frozen on his spot with his heart trembling, not believing what he was seeing. Then suddenly one of the humans standing behind him also looked at the tree and questioned with shock. Where's the blue tree branch? Those few words were enough to make him cough up blood and faint on the spot. He wasn't even able to curse. The other 2 humans looked at each other. They also had the urge to faint, but because their environment was dangerous, they restrained their urge and dragged their leader away, who seemed to have fainted due to the shock. There were tears in their eyes. Of course, they knew the blue branch didn't disappear into thin air. Someone else probably took it when they were fighting with the horned monkey. They wanted revenge, but from whom should they take revenge? They didn't even see the person who took the blue branch. The more they thought about it, the more tears streamed down their cheeks. Yeah. Meanwhile, after taking the blue branch, Kyle was already more than a kilometer away from those humans. After running around for 2 whole days, he was dead tired, but the next golden cross mark wasn't that far from his location. That's why Kyle didn't want to rest, not until he reached that place. With raged breathing, he jumped from one tree to another, not stopping even for a second. Finally, after 2 long hours, he appeared in front of some old-looking trees. The ground in the middle of those trees was pitch black with a small hole leading underground. Seeing no monster around the black hole, Kyle finally decided to sleep for a while before he entered that hole. He didn't know what was inside, that's why it was better to be prepared. After looking around and finding a large tree nearby, Kyle directly went to sleep. As usual, Bia sat on top of his stomach. She didn't sleep and kept an eye on the surrounding. Next day early morning, Kyle woke up due to some rusting sounds. He looked down from the tree with squinted eyes and almost fainted. 3 round black-colored, stone-shaped creatures were standing on the black ground. They opened their eyes and looked around before slowly closing them again and sitting down on the ground. Kyle cursed he didn't see them last night. It was too dark. Now under the bright daylight, he was able to see everything clearly. There wasn't any hole in the ground. There were only 3 black stone-like monsters. The 3 monsters were sitting around a pile of black shiny stones. Heck, he wasn't even able to feel their presence. If not for the sudden movement, Kyle would have actually gone down to pick up those black shiny stones, stacked in the middle of those monsters. Bia also looked at the monsters solemnly before speaking inside Kyle's head. I can feel the presence of those 3 strange monsters, they are all C rank. Also, I can't feel anything from those shiny stones, but if you want we can try to think of a way to pick up those stones. After speaking, Bia looked at Kyle only to get dumbfounded. Kyle was already a few meters away from her. He shouted inside her head with seriousness. Bia, you are becoming too greedy. Of course, treasures are important, but we can't risk our life. Looking at his fading image with blank eyes, Bia cursed before following behind Kyle. Were not you the one who claimed to pick up all the treasures? When the hell did I become greedy? On the other hand, Carcel found himself inside a forest when he appeared on the 2nd floor. He walked around with caution and killed a lot of low-rank monsters. While running around, he also saw some C-rank and plus D-rank monsters. After seeing those monsters from a distance, he became even more vigilant. There was no way he would be able to defeat them. A few weeks later, Carcel saw a 5-6 meters large pond in the middle of some trees. A strange blue fog was surrounding the pond. With the help of the water inside the pond, he broke through to plus E rank. After Kyle, he was definitely the one who benefited the most inside the tower. With a satisfied expression, Carcel was going to leave the pond when he heard some sounds from the tree behind him. He gripped his weapon tightly and jumped back while looking directly toward the place where the sound came from. Under his serious gaze, suddenly a huge squirrel popped out its head from behind a tree branch. The squirrel looked at Carcel with a creepy smile. Carcel looked at the somewhat familiar squirrel with a sweaty forehead. It was a plus D rank. And why do I find it so familiar? Then it finally hit him. He looked at the squirrel who was grinning while looking at him from top to bottom. Shit, why the fuck are you here? How could Carcel forget those tiny monsters who chased him around the 1st floor? He thought he would never see those creepy monsters again in this life, but here one of them was looking at him with a smile. After meeting those squirrels, Carcel almost developed a trauma toward small things. He looked at the squirrel while slowly moving backward. His hands and back were already drenched with sweat. Right now, Carcel had a lot of questions inside his head, like how the heck this monster appeared here, and how the heck a small monster which was originally so weak becomes so strong. But alas, there was no one who could answer his questions. While Carcel was slowly moving backward, the squirrel looked at him with a delighted expression and was ready to pounce at him any time. It finally found one of its prey. Squeaked. With a shout, the huge squirrel opened its mouth and directly jumped toward Carcel. Carcel jumped to the left, avoiding the squirrel's large razor-sharp teeth. He cursed again when he saw the squirrel looking at him with bloodshot eyes. The squirrel looked at Carcel with anger. This time it would not let its prey run away. With this in mind, the squirrel jumped at Carcel again. On the other hand, Carcel was sweating buckets of water. He wanted to run away, but the squirrel was plus D rank. He just broke through to plus E rank. There was no way he would be able to defeat the squirrel. When Carcel saw the squirrel jumping at him again, he cursed and started running in the opposite direction, but because his speed was too low, he suffered a lot of injuries. While he was running away from the squirrel, a lot of monsters were attracted to the commotion and also started following behind Carcel. Soon there were more than 10 monsters behind Carcel. Carcel, who was always aloof for the first time in his life, was on the verge of tears. In the end, Carcel used the black stone vice Principal George gave him before he entered the tower. The moment he used the stone, he was teleported to a different place from before. Seeing the lush green forest around him and no monster behind him, Carcel sighed with relief, but then he cursed again. Why the heck was the squirrel so persistent? On the other hand, after Carcel disappeared, the squirrel looked around with bloodshot eyes. All the monsters present beside him also looked around with confused expressions. The person who was just a few centimeters ahead of them suddenly disappeared into thin air. The squirrel who just lost its prey again went berserk. It started attacking the monsters around him. Soon a bloody fight broke out. A lot of chilling shrieks and shouts could be heard from a distance. All the humans, elves, and demi-humans who were around the area immediately ran away when they heard the sounds. The fight also attracted the attention of a lot of high-rank monsters around that area. All those monsters heard the commotion and also joined the fight. Soon the small fight turned too big. Dozens of monsters were gathered in a single place. They attacked each other with crazy blood-red eyes. The shockwave around the high-rank monsters was enough to kill all those below plus E rank. The atmosphere became bloody, with low-rank monsters' corpses piling up everywhere. Those monsters who were below E rank were instantly killed. The squirrel who started the fight was jumping around the battlefield with a creepy smile. It broke through to C rank when it ate another C rank monster corpse. The more the squirrel ate, the more its rank increased. Within 30 minutes it again broke through and entered C rank. Its rank was rising at an unimaginable speed. If right now Kyle and Bia were here, they would have definitely fainted from shock. The squirrel, who was originally fist-sized, was now more than 15 meters tall. Its body was also emitting a faint white hue. While the monsters become crazy and attack each other, a huge, majestic pillar of light descended from the clear blue sky. The moment the pillar descended, everything went quiet. No one dared to make a sound. Even the birds stopped chirping. The rustling of the wind also ceased. Suddenly an old soothing voice sounded from above the pillar. Tusk, what's with the commotion, and what is a monster who should have been on the first floor doing here? After the voice sounded, the majestic light pillar broke into white particles, and all the monsters fell asleep. It was a shocking scene, but no one was able to see it because the area where the light pillar descendant disappeared from everyone's vision. The squirrel who caused all this commotion also disappeared from the second floor. No one knew what happened to the squirrel, whose name was Squeak. After the matter was settled, the old voice sounded again. Sigh, this time the kids are causing too much commotion.